Namaskar and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I, Manhar Rashid, on behalf of ITU APT Foundation of India, take a great pleasure in welcoming all our distinguished delegates, subject expert speakers, senior government officials, guests from overseas, and friends from press and media to India Space Policy Conference 2024. We are happy to be here today and are looking forward to an amazing day filled with great ideas and thoughts, promising to give you all a wonderful experience. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, may I kindly request Shri Bharat Bhatia ji, President IAFI, to kindly join us on the stage. Shri Bharat Bhatia ji also serves as Vice Chairman of the World Wireless Research Forum for Asia Pacific, having vast experience of more than 45 years in telecom and ICT policy, regulations, and spectrum management. He also chairs the PPDR working groups under ITU and APT. Mr. Bhatia was earlier heading International Spectrum Team of Motorola Solutions Inc. for more than 20 years. He was also a key architect of India's first ever National Frequency Allocation Plan in 1981 and the first ever published NFAP in 2000. Mr. Bhatia actively participates in various ITU, APT, DOT, TEC, TRAI, and WPC meetings and has attended all World Radio conferences during last 20 years. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Shri Bhatia ji. Thank you. I would now like to request Shri Bhatia ji to do the honors of welcoming our delegates with the floral bouquet. Firstly, our Honorable Chief Guest, Srimati Madhu Arora ji, Member Technology, Digital Communications Commission, DOT, Government of India. Welcome, ma'am. We are honored to have you with us today. A Hack Grade ITS officer of 1986 batch. Prior to this, she served as CGM Telecom West Bengal Circle and joined as Senior DDG Licensing, DOT Headquarters on 1st January 2024. An MBA from the University of Queensland and an LLB from Campus Law Center, Delhi University. Mrs. Madhu Arora has built an impressive 36-year career marked by academic excellence and significant contributions to the telecom sector. Recognized for her dynamism, focus, and empathy, she is now in best position to drive the Department of Telecommunications towards further advancements in technology and digital communications. We are really honored to have ma'am with us today. Next, we have with us Srimati Revati Manepalli, Joint Wireless Advisor and Member, Radio Regulatory Board, ITUR, Government of India. I request ma'am to kindly join us on the stage and request Shri Bhatia ji to please present a bouquet. Srimati Revati joined service as a Group AIRRS officer in 1996. She attended various meetings on spectrum management at ITU level and also at Asia Pacific Telecommunity. She represented India as frequency expert from Asia Pacific region in the Frequency Working Party of International Telecommunications Satellite Organization headquartered at Washington, USA. She assisted Department of Space as spectrum regulatory expert in an arbitration case at International Court of Justice. She is a distinguished leader in the field of spectrum management with a career marked by exceptional dedication and expertise. Welcome, ma'am. I'd like to request Shri Tilak Raj Duaji, Chairman IAFI, to please join us on the stage. His total experience of the telecom sector accounts for more than 35 years. His experience includes all facets of telecom, be it product development, business development, telecom licensing, spectrum reframing, technical collaboration, launch of cellular services in India, and finalization of licensing agreements, interconnect agreements, etc. Over the years in the industry, Mr. Dua has held prestigious positions as director in leading telecom companies like Bharti Airtel Limited, Sham Telecom Limited, Cellular Operations Association of India, Vice Chairman and Global ICT Standardization Forum in India. Welcome, sir. Next, would like to request Shri H.C. Soni ji, Vice President and Treasurer IAFI, to kindly join us on this stage. May I request everyone to please put your hands together and welcome all our delegates. Shri H.C. Soni ji was working as Senior ITS Officer in DOT, BSNL, MTNL, and also worked with private sector after retirement, having deep and broad experience of 53 years. Shri Soni is having vast experience of regulatory and techno-commercial functions as he was involved CMRTS licensing and issues relating to POI, IUC and lease lines, fixed, mobile, broadband, NLD and ILD. We are really honored to have all the delegates with us today. Thank you very much once again, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, as it is customary, we begin every auspicious occasion by lighting the ceremonial lamp and invoking the gods and goddesses, seeking their blessings to guide us for all the success of our endeavors. I would request our venerated chief guest and all our dignitaries on stage to kindly do the honors of lighting the ceremonial lamp and formally inaugurating today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together on the ceremonial inauguration of India Space Policy Conference 2024. Each wick lit today is a prayer for global peace and solidarity. And it's such a pleasure to watch all our dignitaries kindling the lamp together. For inaugurating the conference. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite Shri T.R. Duaji, Chairman IAFI, to kindly begin the proceedings of this inaugural session with his welcome address. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to Chief Guest, Madam Madhu Baroda, Revati Madam, Bharat Bhatia, Soni ji, and all my colleagues, and warm welcome to all dignitaries coming from abroad. Thank you very much for being with us today. As you all know, IAFI Foundation of India is a non-profit, non-political society with the primary objective of actively involved in the telecom sector in the activities of International Telecommunication Union, NAPT. We, as IAFI, are fully committed to the progress of telecommunication sector in India and Asia. I am particularly proud to announce the IAFI Foundation member. Under the able leadership of Bharat Bhatia, we are members of ITU, ITUR. Now coming back to the present workshop or whatever we have, is an event of paramount importance and a very timely organized event in the landscape of space communication. Let me just give you a little bit of flavor of the National Digital Communication Policy 2018, which acknowledged the importance of satellites, included some of the recommendations to strengthen satellite communication in India. NDCP 2018 laid the groundwork for future policies to address satellite communication more comprehensively and giving various other guidelines into this. The policy foresaw the growing importance of this space communication. Now, as a result, we have a space regulator called InSpace, which released the Indian Space Policy 2023, which is a significant shift toward private participation in the Indian space sector. The policy aims to create a thriving commercial space industry in India, making the private sector a key player across this space value chain. Further, the policy encourages investments in space research and development with a focus on supporting space-related activities. Not only that, the policy, the non-government entities, NGOs, now can undertake and participate in a full range of space activities, from satellite, rocket launch operation, to manage ground station and offering space-based services. InSpace acts as a nodal agency which provides a stable and predictable regulatory environment. More details during the day will follow. The Indian Space Policy 2023 is a major step towards more dynamic and competitive space sector in India, which is under implementation. As we gather here today in Delhi for ISPC 24, we find ourselves at the cusp of a revolutionary era in satellite communication. The global communication industry, including India, is poised for a transformation of unprecedented scale and scope. New satellite constellations are paving the way for unparalleled global coverage and connectivity, promising to reshape the way we communicate, connect, and collaborate. India, with its recent strides in the realm of space policy, stands at the forefront of the transformative wave. Telecom Act 2023 is a visionary piece of legislation, also underscores the imperative of multi-stakeholder. It lays the foundation for opening of the space sector to private industry, aligning with the visionary outlook of our Honorable Prime Minister. Central to this endeavor is the recognition and pivotal role that the non-government entities would play in driving innovation, progress in space technology. The establishment of Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center is underscoring our commitment to facilitate private sector participation in all facets of space activity. Against this backdrop, gentlemen, the ITU-APT Foundation of India takes great pride in hosting this ISPC 24. This two-day conference, I'm sure, will serve as a crucial for critical discourse, collaboration, bringing together the industry leaders, policymakers, and experts. Moreover, the conference is not just about exchanging ideas. It's about forging meaningful connections, fostering collaboration, and transcends boundary. It's about leveraging collective wisdom to navigate the challenges and seize the various opportunities that lie ahead in ever-evolving landscape of the spotlight. The agenda itself is very covers licensing, spectrum sharing, EPFD limits, space sustainability, and also how do we prepare for WRC 27. As we embark on this journey together, let us embrace the spirit of exploration, innovation, collaboration. Let's harness the power of technology to propel India's position in global satellite communication landscape. And let us, through ISPC 24, pave the way for a future where the sky is not the limit, but merely the beginning of our journey toward new frontiers and ecology. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir, for those wonderful words and starting the conference with your speech. Ladies and gentlemen, I now would like to take an opportunity of welcoming on the dais Shri Bharat Bhatia ji, President IAFI, for setting the theme of the conference, hashtag ISPC24. Sir.
Good morning, everybody. I'm actually extremely pleased to be here as an organizer of this conference. I'm so humbled by the presence of Member Technology, Madam Madhu Arora ji, Madam Revati ji from our own department, WPC, Soni ji and Dua ji, and many friends here from not just India, but many. I see Udri over here, thanks for coming. I see Pangja over here, there, and many more friends here. I think Dr. Jain also is somewhere here. Brigadier Saab, Jitendra ji, everybody. There's Colonel Tavitiya. Thanks for coming, everybody. This is a very unique opportunity for us. And this is the first time we are doing this. We used to do smaller subject session conferences. But with the opening up, and particularly with the InSpace announcing the new space policy, we thought it's a good time to have a look at a consolidated view of what the space policy is all about and what is it that we need to do. How do we put India, private sector also, on the same map, same success like ISRO has done. So what we started working on it about 6 months back. We tried to pick up issues which we think are very critical. And the idea was to find out what are the critical issues that are impacting the private sector entry into the space sector. So we divided this into the 6 areas. Oh, before that, let me introduce IAFI. I think everybody, Dua ji also explained. We are basically a non-profit association. We are completely non-aligned. Like India is non-aligned, we are also non-aligned. We work with satellite sector, we work with the mobile sector, we work with the Wi-Fi sector. We work with all of them together. We actually bring all of them together. That's the unique opportunity that the IFI brings us, putting all the stakeholders in the ICT sector on one platform. Plus, we have an advantage that we have been granted the sector membership of all the 3 sectors of ITU. So we are member of the ITUR, we are member of ITUT, we are member of ITUD, and we create, through the pool of professionals that we have in our membership, we create a number of contributions going into these bodies. I think during the last 2-3 years, we have made more than 100 contributions to the ITU and the APT. And practically, thank you. In every meeting that we go to, Working Party 5D or APT or Working Party 5, every meeting we have some or the other contribution on topics which are relevant to India, which are relevant to our members. So that way, I think around the world, people now understand the role of, I call it IFI. IFI, some people call it IAFI also. But it's well known now. It's understood that we are here as professional contributors into all the activities. And this is all due to the help from all our members. Our members come together help us creating those contributions that we go and then present. And this we have been doing at least last 7 years more effectively, but we have been there for last 20 years. So let me explain what is this conference all about. We divided this conference into 6 parts. 6 key issues that we believe are very important. The first issue that we will talk about is about how do we encourage investments into the space sector in India from the private sectors. ISRO is already there doing a wonderful job. But why can't we also bring a lot of private sector investments into the space sector? So what are the impediments? What are the policy initiatives needed? That's what we'll talk about immediately after this session. One of the most important part of the space sector is that it's all wireless and it's all based on spectrum. So spectrum is really the lifeblood of satellite services. And spectrum is a very limited opportunity, a very limited spectrum. It's a physical resource which cannot be increased. Therefore, we have to share spectrum between various services. And how do we do that? We will look at that. Then we will look at how do we bring together the satellite service in such a way that a common man can get some benefit out of it. People who are unconnected can get out of it. How do we create ubiquitous connectivity using satellite services? And we will talk about that. Then there are certain IT issues. For example, there is the issue of how do we, GSOs and non-GSO can live together. The issue of space sustainability, there's not too many objects in the space. And of course, the next WRC conference that will happen in 27. Let me touch a little bit about each of these things. When we look at space services is not just for communication. It is also for helping agriculture. It's also helping in industries. It's also helping in disaster relief. It's also helping in health services. So all of these require that we as India promote satellite services and put more and more investments into satellite services. And hopefully immediately after this, we will have a session talking about these issues only. And Dr. Jain is here from InSpace. He will be talking about the policy framework that they have created. And as I talked about the radio frequency spectrum, which is a natural limited resource, and the same spectrum has to be shared by almost 40 radio services. And if you see on the chart here, it is so congested. So many services are all trying to get into the same spectrum. So therefore, sharing of the spectrum is the only way. And it's already in the radio regulation. There is already sharing concept built in. So we have to look at how do we have very critical issues of 6 gigahertz, and many people have been part of that discussion, 28 gigahertz, and many other bands. The new agenda item 1.7 talks about 8 gigahertz and 4 gigahertz and 15 gigahertz. How do we share all those bands? So that's another very important policy aspect. And third aspect that I talked about is there are lots of areas still unconnected, although we have connected almost the entire population, but geographically we still a lot of areas which are uncovered. And that can be done using the non-GSO and GSO satellites. What are the issues of that? How can we use a normal mobile phone directly from the satellite to provide that service? And that's the whole idea of this direct to device. So we will talk about that. The framework of coexistence between GSO and non-GSO, which is based on kind of EPFD limit. I think this is a very crucial issue. Last WRC took the first step of discussing it, and maybe in the next conference, there's no agenda item. So ITU will perhaps study this, and let's see how that works together. But I think it's a very solid framework that has been created about 25 years back. Space sustainability is another very big important issue. It's not just that there is going to be space debris, there will be many space debris, but it's beyond that. How do we preserve space for the future generations? Like we talk about preserving water for the future generation, similarly, how do we preserve space for the future generation? And the last topic of that we'll do tomorrow is the WRC, the World Radio Conference that will happen in 27. It's a very complex process of WRC, which takes 4 years to preparation. Starts with preparatory activities, country proposal, regional proposals, and this just concluded WRC 23. And now we started working on the next cycle, which will start end in 27. And the key thing is that the 27 conference, the agenda, almost 80% is satellite agenda. Therefore, I think it's more important to prepare for satellite. Of course, IMT is always an agenda, and it will remain as an agenda. But space will occupy a major theme. So that's the whole idea of this two-day conference. And hopefully you will all enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for taking us through the conference. And now I'm glad to have with us Srimati Revati Manepalli ji, Joint Wireless Advisor, WPC, and member Radio Regulatory Board, ITUR, Government of India. I request ma'am to kindly join us on the dais for a keynote speech. Welcome, ma'am.
Very good morning, and respected member team madam, and all other dignitaries on the dais, and dignitaries from industry, from other government departments, and I see a lot of my ex-colleagues and bosses from the Department of Telecommunications. Very happy to see them, and all other participants. Once again, very good morning. And as Bhattaji has told, even I was seeing this the first time ITU APT Foundation is conducting one dedicated conference only for the space activities. That too at this critical moment. I'll say why it is a critical moment at this period. This is the first event they are conducting for Indian space activities. Just I want to give some background to it. Though Government of India has come up with a detailed Indian space policy in 2023. First we have announced in somewhere 2020, and finally that policy has come out in 2023. But you all know India is a spacefaring nation. And we are there, and we will be there. Now we want to take it into more heights. So I call this Indian space policy as a version 2.0. We are already in version 1.0. And we started way back with constructing communication satellites. Then we ventured into remote sensing satellites. And we are into Earth exploration satellites. They are not communication satellites. As Mr. Bhatia told, there are 40 radio communication services. You divide them, there are 20 approximately terrestrial-based services, remaining 20 are satellite-based services. So we are into all sorts of satellite-based services, like communication satellites, that INSATs, GSATs, and all. And we have remote sensing IRS, Indian remote sensing satellites. Then we have a Cartosat, that is Earth exploration passive satellites. Then we are into few club of Indian GPS system, that radio navigational satellite systems. We call it as Indian NAVIC. We are into that. There are only 5 or 6 countries have that global positioning satellite systems. Then we are into deep space missions. They are called interplanetary missions. We have sent to Mars orbiter, MOM. With the cheapest price, we were able to send our satellites to Mars. Then we have lunar missions. And we have soft landed on the southern pole of the moon. And we have sent to Adityan, that is the sun. We call it as Adityan mission. And we have facilities to receive signals such far-off distances at Bailalu in Bangalore, we have set up. The signal we have to receive more than 2 lakh, 3 lakh kilometers. So that much capability we have. That is in the satellite side. Parallelly, we had launching side. We started with sounding rocket, very small rocket. You must have seen with our Abdul Kalam ji as carrying that small rocket in the bullock cart. Then we ventured into small satellite launch vehicle, augmented satellite launch vehicle, and polar satellite launch vehicle, and geostationary satellite launch vehicle. So then we actually, we have seen on the overall development of the space as a spacefaring nation. And there was a private party involvement, private industries involvement, but to the limited extent. Like they were supplying the certain parts of the rocket, certain parts of the satellites, some payloads, some modules, some RF parts, something like that. Now, by the government of India, it took a decision in 2020, no, we should have a complete, full-fledged, because there are a lot of opportunities to bring the private entities into it. With this, now we have made everything very user-friendly, and opportunities like private entities can do end-to-end business. They can come into satellite business, they can come into rocket business, or they can do only services. Over a period of the next 2 days, I think we will see there are a lot of sessions. We can dwell on and we can see that what are the various, now I can say India is a land of opportunities. And there is a space regulator in space to handhold the companies, because in space is not only a regulator, they're also innovator to support the innovation and handholding and supervising the private entity participation. It's a great opportunity, and I hope this 2 days session will make more these discussions and come out with a fruitful, coordinated outcomes. And with that, I wish all the success for this 2 days conference. And finally, I thank IAFI Foundation for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It's always a pleasure having you with us, and thank you for sharing your expertise with all of us today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor that today's conference is graced by our Honorable Chief Guest, Srimati Madhu Arora, Member Technology DCC DOT Government of India. I have a proud privilege now in inviting her on the dais to kindly do the honors of addressing all of us present here today. Welcome, ma'am. Everyone, please put your hands together and welcome Srimati Madhu Arora ji. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you for that introduction. Shri T.R. Dua, Chairman IAFI, Shri Bharat Bhushan, President IAFI, Shri Soni, Vice President, my colleague from DOT, Ma'am Revati, seniors from DOT, and it's really nice to see, I've seen many of my seniors here today, I met them in the morning, from InSpace, from industry, Mr. Tivatte is sitting here, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a very, very warm welcome to all in this conference. I'm really delighted to be here today with all of you. Wireless communications, as we all know, have played a significant role in narrowing the digital divide and making our lives better and safer. In just 30 years, we have seen an extraordinary transition from a world where most of the people did not have access to even basic telecommunications to a world now where we have more than 6 billion mobile cellular users. Indian telecom sector, a cornerstone of the nation's digital infrastructure, stands a testament to India's economic resilience and technological prowess. With a subscriber base of 1.17 billion, India is emerging as the second largest telecom market globally. However, despite massive expansions in wireless services, a lot of population still in far-flung rural, hilly, and tribal areas are still unconnected. Satellite communication can play a pivotal role in bridging the digital divide by providing connectivity in such areas where providing terrestrial networks may not be feasible or cost-effective. In addition, satellite communication can work as lifeline by facilitating relief and rescue operations when other terrestrial networks may not be available due to disaster and natural calamities. The decision to unlock India's space potential, as encapsulated in the Indian Space Policy 2023, marks a paradigm shift towards enhanced private participation and innovation. So I'm so happy when Mr. Bhatia was talking about that lot more discussions in these 2 days is going to happen on this aspect as to how to have more of private participation in this area. The establishment of Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center in Space, and also creation of New Space India Limited, NSIL, underscores India's commitment to fostering a vibrant ecosystem conducive to private sector collaboration and growth. India's prowess in designing and developing satellite-based communication systems, spearheaded by ISRO, is commendable. In addition, the new things which is now happening is the space technology startup landscape, with over 150 startups securing substantial funding. This speaks volumes about the sector's potential to drive innovation and economic growth. The use of satellite communication has traditionally been limited to fixed uses, for example, for backhaul or for direct-to-home applications, satellite television. Size, cost, and complexity of building mobile devices for directly connecting to the satellites have been major challenges. In the recent years, however, and the kind of interest which is now developing is because the satellite industry is dramatically evolving. Recent advancements in ground and space segments, including high-throughput satellites and LEO and MEO technologies, herald a new era of connectivity and possibilities. These advancements promise higher bandwidth and enhanced speeds, paving the way for socio-economic transformation across sectors such as agriculture, healthcare, and disaster management. And I was happy to see that Mr. Bhatia also talked about, that all these areas are going to be discussed in these 2 days. Furthermore, the evolution of satellite communication beyond traditional voice and data connectivity to encompass niche applications such as teleeducation, e-health, remote sensing underscores its versatility and adaptability to diverse needs. Even defense sector can benefit immensely from advancements in the SATCOM. Leveraging satellite-based telecom services can enhance real-time connectivity for remote military operations, naval vessels. This translates into improved situational awareness, faster decision-making, and seamless coordination across defense units. So the applications are immense, and the potential of this sector is truly immense. Billions of dollars are now being invested into the new generation of satellites. Critical and very crucial aspect requiring attention is a timely availability of right spectrum. And I'm sure there is a lot of discussion going to happen on spectrum. We talked about spectrum sharing. This is really crucial so that whatever the investments are made in this sector, there are results. Finally, we see the results of those for the people. Spectrum allocation discussions are governed by the ITU radio regulations, which is an international treaty governing the use of radio frequency spectrum and the satellite orbits. In the World Radio Conference WRC 23, spectrum for terrestrial mobile services was a major part of the agenda. As Mr. Bhatia also mentioned, satellite services is going to dominate the next WRC 27. Several new agenda are expected, and he talked about connecting the satellites directly with the mobile phones. Also, the regulatory measures to limit the unauthorized operations of NGSO earth stations, and a lot more new ideas which are going to get farmed up during WRC 27. The WRC deliberations and outcomes will shape the business models of this technology. To be successful at WRC, India needs a very good strategy, and I think this conference is a right step in the direction to bring all the stakeholders together. It's important to start early and involve all stakeholders as early as possible. Consensus formation is very important, and we need to start aligning our positions from day one. The National Preparatory Committee and the national study groups, which have been set up by DOT with government agencies as well as private sector participants, have to work together, and I know some work has already started in that direction. Hopefully, this conference, ISPC 24, will be a big step towards this objective by bringing together different stakeholders, addressing the intricate issues and bringing about alignment. I'm really happy to note that the two-day conference is going to cover very wide-ranging topics. Mr. Bhatia mentioned most of those, that is spectrum sharing, role of satellite networks for providing ubiquitous connectivity, satellite power limits, space sustainability was another aspect that we talked. So lots of good ideas, I'm sure, is going to come out of this conference. I wish all the best for successful conduct, and I hope that the deliberations and strategies and discussions that you have all over here is going to take us really many steps forward in our agenda for WRC 27. Thank you so much, and I wish all the best for this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Srimati Madhu Arora ma'am, for sharing your valuable expertise and enlightening all of us today. And also, I thank you for joining us and honoring the conference. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I request Shri H.C. Soni ji, Vice President and Treasurer IAFI, to kindly join us on the dais and conclude this inaugural session with his vote of thanks.
On the outset, I am thankful to IATPT Foundation of India to give me this opportunity to convey vote of thanks. Really, I am very much thankful to Madam Madhu Arora, Member Technology, DCC. By her speech, I could understand that she is very deeply involved in the issue and she is having the deep knowledge of the issue. Therefore, whatever is going to happen in the satellite field, and we have to exploit the satellite field, she will take wonderful decisions in this field. I thank you, madam. I am very thankful to our Mr. T.R. Dua, who has given the introduction of the IATPT Foundation, our views, our work. I am thankful to Mrs. Revati, who is very deeply involved in the WPC in the satellite issues. And with her knowledge and involvement, the right decisions will be taken by the WPC. I am thankful to a lot of people who are available here, say Mr. Goel, former CMD, BSNL, Mr. Vikram from COI, who has to throw the light of the, operators in the country, that what way they want to proceed. Then Mr. Pawan Garg, who is former wireless advisor. Mr. Arun Agrawal, who is the concerned DDG satellite in the industry. Mr. Rahul Vats from Airtel. Pankaj Sharma. Mr. S.N. Gupta, who is our Secretary General, Mr. Vimal Bakhlu, former CMD TCIL, Mr. R.P. Agrawal also is there. He is also former wireless advisor. Jitendra Singh, Senior Director, Qualcomm. And all those persons, who are going to come here and give their views, and we will consolidate all the views and forward our detailed reports to DOT for consideration. IATPT Foundation is giving lot of contributions, but we send our contribution to the DOT, to the WPC, so that the government filters them properly and forward to ITU or APT in the interest of the nation. Finally, I am very much thankful to our Bharat Bhatia, who is driving IATPT Foundation without any lobbying in the interest of the country, for the benefit of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Soni sir, for concluding the inaugural session and being so generous with your thank yous for everyone. I would like to request Shri Bharat Bhatia ji to kindly present a memento as an expression of gratitude to all our dignitaries on the stage. To begin with all due respect, we thank Srimati Madhu Arora ji. Thank you so much, ma'am, for honoring us today and taking out your precious time from your busy schedule. I request sir to please present a memento to Srimati Mannepalli Revati ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us today. I'd like to request Bharat sir to please present a memento to Shri T.R. Dua ji. Thank you so much, sir. And last but not the least, I request sir to please present a memento to Shri H.C. Soni ji. Thank you so much, sir. I request all our dignitaries to please stay on the stage and request all our speakers for day 1 and day 2 to please join us on the stage for a group photograph. All the speakers from day 1 and day 2 to please join us on the stage for a group photograph. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I request you all to kindly be seated for the session to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all enjoyed your tea-coffee break. I'm grateful to have with us our first set of eminent panelists. With a thunderous round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our session chairs, who will be conducting a session on policy initiatives to attract investments in space sector in India. Please join me in welcoming Ms. M. Revati, Joint Wireless Advisor, WPC, and Member Radio Regulatory Board, ITUR, Government of India. Welcome, ma'am. This session will be co-chaired by Dr. P.K. Jain, Director in Space. Welcome, sir. Has over 33 years of experience in ISRO in areas of SATCOM and navigation programs planning and management. Dr. Jain has made significant contributions to the development of India's space program. Dr. Jain led the various groups responsible for handling ITUR activities and coexistence studies between satellite and 5G services at national and international level. Dr. Jain is known for his expertise in satellite communication and navigation, as well as his strategic vision for the development of India's space program. The session moderator, ladies and gentlemen, Shri Pankaj Sharma ji, Partner, Regulatory Consulting, EY India. Welcome, sir. I request everyone to please put your hands together for all the dignitaries joining us on stage. He has expertise in managing challenging business environment and reputation management. His key domain areas are regulatory, public policy, and privacy in digital world. He has more than 30 years of experience in telecom and satellite industry in India and other international markets. He's an electrical engineer with MBA from Indian School of Business, Hyderabad. I request our panelists to kindly join us on stage with a huge round of applause. Please welcome Shri Arun Agarwal ji, DDG Satellite, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. Welcome, sir. Shri Agarwal Ji is an Indian Telecom Service Officer of 1990 batch and has more than 30 years of experience in the areas of planning, installation, standardization, and vast experience of USOF schemes. Presently, he is dealing issues related to SATCOM, network permission, and coordination with DOS, commercial and captive CUG, VSAT licenses, GMPCS license, all issues related to international telecommunications satellite organization, Intersputnik and International Mobile Satellite Organization, SATCOM bandwidth matters of BSNL, BharatNet, and USOF. He's also approachable, supportive, and willing to share his knowledge and experience. Welcome, sir. I request Mr. Penjha, Vice President, Policy and Regulatory GSOA, to please join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. He leads advocacy efforts around spectrum management, licensing, and national policy initiatives. With experience in telecoms, mobile, and satellites, he advised governments and industry players globally. At GSMA, he ran a global campaign to improve spectrum licensing conditions for mobile operators, leading a global team of policy experts to engage with policymakers across developing markets. Mr. Peng is a passionate advocate for the use of space technology to bridge the digital divide and connect the unconnected. Welcome, sir. Next, we have Shri A.K. Tiwari ji, former Member Technology DOT. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Shri Tiwari ji. ITS officer of 1983 batch, retired as Member Technology from Department of Telecommunications. During his distinguished career, he played a pivotal role in implementing DOT policies, primarily serving in field units across diverse roles such as TDE, TDM, Director VTM, DDG Term, and DGDRTEC. Shri Tiwari's expertise encompasses a wide range of areas within the telecom sector, including licensing, security, the National Broadband Mission, and disaster management. Next, we have Shri Kandagale Dhammapal Anil, Director, Satellite Finance DOT. Welcome, sir. After completion of his BTech degree in metallurgical engineering, he joined as a Group A officer of 2017 batch in IP&T FAS services. He's a unique blend of technical, financial, and administrative expertise to his role. His job profile includes looking after the economic and financial aspects of satellite-based communication services. He's responsible for overseeing the economic and financial facets of satellite-based communication services in India. His multifaceted career reflects a commitment to innovation and progress in the field of telecommunications. Joining our dignitaries, Shri Rahul Vats, Chief Regulatory Officer, Bharti Airtel. Welcome, sir. Also Director of OneWeb Communications India and Vice Chairman of Indian Space Association. He is a board director in Indo Teleports Limited and MobiPro, which runs India Mobile Congress. A telecom and digital industry veteran with over 30 years of experience with leading corporations, Mr. Rahul Vats is an expert on telecom licensing, economic and digital regulations, spectrum management, and regulatory litigation. He has actively shaped public and public policy discussion in emerging areas such as data privacy, open access, M2M, and IoT and content self-regulation. We'll be virtually joined by Dr. Laura Roberti, Director of Spectrum and Market Access, Telesat. We welcome ma'am. She's responsible for developing and implementing Telesat spectrum and area of radio propagation, and she's worked for Inmarsat, British Telecom, NASA, and Polytechnic of Turin. Dr. Laura is a passionate advocate for the use of satellite communications to improve connectivity and access to information and services for people around the world, especially living in remote and hilly areas. I welcome all our dignitaries and I hand over the dais to our session moderator, Shri Pankaj Sharma ji. Sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for very detailed, introductions. We had a very, informative and detailed and energizing first session, where I think a lot of details were shared about, what IAFI is and what's going to happen over, next 2 days, in this agenda. And now I think we can just press the pedal and get into a little bit of more details on how do we move forward. So this is panel discussion 1, which is policy initiatives for space sector investment in India. At the outside, would like to thank IAFI for bringing all the government, policymakers, and industry experts together, for this conference. Let's start it. So let us just start with the first keynote address from Madam Revati, Joint Wireless Advisor, WPC.
Thank you. I think I can go there. Very good morning again. So you should not get bored of my keynote address. Morning I put it very short and general. That I got because of my wireless advisor is courtesy. He was not there. Of course, this I will try to give relevant to the topic of discussion. And let me say I'm very happy to sit along with my distinguished panelists here. I knew almost all of them over the last so many years. And if you just see confluence of satellite and terrestrial, most of the people, they started when I see Mr. Rahul Vats and Mr. Pankaj Sharma. I also started with the GSM when I was first assistant wireless advisor in WPC wing. I gave so many spectrum assignment letters, and they were in the mobile industry, and mobile was in peak that time. Then slowly, now we are into the satellite. I'm already entered into the satellite, and they are also. Now satellite come mobile. Now if you see Mr. Rahul Vats, he is in charge of so many things. terrestrial as well as OneWeb, and so many things. The same I could see, of course, Dr. Jain is always a spaceman. He was from ISRO, then he went to a regulator now. He's in a overall controlling everything in India now. Then, of course, Arun Agarwalji, I know him, my dear colleague. He was in the USO fund, then doing USO fund is basically bridging the digital divide, connecting unconnected areas, so where he was doing both with the satellite and all. Now again, he has come into core satellite thing. And Mr. Kandagale is a colleague and works with satellite financing. He's into core of satellite. Then Mr. Peng Zhao, I always confuse with him because I have seen him as a mobile person when I first interacted with him. Then he moved to satellite. I always get confused. Now he has gone to GSOA as the higher position. So I see the conflicts of, like, we are merging mobile and there is no now the terrestrial and satellite that has been blurred. Coming to the current topic, I just try to link with national and international where we are now. If you see the national level, the government of India started coming with the space policy in 2020, they have announced. Then InSpace has been created in 2021. And you all know InSpace is not only space regulator, they have additional role as an innovator, handholder, supervisor, another work to nurture the private industry. And we see lot of developments in the last 2-3 years. Then Government of India has come up with the space policy of 2023, somewhere in the April, and recently they have come up with the norms, guidelines, and procedures, which we had some 2000 year. Now, which has been captured with the latest developments, what is the India's view to bring private and participants into this domain. And if you see that InSpace 2023 policy, and it has come out more clearly in the NGP guidelines, this has been categorized. What are the various services? What are the opportunities for Indian companies, Indian industry, or even the foreign entities in India? What are the opportunities? It has been given like communication satellites. You can build, you can own, you can send, you can lease, you can do whatever you want in the communication satellites. Then same way you can do with the remote sensing satellites, Earth exploration satellites, and any private entity can file Indian satellite filings for any of these things. And the procedure has been well established and well simplified. It has come out and it is a combined thing. When you file the satellite filings and all these services, without spectrum they cannot work. And DOT always in continuous talk, dialogue, collaboration with InSpace and ISRO, so far we have given so many authorizations also. It is going in a good speed now. That is with reference to communication, these all satellites. Then this space policy has also come out with the rocket launches. The launches, like Agnikul is one company. They come, you build, like in fact, for small satellites, ISRO will be transferring the technology to the private companies. And all the private companies and ISRO's facilities, existing infrastructure can be used by the companies. Whatever, like not the entire facility, small facility, whatever the facility. So those provisions have been made, like implementable provisions. Then comes to the third point is ground station as a service. It's a ground station as a service. That is a very interesting thing. People started utilizing it. I'll tell some of the examples because we have given the permissions. You are not building a satellite, you are not launching a satellite also. What you are doing is you are supporting telemetry tracking command for that particular satellite. Those things also now private entities can do. Not only Indian satellites, any foreign satellites. That is called TTC and MCC, mission control, satellite control stations. And another operations is, like there are already remote sensing satellites, not only sent by India, for any country. The data reception, that raw data you can download and you can pass on to other countries, other users. That is another service. And another is the important thing now people are focusing more on it is space situational awareness. Now people are talking about space debris. Space is congested. I think one topic is there in tomorrow's discussion, tomorrow or today's one of the session, space debris. the space debris is becoming, not only, we have polluted the space enough, and that it creates a multiple issues. Now you are seeing last 2017 onwards, lot of progress, lot of activities happening in the LEOs, because there are so many reasons for why that activities, like technology is available, cost of the satellite has come down, cost of the launch has come down, and people are able to utilize it because your user terminal cost has come down, latency, it is comparable with the terrestrial services. So the result of it is, especially that 500 to 700 kilometers is cluttered with lot of objects, sometimes active satellites, sometimes debris lying there, which is posing a threat, not only to satellites already revolving, you want to launch your launcher also, because that has to maneuver through that debris. If you want, Tiwari Sahab is coming, I think we'll wait for. Welcome, sir. No, sir. Sir, please. I think I will welcome, he's my ex-boss, and I'm privileged to be there when sir is there on the dais to give a keynote address. I'll resume. So this space situational awareness has become, is gaining more importance. So that private entities are coming now. They started cataloging this debris. And every launcher, every space nation, they wanted to know how many whatever debris are there. So they have to select a particular window to launch their satellites and to maneuver their satellites. There is a lot of business in that. These are the lot of opportunities provided in this space policy. And from the DOT side, we did lot of simplifications. We have already brought all our procedures to be online mode in the Saral Sanchar portal. And that Saral Sanchar portal has been integrated with National Single Window System. And that is also being integrated with InSpace portal. So that the applicant need not go to so many departments, need not apply multiple times. Once it is cleared at the single window system, you should be able to get the clearance. One of the example I can say, in this ITU filing, one of these, because people are now filing, some of them Orbit Connect, they made Indian satellite filings, and Pixel, Galaxy, and of course Dhruva Space is the leader. They were doing so many things. They were doing experimentation and all. And lot of amateur satellites. We made a lot of filings to ITU. And I think, I heard, they told us also, the process is so simple, and they were able to do the filing within 30 days, less than 30 days, with a complete assistance from the DOT. So we are there, we are with industry, we want to further simplify, and we try to, even for the spectrum being used for this data reception and all, large swath of spectrum is being used, and it is being repeatedly shared by multiple entities. So we are working on it to rationalize the spectrum usage charges as well. These are the national things we are trying to do, and we have given a lot of experimental licenses, and ISRO is also, that InSpace is supporting. Like if you launch a rocket, launch a satellite, the last stage of the rocket is being used to conduct the satellites in the microgravity condition. So those type of experiments, some startup companies are utilizing it to test their modules, to test their bus, to test their reaction wheels, to test small products being utilized in the satellite. So we have given a lot of experimental license like that also from the DOT side. With that, then now from the national I go to international. International, if you see, this all activity started with this NGSO from 2018 onwards. You can clearly see in the PP 2022, that is Plenipotentiary Conference 2022, which is the highest body in the ITU. They have come up with a resolution. They have linked first time with this ITU with UN Space, with the Space Agenda 2030. You can see where we are going. So they have come with the resolution, and they have given the direction what the member states have to do. At the same time, there is one more resolution stating that equitable use of the spectrum for NGSO, because it's not that only few countries will occupy all these orbital locations, NGSO locations. So then that momentum went into Radio Communication Assembly 2023. Then we have one more agenda item there. about equitable, sustainable use of the space, sustainable use of the space. You throw so many, and now you can see, I was seeing one of the report, I think Slingshot Aerospace. As on date, active satellites over all the orbital locations are around 9,300. Inactive satellites are around 2,300. I'm not talking about graveyard satellites, only active and inactive. And this 9,300, major number is from the LEO. You know that. LEOs are now around 5,000 to 6,000. And people started filing for 30,000 of LEO satellites, orbital locations of 300 to 400, 500. So now the question has come, sustainable space use. That's the one important point people are discussing in this. So then it went to WRC 23. WRC 23 agenda items, if you see, you can say half mostly focus is on the IMT. There are satellite issues. If you see WRC 27, my goodness, it's only satellite issues. It's only satellite issues. You can see where we are going. So this conference is exactly planned by ITU-APT Foundation. We had, for this cycle, one meeting we had, National Study Group, not National, Study Group ITU or Study Group 4 and working parties, we just concluded in May 10th. Then we are in the right moment here. And how we have to make utilization of this opportunity. So when I joined in 2008 and 9, the WPC, I have seen the same opportunities for the IMT. Now I am seeing the same opportunities for the satellite. So private industry has to take this opportunity, and we are always open to further simplify the existing procedures. And of course, any policies at the highest level, they will be taken, but we can carry forward them. With this, I conclude my speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, madam, sharing your, such a deep knowledge on come up for the space sector as we go forward. Let me now invite Dr. Jain, for his second keynote address. As we all know, he is the key architect for the space policy, which has been released recently, and we'd like to hear from him. What are the details? Thank you, sir.
Good morning to all of you. Distinguished speaker panelist on the dais, Chairman, ITU Foundation, APT Foundation of India, President, Vice President, and all the distinguished delegates from India as well as abroad, ladies and gentlemen. So, first of all, let me compliment, rather than ITU APT Foundation of India, that I will do anyway, first Madam Revati, that she has done half of our jobs. In fact, I was telling her you should have left something for the other speakers also. In a lighter vein, of course, ma'am. Your speeches are always very good, and I really love to hear them. She has really made my job task easy now. And I was thinking that how do we cover the entire thing in 20 minutes? But most of the things she has already covered. Now let me compliment ITU APT Foundation of India, and very timely this conference on this topic. And I'm very happy to see now that the ITU APT Foundation of India has now included space policy matters also in their portfolio of the conferences. So far, we have been seeing only the conferences on WRC, Spectrum and all, but this is the first time, and hopefully now we will continue to dwell upon the space policy matter, which is very important because the Indian space sector is thriving. And it's really, when I say thriving, I mean it. Since the space sector reforms were announced by the government of India, last 2 years, we have seen the plethora of activities in the space sector by the private as well as government. Government anyway, government activities we are continuing. ISRO has been leading the space activity since years. But last 2 years we have seen the number of startups. You see that what we had 3-4 years ago, now we are close to 200. 3-4 years where there was only one startup starting with. Last 2 years, now we have got 200 almost Indian space startups. If you talk about the investment, the global funding, last 2 years continuously we have crossed $100 billion US. And this is all a result of the government policies on the investment. So that is the reason it's really timely today. And why it is timely, we should certainly look back now what we have achieved in 2 years. Is there any corrections required? And then decide the way forward. So that is always good that we should also keep reviewing our actions and the initiatives which government and other departments have taken, along with, of course, taking in collaboration with the private industry also. And this type of conferences certainly play a major role in deciding and taking the feedback and deciding our next course of actions. So very quickly, I will cover now the most of the initiative which Government of India has taken, what InSpace has done in last 2 years, including some of the salient features of the Indian space policy and the norms, guidelines and procedures, especially for the audience here is for the SATCOM, so I will focus only on the SATCOM. Otherwise, it is not possible to really cover entire thing in 15 to 20 minutes. Can we go to the next slide, please? If you see, the government announced the space sector reforms in 2020, and then followed by the constitution of InSpace in 2021, and when even the chairman InSpace also was appointed. Then we had the inauguration of InSpace on June 10th, 2022 by Honorable Prime Minister of India himself, which underlines again the government priority in the space sector. Followed by, immediately, quickly, the InSpace came into gear. And then we brought out a differential pricing policy immediately in 2022. And this is basically to give the pricing support to the startups, micro, and the small industries in almost all the verticals of the Indian space sector, be it the satellites or the launch services, any support which ISRO is providing to the private entity, whether it is a test facility or launching the vehicle or making the satellite, there are the price support ranging from 30% to 50% for all the space activity for the private small the industries. Then we had in the 2023 Q1, we had announced a seed fund scheme again for the very small startups who had just started and who are in their infancy. And this is theme-based seed funding scheme. It's up to 1 crore rupee funding from the InSpace, provided the equal amount is invested by the startup. And it is theme-based. We have already completed 3 themes. We started with agriculture sector, the use of space technology and some innovation, and then followed by the urban planning and the disaster management. And now we will be doing ahead with some other themes. Total 20 crore rupees of the budget fund has been identified every year by the government. And this is done by the InSpace directly. Then the much talked 2023, the Indian Space Policy 2023 was brought in by the Government of India, and which was really a major milestone in our long journey of Indian space sector. we quickly brought out immediately after that our own decadal vision and the strategy for the next decade. And wherein we have set the target on industry as well as on InSpace and the government of India to take the Indian space economy from the current $8.4 billion to $44.4 billion, and which comes to be around 8% of the global space economy, taking it from the current 2% of the global space economy. And this is a major target, and towards that, now we started working, taking the industry together and deciding the implementation plan and accordingly the various policies in collaboration with, of course, the various other government departments. Then again, much talked FDI policy, much awaited. We brought in the revised FDI policy in Q4 recently, 2023, and wherein again we opened up the foreign direct investment ranging from 49% to 74% in the automatic route. And of course, it's 100% for the government route, depending on the type of activity. So then followed by again the recently on 3rd May, we also released the norms, guidelines and procedures for the implementation of Indian space policy in respect of only the authorization, and which is very comprehensive 147-page document. So with all those initiatives, it is not these are the only initiative. In fact, now if you see the InSpace, as in the morning session also it was told, we play a dual role in the sense of promoting and enabling the Indian space sector, and at the same time authorization and the supervisory role. So it's a dual role, and towards that the many other initiatives have been taken. I have not listed down here. It is they are all indirectly contributing to again the investment. The topic is investment. Otherwise, we are facilitating the private entities to use or access the facilities of ISRO, be it test facility or the technical support or the launch activity. We have put our own technical center wherein and it's exclusively for the private industry, wherein the small satellites, up to 100 kg of satellites, can be tested, assembled, integration, and including even the design and the simulation. So it's a captive facility within the InSpace premises, is exclusively for the the private entity. We are also planning and have the MOUs with the state governments for establishment of technical acceleration centers and the manufacturing hubs for the space systems. We have MOU with Tamil Nadu, we have the MOU with Gujarat government, and the many more are also in the offing. So we are also taking the international outreach and the academia outreach, wherein with the academia, it's not only the development of the technology, but also we have initiated the minor courses on the space technology in many of the IITs. So basically, it's a very a whole of the nation approach, which InSpace has been following to bring up the Indian space sector. If you see the last 2 years when we started functioning, now today we have crossed it's one shot of the number of applications, 500. 499 total applications or proposals which you have received from the industry, Indian space sector. It's for the promotion, some are the seeking from the support from ISRO, some are for the seeking the authorization of InSpace, together 500. We have signed more than 50 MOUs, again to enable the industry, to provide them the hand-holding and the support. We have issued almost 40 authorizations so far. So that shows that the Indian space sector is thriving. Can we go to the next slide quickly? This is the Indian Space Policy 2023, which Government of India brought in. And as we can see in the right side area, it encompasses all the verticals of space, be it space transportation, exploration, the satellite communication, remote sensing, or the space situational awareness. And as morning and Revati ma'am also was mentioning, that basically it provides or identifies very clearly the roles of all the stakeholders. And to support the non-government entity. So non-government entity is what has been kept in the mind. And then the role of in space, Department of Space, NSIL, or ISRO, that all has been very clearly defined in the Indian space policy, with an aim to actually, in a true sense, opening the space sector for the non-government entities, where they can do all types of activities, space activity, which morning already madam has just before she has mentioned. Can we go to the next slide? Now I will take a few minutes on the authorization of the space activity, and this becomes very important because even as per the Outer Space Treaty, whenever we open up the space activity for the non-government entities, there is a requirement that all those space activity by those non-government entities have to be authorized and supervised by the signing member nation. And so we based on that, we have brought out the guidelines. Of course, the Indian space policy itself identifies some of the activities which could be or which would be authorized by InSpace. And of course, the only Indian entities can seek the InSpace authorization for carrying out space activities. Of course, it does not mean that the non-Indian players cannot play a role in Indian space sector. They can, and we are enabling them through different provisions, permitting them to approach us and take the authorization through their either authorized representatives or the joint ventureship, partnership firm, or their own subsidiary, Indian subsidiary. We have brought out recently a very comprehensive norms, guideline, and procedures in respect of authorization. It's, as I was mentioning, it's a very comprehensive 147-page document which talks about the procedures to be followed for all types of space activity which need authorization. Can we go to the next slide, please? So these are the different categories of authorization, or the types of space activity which need authorization from InSpace by be it government entity or the non-government entity. The InSpace is providing the authorization for even the government entities. For example, all missions of ISRO, whether it is a satellite mission or is a launch mission, are being authorized by InSpace. When it comes to the establishment and operation of a space object, basically there are three categories. It could be the communication satellite, or it could be the remote sensing satellite or Earth observation satellite, or it could be any other scientific mission or satellite. We have also addressed in those NGP the authorization for the payload owned by the Indian entities, which could be hosted on the non-Indian satellite, or it could be a non-Indian payload hosted on the Indian satellite. So those guidelines are also have been brought out very clearly. Operations of the launch vehicle or the space transportation system. Again, the launches which is happening from India, and the establishment of the launch base or the spaceport by a private entity or government entity. By the way, I should announce here that as a part of our, again, the last 2 year what efforts we have taken. Now tomorrow we are going to have a launch by an private entity, Agnikul. Tomorrow morning we will witness a launch, a suborbital launch by them. It's a pure liquid engine, 3D printed, first time ever in India by an Indian entity. Before that, we have seen a launch of from Skyroot, which was a solid state engine. That was the first orbital launch by a private entity. We are witnessing now tomorrow morning. Don't forget to watch it. It would be live on Doordarshan. Then coming to the other activities like re-entry of the space activity, the establishment and operations of the ground system, Madam already told that including the ground station as a service, and we are confining here ourselves to only those stations or ground stations which are pertaining to the control and monitoring of the spacecraft or the space object. Of course, the addition is the data reception station from the Earth observation satellite. Except for those, all other stations like the teleports or the gateways or hubs of the communication satellite or high throughput satellite will continue to be governed by the DOT licenses and the existing procedure. Of course, it does not mean that giving the authorization for these stations will not require the DOT licenses or WPC license. They will anyway continue to be there. Then the dissemination of Earth observation data. This was a very important element which was brought out in the Indian Space Policy 2023, and the directions were very clear that the data of the remote sensing Earth observation satellite should be made accessible to the Indian entities as much easier way as possible. There should not be much restrictions, and we have accordingly, the government has defined the high resolution data and the other data. Anything less than 30 centimeter GSD would call as a high resolution data, which will need in space authorization, but with a simplified procedure, and anything more than 30 centimeter GSD should only require only the intimation to in space. We have brought out very clearly the guidelines, and the guidelines are already, I am really happy to inform you that more than 10 Indian entities as a data disseminator have registered with space, who can provide the data of not only Indian satellite, even the non-Indian satellite which are authorized by InSpace, and the list is available on the IDP, where the end user can see and can directly take the data from those authorized data disseminator. And then, of course, the transfer, sale, purchase of the space object by an Indian entity is also permitted. Can we go to the next slide, please? Next slide, please. So now I will take only now another 5 minutes where I will briefly talk about the SATCOM area, which could be of interest to the gathering here. And before that, just very quickly, that what is the process of the authorization which we follow. If you see the right side of the the screen, it's the very simple, fairly simple process. The applicant applies on InSpace digital platform. We have our own website where the application is submitted. Then we do the preliminary assessment, which could be generally the credentials of the applicant company, as well as some of the other aspect like the technical and financial capability of the applicant. And later then we give the acknowledgement to the company, and then the process starts. And after the evaluation and scrutiny of the application, now as Madam Revati was telling, that now we are having the close coordination with the other government department, and some of the cases wherein the ITU filings are required by the Indian entity for pertaining to that particular application, or there could be the SCOMAT license required from the DGFT for export of the satellite, for launching it from outside India. Those things we enable in parallel by issuing the advisory note, and with that advisory note, applicant goes to the respective department and starts seeking those approvals or making the ITU filing. And once again it comes back to us, and then we issue the authorization, and the final authorization is issued by the InSpace. So those type of procedures we have already brought out, and then afterwards we either issue the authorization or we inform if in case there is a rejection. So far we have not rejected anyone. And then these are some of the consideration left side of the screen when you say what we generally look at before issuing the authorization, and they are of course depending on the type of space activity, the security, safety, geopolitical consideration, or the foreign equity pattern, or the involvement of the foreign entities, and of course the export, import, and the space sustainability. All those factors are considered while issuing the authorization. Can we go to the next slide, please? Now, this is what generally for the satellite communication, a procedure, very in brief, I have captured it. Of course, you can always go through the detailed guideline. There could be the establishment and operations of the satellite, communication satellite by an Indian entity, and that could be the Indian satellite, and it could be again the using GSO or the NGSO. It could use the Indian orbital resources, or it could use non-Indian orbital resources. That are all permitted. So this is one category where we provide the authorization. The second category is, it doesn't mean that it is only the Indian entities or Indian satellites are permitted. The non-Indian satellite capacity also is permitted or can be used to provide services in India, like has been the case today also. And that could be, again, it could be GSO or it could be the NGSO. Now, there is no necessity now to take this capacity of non-Indian satellite through DOS or the NSIL, which so far was the practice, and which we have seen the demand from the industry. So now those restrictions are removed. The satellite is authorized one time in space with a certain validity period. Right now it is 5-year validity period. And now the end user and the service providers are free to take the capacity from the particular authorized satellite. They can, without any intervention further intervention from the government. It could be a long lease period. It could be that, so earlier there was a lease period of only 1 year or 3 years. Now there is no such restriction. Based on that, your negotiation, you are free to do it. And the important thing is that now the end user or the service provider need not approach in space for authorization. It is only the satellite operators who approach in space for the authorization. So we have removed again those type of constraint where even for the 1 megahertz, 10 megahertz or 1 transponder capacity, the user or the service provider had to take the approvals of Department of Space or the capacity through NSIL. Very shortly, the table shows that if it is an Indian satellite, it would be registered in the UN database under registration convention as an Indian space object. The ITU filing, as it was, whether it could be a new ITU filing, or they could use the existing Indian ITU filing, or they can use the non-Indian ITU filing. The Spacecraft Control Center and the Mission Control Center, which was again a very significant, I should say that a concession which has been provided now, a consideration, where the TT&C station can be outside India. And you might have remembering that now earlier that 1997 policy and the 2000 NGP required the spacecraft control center has to be in India. Now that is no more the case. However, the mission control center also can be outside, but it has to be one mission control center has to mandatorily be in India so that we have the absolute control on the satellite. The validity for the in-space authorization is till the end of operational life of the satellite, and no separate authorization is required to provide the capacity for the usage to the service provider or the user by the Indian satellite operator. For the non-Indian satellite operator, it will not be registered as an Indian space object. They are the existing satellite. They can use Indian or non-Indian ITU filing, and obviously, there is no restriction on the TT&C or the Mission Control Center. However, their authorization would be issued only for valid for the 5 years. Of course, there could be cases where we can consider them providing the authorization till the end of life of the satellite. There are the cases if a certain satellite is operating under Indian ITU filing, we can consider them providing the authorization till end of life of the satellite. Can we go to the next slide, please? And this is my last slide. So some other important criteria are the protection of the existing services, whether it is coming from the Indian satellite or from the non-Indian satellite. This is very important. Any new entrant has to protect. But at the same time, that new entrant and the existing satellite operator again are required to coordinate with each other in good faith for the coexistence. It could be in terms of the frequency coordination agreement, or it could be a simple coexistence arrangement, but ultimately that every operator, be it existing or the new entrant, have to coordinate with each other and coexist with each other so that the services are without harmful interference. And that is very important point here. And of course, in case of any interference coming from any of the satellite, InSpace would reserve right to switch off and remove the interference and emission and make the interventions as appropriate. Another important thing is that it is also possible to acquire the satellite in orbit by an Indian entity, and then we can treat that as an Indian space object after registering it, and then they will come under the guidelines of the Indian satellite operator. Another important thing was the capacity can be further provisioned now or it could be resold, or it could be the sublease, which was not permitted so far. And this is because we are now authorizing the satellite. We are authorizing the satellite operator, and we are not asking the end user or individual service provider to approach InSpace for seeking authorization. Very, very important thing is one of the important initiatives by InSpace is to make the existing Indian ITU filing and the orbital resources accessible to the private non-government Indian entity, and through announcement of opportunity. And this is a major initiative. We are very shortly we will be bringing out an announcement of opportunity wherein at least one Indian ITU filing, existing Indian ITU filing, which has achieved certain priority and seniority, would be announced for use to any Indian entity. We are also considering that some of the unutilized available resources, it could be allotted resource by the ITU, it could be the filed, the coordinated orbital slots or orbital resources, that also could be made available to the Indian entities. And all these things, of course, as Revati ma'am told, that we are doing in close coordination with all the government departments, more specifically in this case is the WPC wing of DOT and the DOT, so that the entire efforts are well coordinated, there is no hiccups, and it goes very smoothly, the entire process of authorization and establishment of the satellites by the Indian entities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think that was very detailed, explanation of the NGP policy by Dr. Jain. And since we have heard two keynote speakers, and I mean, start of the session almost looks like that the government is ready and the investments have to come in now. So I think we also need to talk about, which will happen during the course of the session, that, what are the next course of actions? What are those friction points that, that the private sector, still see as far as the policy framework of space sector is concerned. But let me set the context. We have very eminent panelists here, and three very senior, four senior, government, officers. So thank you to Mr. Bharat Bhatia to constituting this panel. I think one pressure I always have when I'm, doing any kind of a panel moderation, the time is very on the tight side. But I think today we have extremely good, 1 hour and a quarter maybe. We have time to kind of, see not only the government perspective, but also see the private perspective. So just setting the context, I would say that as far as Indian economy is concerned, we see lots and lots of global interest, and the reason for that is obviously the highest GDP growth, demographic dividend that India brings, and also I think one of the growth engines of the world, our neighboring China is slowing down, and obviously India kind of as a part of policy of China +1. And everything is happening in the right manner, and a lot of credit goes to Government of India, in terms of setting it out, the right perspective, opening up the policies, PLI framework, and the one topic that which we are clearly discussing today, which is bringing in the private sector as far as the space tech is concerned. I think a lot of speakers earlier, when in the earlier session, spoke about this, that I think one of the great advantages of space sector is, reaching to those parts of, I mean, we are a vast country, right? Reaching to those parts of India, where, traditional terrestrial communication cannot reach. So I think even if you look at very high growth which is happening in India, it is still undivided, right? I mean the urban share is much higher and the rural share is much lower. And I think that's where I think the space tech plays very, very important role in terms of how those areas which are not covered as of today, they can be covered. Second part is obviously I think again, Dr. Jain also covered it. I mean, when we're talking about space tech, it's not about SATCOM. SATCOM is obviously the major part of it, but then there are other opportunities in the launch space, in the remote sensing, so on and so forth. So let's start looking at this whole perspective in terms of, what is the policy framework, which has happened so far. So I think three major policy announcements we have seen. One is obviously the Telecom Act itself. I think that was a very important one because we're kind of stuck in one way or the other over there. And then obviously the NGP policy and also the FDI policy. So what we are going to discuss today, and I think one more important part is, I think one of the announcements which actually came from InSpace was very, very important part, which was the decadal vision. We're talking about, I think, $44 billion kind of an opportunity. We're talking about a very large opportunity as far as the space sector is concerned. So what I think few of the topics that we are going to cover is obviously one is on the policy side, that what is happening on the policy space, what are the next steps. Second is also in terms of market access principles. I think we are seeing, and I think policy is very clear in terms of inviting private sector as far as the space is concerned. Then obviously spectrum is an important resource that we all know. So what are the next steps on that? And also what's happening on the terminals and the gateway earthway station side and all forth. So I would like to start by inviting DDG Satellite, Mr. Arun Agrawal. Sir, if you could start with in terms of what are the policy steps which we have taken so far. If you could just briefly cover that so that sets the stage. And also the next steps, if you could talk about what's going to happen next as far as the policy space is concerned.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Distinguished guests, my colleagues on the panel. So far we have discussed the policy framework which which provide the measures how the space segment, how the space sector is promoting investment in it by taking such decisions which will make the procedures simple so that we can have non-governmental entities also, and the policies in telecom are also being simplified and they are being made towards the ease of doing business. Now, when we talk about the specific policies, the FDI policy of 2020, it is also a very comprehensive document. And then in telecom, we had the FDI policy in October 2021, which is a major reform and provided 100% FDI through automatic route, except for some exceptions. Otherwise, it is 100% through automatic route. Then in October 2022, there were major reforms in the Indian SATCOM sector, like limited mobility was provided to FSS services, fixed satellite services also, and then commercial VSAT and other licenses were also provided to use M2M services, IoT. All these and many other reforms were also carried out. Then there was self-declaration for this mandatory performance testing of antennas. Earlier, it was done by the government. Now it is on the basis of self-declaration, self-certification. Then this transponder, this rupees 21 lakh fee, NOCC or SMC, Satellite Monitoring Center fee, so it was also made zero. And then there were also a slew of reforms. So there have been so many things, so many reforms have been there in SATCOM sector. Thereafter, Indian space policy, the new space policy has come. So it has almost, I believe, almost liberalized the sector, opened up the sector to the private entities. And then in October 2024, the FDI policy of space sector has also come, which provides FDI in a graded manner from 100% in manufacturing to 49% in launch vehicles to 74% in satellite operation and satellite manufacturing. So what I visualize that now we are in a taking off stage in attracting the FDI, because this is what we call whole of the government effect, whole of the government approach. Earlier, SATCOM has been liberalized, but space sector was not liberalized. In 2023, the space policy has come. It has taken many initiatives for the participation of the private sector in the space sector. But FDI was almost, it was 100% through government route. Now that is also liberalized. So what I feel that now all the pieces, the holistic approach is there for the space sector in general and satellite communication in particular to take off and attract the FDI. Procedures have also been made very simple by InSpace, as just now detailed by Dr. Jain. So the issue is that why FDI should come in the space sector or in SATCOM. Last year in telecom, the FDI, the amount of FDI was about $713 million. And it was only 1.55% of the total FDI in India. If we look at the FDI in telecom sector since 2000, it has been about $39 billion, which constitute about 5.6% of the total FDI in India. So there has been a drop in the FDI in telecom sector in the recent past. One of the reasons may be that there is almost saturation in telecom, especially in the urban sector where tele-density is more than 100%. But when we look at the broadband, still in rural area, there is much more requirement. It is only 40% broadband density in rural area, whereas about 100 crore people, means 1,000 million people, that is 70% of the population of the country, reside in rural area. So there is a huge demand. There is a huge demand in rural area for broadband services, because now we are providing a number of services, or rather I should say most of the services for the benefit of the public, which the government fund, are now through online. Ration services, or we take any service, it requires online connectivity, broadband or internet connectivity. So there seems to be a huge demand for broadband services in rural area. Now, this is the area in which I see a lot of potential to attract FDI, to connect the unconnected. So as per an estimate, the size of the broadband, for the satellite broadband, is about $263 million in the next 4 years, that is by 2028. This is as per an estimate. This is the size of the market for broadband, satellite broadband. This is a huge opportunity. And now, because the conditions are very conducive, means from satellite communication side, from the Department of Telecom side, as well as from the Department of Space, from the space technology side, from both the fronts, the conditions are very conducive and they provide an enabling environment. So I believe that now SATCOM should attract a huge FDI in India, and I hope so that this conference will also help in this direction. Now, only one more thing I will like to mention, that the government, the BSNL, has recently floated the tender for amended BharatNet, under which 2.64 lakh village panchayats are to be connected in ring, and about 5% of them are expected to be connected over alternative technology. And I think satellite is one of the most potential alternative technology. So maybe around 10,000 or 12,000 village panchayats, they are likely to be connected over satellite also in the amended BharatNet project. Presently about 5,500 Gram Panchayats are working on satellite under the BharatNet project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for giving your perspective. So, Peng, let me bring you in at this point of a time, since you are part of GSOA. So, if you could also talk about what's happening globally on the policy space as far as the satellite function is concerned, and then come back and give your views on what you have heard on the policies from the various speakers from the government side. What would be your thought on that, and do you think anything else is required to be done?
Right, thank you very much. And first of all, thank you to IAFI for the invitation. Always a pleasure to come back here in Delhi and see good friends. Also, this is, I think, is the first conference on the space policy. And also for myself, it's the first time I represent on the new hat of GSOA. So GSOA is the Global Satellite Operator Association. We represent about 70 member operators, global satellite operators, but also satellite manufacturer and also launch providers. So we really represent the whole industry as a whole. I think the topics today and this conference is very timely, as mentioned by several speakers before, because the satellite industry is red hot right now. It's probably not as hot as the weather here, but it's still very red hot. There's many innovation happening, many kind of new ways to serve the customers. that is bringing, that really needs kind of the environment and the policy environment to continue to strive. So I think to answer your question directly, to give you a few examples of what's happening outside of India. In fact, many countries are looking at the satellite policies, and some of them looking at a specific aspect of it. So typically bringing in new NGSO licensing framework, for example, that updating that. But also other countries are having a kind of a overall kind of a overarching revamping of the satellite policy. So one of the examples right now is the European space law, which is kind of all the EU countries together. They want to revamp the way that they regulate the space, to also to bring European kind of countries more on par or kind of more competitive compared to other spacefaring nations. So typically US or India, like such kind of big nations. Europe felt that they have like 27 countries. Only together they can really come into competition with such kind of large spacefaring nations. So EU space law is currently under device, and I think it has been postponed once now, but that's still coming, and they really look at all the different aspects of the space industry, including launch, satellites, manufacturing, satellite operation, etc., etc. Some other aspects, more specific. So, for example, you probably have heard of the US FCC kind of new ruling about supplemented coverage from the sky, which is basically allowing satellite operator to use some of the terrestrial spectrum to provide service, to provide direct-to-device services. So that's, again, it's not an overarching one like the Europe doing, but it's very specific, very narrow focus, but very timely, because that's where the industry is going today. Also, some other example, typically UK, for example, UK, more specifically on the spectrum. So Ofcom has come out with a space strategy, a strategy for the space spectrum for the next 5 years. And that, again, is something that is really developing one specific part of the space kind of industry, but it's critically importance because of the spectrum, right? And so those are 3 or 4 examples that I can give, but there's many, many more. Happy to talk to you all offline if you need more information. But just looping back and really kind of more specifically to India, and I think I was really privileged to witness the development of the India space industry and space development, policy development of the last 2-3 years. From the creation of the InSpace, for example, it's very sensible for the government to set up a one-stop shop for the industry to interact with, and also to provide, as kind of a government entity to provide guidance to the industry, so that we have a clear signposting of where the government want to go, but also where kind of the industry can go, basically. But so it's very timely, the latest NGP. I think that really provides the clear kind of a guidance for the whole industry and the private sector to come in for that. So really want to congratulate Dr. Jain and also the whole InSpace team for such kind of a clear thing. So thank you.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Ben. We have Laura online. Is she available, Laura, online? Then I can bring her in, or?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Laura, yes. We can't see you, we can hear you. I thought, oh, now we can see you as well. Thank you so much. Okay, perfect. Hey, Laura, if you could come in, you work for Telesat, right, in the policy space. So, if you could first talk about, since you're talking about bringing, private investments into India, and some of the numbers, which were given by, Mr. Arun Agarwal in terms of, what's happening in the telecom space, and how SATCOM can come in. if you could talk about, do you have any plan, because right now you're not there, so, what are your plans in terms of, your own constellation covering India, and time frame for that, and also, if you want to talk about, in terms of policy, whatever you heard so far from the speakers, do you think, that is good enough? Anything more steps you're looking for at this point of a time? Over to you, Laura.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be in this session with these such distinguished panelists. And once again, thank you very much to the IAFI Foundation of India for this opportunity. This morning, I would just like to present just three slides, just to update on recent developments on Telesat Lightspeed. And this time, rather than from a regulator perspective, rather than focusing specifically on the Indian regulatory framework, I would like to keep it a bit more general and introduce the general recommendation on domestic licensing that we encourage regulators to adopt. So if we could please move to the next slide. Thank you. So I've already mentioned Telesat Lightspeed a few times in the past, but I wish to share. So Telesat Lightspeed is the new LEO constellation from Telesat. I wish to share what I believe is a very important update, and specifically since the 1st of April this year, the government of Canada has confirmed an investment of $2.1 million Canadian dollars investment in the constellation. So this means now that all the funding is in place, and the government of Canada has agreed on the final terms of the loan. So within Telesat is full steam ahead at the moment, with the planned deployment of global services for the second half of 2027. Telesat Lightspeed is not going to be a mega constellation. It's a constellation of, at least to start with, less than 200 satellites, in fact. However, it's been designed in a super efficient manner, which will guarantee global, resilient, high-capacity connectivity everywhere. It's also designed in a modular manner, so as we hope, if capacity demand will justify, more satellites can be added at a later stage. What I believe is important is also what distinguishes us from other LEO operators at the moment. Telesat Lightspeed is being specifically designed to meet the demands of business customers. In other words, for instance, telecom enterprise and governmental customers. So it's not designed as a business to consumer model, but as a business to business model, with highly secure broadband links, with low latency and committed service level agreements. So in India and elsewhere, Telesat will partner locally with local telecom providers and operators. So if we may move to the next slide, please. I will not go into the details, just to mention, but I've already mentioned this in past events, that the frequency bands to be used by Lightspeed are Ka band, both for the user links and the gateways. I'm available, of course, if anyone wishes for further details. If we may move to the next one, please. Yes, where I would like to focus more the attention, and this is something that has already been mentioned by a prior presentation from Madame Revati, is really the complementarity with the terrestrial services, which is becoming more and more evident in the very recent past. And Telesat Lightspeed specifically is really designed to complement the terrestrial services as part of a larger mobile ecosystems, including also 5G. It really has the potential to be a key enabler for universal meaningful connectivity alongside the terrestrial services. And this is in a way that will allow the rapid rollout of broadband with the availability of multi-gigabits of capacity for rural and remote community. So as I mentioned before, Telesat will partner with local telecom operators and it will be the local telecom operators that will provide a range of affordable services as well as last mile connectivity, installation, billing, and whatever is needed for local customer support. Another application of Telesat Lightspeed that we envisage and as a main drive, it will be the allowing competitive backhauling solution, once again for local terrestrial operators. And this will be, of course, for rural and remote areas. And in our view, this will bring very big advantages for the terrestrial operators because it will lower the risk on investment in terrestrial infrastructure. It will eliminate the deployment of large infrastructure, especially in difficult to reach area, and will allow for revenue generation in hard to reach markets. If we may move to the next and final slide. So from a policy perspective, and again, more in general, and also to attract investment, what is required? The regulatory aspect, in terms also of domestic licensing and market access, is an indispensable, integral part to allow all this. And there are several points that I wish to cover and highlight. So first of all, non-GSO systems have a truly global coverage. So to the extent possible, although we understand that for a region like Asia Pacific, this may not be straightforward, but some degree of harmonization in the domestic authorization process would be very important because, of course, if each different country has a completely different methodology for market access, different spectrum availability, this adds a degree of difficulty to entering the market and providing the services. What is really, really important is a transparent and streamlined regulatory process with clear rules. And in this respect, India has made huge step forwards in the last 3 years. But again, I'm addressing these issues more in general now. Excuse me. What we really encourage is a timely adoption of the most recent WRC outcomes and decision. And in particular, as most of you are aware, WRC 23 adopted resolution 123 on non-geostationary aeronautical and maritime earth station in motion in Ka band. And of course, for this resolution to be effective, it needs to be adopted, implemented at domestic level. What is also of paramount importance is a timely publication and updates of domestic framework. And this again is not the case of India, but in many countries, unfortunately, I think it's fair to say that if as a foreign operator, we try to understand from available information on websites of what the framework is not always easy to find. And not only for non-GSO, this also for GSO, but non-GSO in particular, because they are relatively new systems now, and not all regulators have adapted their domestic frameworks to allow these new systems. It's of course also important to have a clear designation of what the relevant frequencies are where non-GSO satellite systems are allowed to operate, and this needs to be reflected in the domestic table of frequency allocation. What we also advocate for is no unwarranted discrimination with respect to GSO framework networks in domestic licensing, and this is to allow a level playing field and a vibrant competitive environment, which at the end of the day is for the ultimate benefit of the customer. These new novel satellite systems like Lightspeed can use up to 4 gigahertz of band, two for the uplink and 2 for the downlink, which is a potentially large amount of spectrum. So it is important that the spectrum fees are kept to a reasonable level, especially if spectrum is to be paid per bandwidth with some sort of multiplying factor. And this is to be accompanied by, of course, sufficient spectrum availability. And I'm particularly referring, of course, for Telesat Lightspeed to Ka band. These are meant to be broadband satellite systems, and for them to be broadband, of course, a sufficient spectrum availability is key. And the very last point I wish to mention today is the following. These systems will have hundreds, thousands of user terminals operating within them. And user terminals can be land, maritime, aeronautical. If as is still the case in some countries, an individual license is required for each user terminals, this creates an extraordinary and unnecessary amount of work for the regulators, for the service providers, for the customers. So some sort of blanket authorizations that covers a number of terminals with similar technical and operational characteristics is very, very important. And with this, I wish to thank you once again for your attention and patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Mr. Khandagale, if I can bring you in, one of the points I want to pick from Laura's slide is, spectrum fees. And you work in the WPF section, kind of responsible for, you have done previously also, you have done the auctions. So, well, obviously we can't talk about the numbers and all that, but in terms of, like we have seen the Telecom Act, we know what the policy of government right now is in terms of allocation of spectrum. But still so what are the next steps in terms of, when as an industry, we will see in terms of spectrum allocation, and obviously fees is part of it. So some of that, is there a roadmap which you want to like to throw some light on?
Thank you. Thank you, esteemed panel members. Thank you, ITU APT, for giving this opportunity to share my thoughts with you. It's a wonderful conference is being organized where all the stakeholders will be brainstorming in the next 2 days with respect to how to increase the FDI in the space sector. So any policy making, it's basically a result of pull and push from all the stakeholders. So in space sector, we can see that on the one side, we are having satellite-based communication service providers. On the other side, we are having mobile service operators. And even the mobile service operators they themselves are divided. Some of them wanted the spectrum to be assigned administratively, and there was other thought that this should be assigned through auction only. Now, there are two issues, how the spectrum is to be assigned and at what consideration. Now, as far as first part is considered, that has been addressed through the Telecommunication Act passed by the Indian Parliament in 2023. Schedule 1 of the Act specifically mentioned that all the satellite-based services, including the mobile satellite services in L and S band, will be allocated through administrative mechanism. Fine, that's fine, but the moot question remains, at what consideration? So if you remember in last year, TRA has floated the consultation paper over how the spectrum is to be assigned. It was specifically mentioned that it has to be assigned through auction. And apart from other conditions, including what should be the spectrum usage charges for that. So, but parallel thing was happening, consultation was in progress, and Indian Department of Telecommunication was also in the process of formulating the Telecom Act. So in the meantime, the Telecom Act got published, and somehow that earlier consultation which was floated, that has to be modified to that extent. Now, if you see the various comments floated by the stakeholders in the consultation paper, most of them were of the view that the spectrum charges should be nominal, which covers the administrative cost. And most of them were of view that it should be, let's say, 1% of AGR. So that final takeover that is yet to happen, that is work in progress, and it is up to try to suggest what should be the actual associated charging mechanism in this regard. Now, if you see within the space-based communication services, there are two types of charging regimes. One is formula-based, that is 35,000 into bandwidth factor. Okay, as my earlier speaker also pointed out that there are certain applications which will be having huge bandwidth. So that obviously may result into the higher spectrum usage charges. And there are certain applications like commercial VSAT, for which the charging is happening on the percent of AGR basis. So right now, if you say the way forward is that with respect to SOC charging, there has to be uniformity. Means it's not that different services will be having different charging mechanism. So obviously that has to come from TRAI. Department has sought their views with respect to this spectrum charging mechanism, and it would be examined by the department as and when such recommendation come from the TRAI. As I pointed out, there are always a pull and pressures. There is a voice from telecom industry also that we have to ensure that same service, same rules should apply. So it's like a policy conundrum right now, but in such a scenario, there is always a guiding light. And for us, that guiding light is, you say, Bentham principle, maximum benefit for the maximum number of people, and obviously the Indian Constitution. So providing the digital communication services to the unconnected as well as unserved area is most important to the government right now, and it has been very well reflected in the Indian Telecommunication Act also through the mode of assignment for the satellite-based services. With respect to SOC, I would like to say that it is still work in progress, and appropriate decision will be taken in the interest of all the stakeholders, including the satellite-based communication services sector, so that this is a sunrise industry. And as pointed out that in the next 10 years, we want to increase its contribution from 2% to let's say 8 to 10%. And as Dr. Jain rightly pointed out that by 2032, we aim to take this space-based economy from 8.4 billion to 44 billion. And we are looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Just one follow-up question to you. So since you said that, you know, the guidance will come from TRAI, and the process for that is that DOT sends a reference to TRAI. So has that reference gone, or it will go after, you know, couple of weeks once the new government is in place?
I think WPC will be better positioned to say that whether that modified reference has gone or not.
I request, let us focus on the topic of this thing now. You will see everything will come in the thing.
All right.
I sincerely request the moderator.
We are always more inquisitive. Okay. Mr. Tiwari, if you would like to, you know, give your views, you know, you have all the experience, you know, being ex-member technology, but going forward, you know, as you're seeing the policy framework and, you know, what you have heard from other speakers, what would be your views?
So good afternoon, and I'm really thankful to IAFI, Mr. Bhatia and SC Soni Saab for giving me this opportunity and organizing such a very good conference on Indian space sector, actually, which is open up for new private investors also. Actually, your reply for this, basically, I will gather some inputs from the given by the DOT, and Madam Revati has refused to comment something about that question. That whether this, as Mr. Anil Khandagil has said, that we will send some reference to the TRAI to give the pricing, etc. And definitely DOT on any licensing issue works on the TRAI this thing recommendations. Based on that, only they take policy decision. So I remember in past, during my tenure, we have sent some reference to TRAI for the space-based communication. And I see that some TRAI senior officer, probably he is retired now, he's sitting there, and he might be having privy to those informations. I don't know what has been cooked in the TRAI, because last year in the July 2014, July 2023, somewhere in the mid-July, OHD has happened to that. And Act came somewhere on 24th of December last year. So 4 or 5 months for TRAI is quite a big time. Normally TRAI is having very good, actually excellent records and probably track records. They might have concluded something. I don't know whether those conclusions has been reflected because TRAI has not given any report on methodology of the spectrum assignment. I will not say now spectrum assignment because reference, I believe, Madam Revati, it was sent for auction of space-based communication, right? So those outcomes are not in the public domain, so I cannot comment, but Act has been, now it is legislation basically, it has been passed. Of course, it is not notified, those portions are not notified. But Schedule 16 entries, vis-a-vis all the learned audience here who are sitting and they are having more experience in the Indian regulatory the space actually segment. They know better what happens. And in 2G case, if we look into the back from the 2G case and if you take those judgments, because while sitting in DOT, I was first asked by those senior officers that you go through the 2G judgment totally, literally actually, and so that, your working, this thing will be like that, aligned to that judgment. So the Schedule 16, which is incorporated here, and particularly entry 16, Schedule 1, entry 16, that is for the space-based communication and for many other. There is in this act, through item, the section 4, subclause 5A3, probably you might be knowing better, A3 probably deals that for any entry, center may amend the entry subject to the conditions that it fits, it suits or not suits the technical and economical conditions. So legislation has put a rider that every entry in Schedule 1 should pass a test of 4.5A3. And this Schedule 1 is not a sacrosanct. It has not taken incarnation from somewhere. Someone has made it. And I believe that those entries might have passed this 4.5A3. And if it is not passed, then it is probably a violation, because looking to the earlier judgment, which was very detrimental and which created very wrong environment for the investors. And after lying, going forward some 10, 12 years, then only India could get the real atmosphere of this thing, investor friendly. So in this space sector, to get the more and more this thing investment, probably our regulatory certainty is much required. And to my personal view and whatever I have dealt in the DOT, of course it was 1.5 years back, I don't find this entry 16 is really a regulatory certainty. It doesn't lead to that direction. Because from the other angle also, as Mr. Arun Agarwal has said, probably I'm having 4 or 5 minutes for me. Yeah. Okay. So as DDG Satellite has said, those days, ease of doing business and all these things, and investor and as well as stakeholders friendly, there was total atmosphere, and probably that same sentiments are continued in the DOT. So all these NOCC reforms and satellite reforms, that's were carried out during my tenure at that time. And Madam Revati was very much, supporting to all those things. We could achieve those things actually. So to make a atmosphere investment friendly, this regulatory certainty is very much required. For the example, as Arun Kumar has said, that that I find as a kind of hype also, that NGSO which is coming, which is a competing service actually, they will also provide a broadband to end user, which a terrestrial service operator is also providing a broadband to the end user. So what is the difference? So it is one and the same service. So if the one and the same service, so as per the Articles 14 of the Constitution, they should get the same, same treatment. same service, same rule. Someone mentioned, probably Mr. Khandagil said that same service, same rule. So are we really giving same service, same rule? I mean, following this, probably that we have to consider. So if the broadband is the end user, FWA is the end user, as a user sitting in my whole apartment, I don't know how my broadband is coming, whether my FWA is looking to the nearest tower of 5G tower, or it is upward sky to looking to some NGSO. For me, it is a material as a layman, and I'm getting very best of service. So end product is same. So the hype which has been created that NGSO will be providing a broadband service at par to the terrestrial, to a remote and a hilly station where 5G and fibers could not reach. True, but does this GMPCS license envisage that they will provide service only in the remote area? No. That is pan-India actually. So if they have to provide, and I can imagine the first ever NGSO, user terminal, that will be provided somewhere in the Manesar or here in Delhi or some remote, I mean this commercial area. Forget, I mean those areas of Ladakh and other this thing. Because for that, actually government will have to come, they will provide kind of subsidy or they will pay for community, this thing as Mr. Arun has said, that government of India is distributing ration. So for that, to reduce the digital divide, government of India will have to step in, they will pay for those bandwidths and they will serve the community. But for the NGSO purpose, for the business purposes, both are one and the same. So in that view, what I feel, that spectrum assignment and all these things should be on the same principles as terrestrial are doing, because earlier this GSO, whatever they were giving for the backhaul or for the this thing, CUG, VSAT and all these things, those were non-competing services. But now it is competing to broadband, internet and FWA. Those are level playing field, same business, same output, same product. So same product should get same treatment. That's what I feel. So this was probably one kind of part of this. Anything else you asked? Probably I just flown in some other direction.
That's it. I'll come back with the second round of questions.
So that's what, I mean, it may be my personal view, but I feel from the DOT perspective also, it will be good in everyone's this thing that 45A3 should be applied to each and every entry, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Just a suggestion.
Thank you.
That goes without saying, sir, there will always be a level playing field between different technologies, sir.
Rahul, let me bring you in now. One is that I know OneWeb has been, kind of have been getting ready as far as launch of service is concerned. So what are the further? I mean, all the policies and all what we have heard so far. So what are the further reforms you feel are required in the licensing sphere in particular? So that was one question. And second is, given all the discussions around spectrum, if you could also talk about how can we improve the financial sustainability and viability of the sector.
Thank you, Pankaj. Thank you, Mr. Bhatia from IAFI for organizing this sort of a manthan on satellite issues. It really provides the right forum and opportunity to bring out all the views among stakeholders, what they think and what they feel on what the future of satellite is. First, let me start by thanking three people who are sitting on this stage who have actually enabled OneWeb journey in India. Dr. Jain, who has given the first authorization for NGSO in India. Dr. Jain, thank you so much for encouraging OneWeb. Mr. Tiwari, who as a capacity of member technology gave us the first license to promote satellite communication in India, to cover far-flung and rural areas, and really herald the satellite revolution in India. And the office of the DDG satellite, of course, was involved in that process. And Revati madam, who has now given us some test spectrum where we have been working very collaboratively, primarily with defense users, to see the capability of the systems which are available with us. As far as the policy regime is concerned, I think over last 3 years, and I will not repeat what Dr. Jain and DDG Satellite, also Director Satellite offered, that we have much more clarity in path and vision of how the satellite is going to pan out. There is now a full space regulator in space, and there's huge amount of clarity which Dr. Jain and his team does in terms of certainty which has to be there and how we are going to get everything which is required for a launch. And that certainty was very essential. It was not that the ISRO days were not there, but now there is absolute clarity on steps to be taken, what is the next step to do, how to proceed. And for an investor, that's a huge thing when he's investing, particularly when we are talking about NGSO and LEOs, because we are not talking of a launch of 1, 2, or 3 satellites, we're talking about thousands of satellites which are now going up in air. So that clarity is there, the in-space regulator is there, and they are seized of how this satellite is really, SATCOM is ready to go. There is a decadal vision which you mentioned, clearly brings out the investments which are required and the potential which is there with us. If you look at 8% and 44 billion, it's a huge amount of number for our industry to be in, and I think that is a very encouraging road. We now have the FDI policy in place. We also have the Spacecom policy being implemented in full force. I think 1, 2, or 3 set of areas where we can still, look at, and when I say this, it's more from a Gordon Gekko mindset that I need more, right? It's not that we are not happy right now. I think 2 or 3 areas where we can definitely look at is that one is that this licensing situation which is there, particularly for a NGSO, the model sometimes is either the NGSO himself provides the services, or like in case of OneWeb, for example, we may not want to be, we have a model where the local partner actually fronts the service, and then we own just the gateway infrastructure. Now, TRA was seized of the matter. TRA has given a recommendation which said that you can do that, but the spectrum part still remains with the operator. I think that is something which we need to look at, because eventually, the gateway operator will require to use spectrum, right? And so, little bit of flexibility on that will really going to enable the business models to roll out faster, because then the local partner can take a lot of lead and roll out the services they want to. I think second area where we have seen a lot of refinement already happening is on this interministerial committee and the setup which we have. Though a lot of progress has now been made and we have got a much stricter time frames, but I'm saying we need to still push ourselves harder and see how do we still crash those timelines further. Spectrum is used everywhere. If I'm in Bombay and Pune, I'm on the border sitting in Thane, there will be spectrum interference coming from both sides of the LSA. But we have evolved mechanisms over time through WPC that how we're going to settle these. It's a little more complex naturally for satellites, but I'm saying our vision should be that we still try to break down and make these processes simpler. Other area now with more and more satellite systems coming in is going to be how do we really harmonize ourselves with international norms in terms of interference mitigation techniques, etc. There is a huge amount of mention of that in the in-space guidelines, and I'm sure that is one area which will remain seized for us. So I think these are smaller. And one more thing I can add. See, while the in-space and the space guidelines have talked about our gateway infrastructure in India being used for providing services to SAARC countries, for example, right? That enabling portion is something which the licensing regime also has to now recognize, so that we can really use our systems and really use our infrastructure better and monetize it better to be able to do it. Let me now come back to the topic which somehow you are trying to trigger more intensely than what the topic of the discussion was, which was investments. But let me have my take on spectrum as well. I think 2 or 3 things bear fruit. Is that satellite is a service which will always primarily remain a complementary service to the terrestrial. Terrestrial services and networks today are covering large portions of 95% population, but only 80% geographical coverage, right? That's the reality of where we are. How do we still bridge that gap for that 5%? Do we want to bridge that gap for 5%? And do we want a full geographical coverage to be there? Are our coastal areas completely covered? Is my Coast Guard sitting on the fence with Pakistan able to get a coverage? Is my soldier sitting in Leh-Ladakh border covered by terrestrial coverage today? Is Arunachal Pradesh, where China is showing a 5G coverage, I don't have coverage? Are we ready commercially to roll out there or not? See, these are some of the questions which are there. As a policy maker, one has to decide. Now, one can go with a full hog commercial model and say, no, I will give you the spectrum at the same cost and same price and everything. And then if that was there, then why have you not rolled out the service in those areas? Because it is commercially not viable to do it. So you need to have and use a complementary service to be able to provide a service. Now, arguments have been made to say that there is a schedule, there is schedule 5, there is schedule 4, there is a section. I'm only trying to say that in all wisdom, the cabinet of the country took a decision that they want to come up with a Telecom Act. In that wisdom, they took the bill to the parliament. Parliament is the highest decision-making body in the country. In that wisdom, the parliament passed the Telecom Bill. That Telecom Bill has been passed. The Telecom Act is there. The rules are being under framing happening. There must have been some thought and process applied as to why it should happen. Why would they not see that only auction should be the method used for that? So there is some acknowledgement of a dire need that some services require some sort of a discussion. Let me take it back to some time. We rolled out 5G services. Mr. Tiwari was there, he was member technology that time. It was quite clear at that time that if you roll out 5G services without having E-band, the rollout of 5G services is going to be hugely impacted. I think the DOT and TRAI took a very brave decision to say that I am going to give E-band and I am going to give it administratively. Why that decision was taken? Because it was felt incumbent that you have to roll out 5G services, you do require a backhaul. So I'm saying the need and timing of everything is quite clear. Now tomorrow in future, if one comes up to say what we are hearing in technology space, that there is going to be a direct-to-device, that the satellite is going to use the terrestrial spectrum to be able to give a service, if that happens, then naturally you are on a different latitude and different plane. If you are using terrestrial spectrum, you will have to pay for the auction rate which the terrestrial players pay. It cannot be expected that a satellite player will hive on and use a terrestrial spectrum but not pay for it. And that is a very unfair assumption. That absolutely aligned. But to say that the entire plethora of all satellite services today should be clubbed into an auction spectrum is clearly going to be a deathbed for the satellite service. And not deathbed for that, deathbed for the need which can be immediately addressed for this service. Now, if you reach a revenue regime, if you reach a point where the revenues become humongous, you can always take a course correction. When we started out in terrestrial spectrum, were we paying a revenue share? No. We were supposed to pay a fixed revenue share. The government in its dire need decided that if I have to encourage a sector, I will change the rules of the game. The rules of the game were changed, right? And the decision was taken. So I'm saying government is cognizant of what is required to be done for the country. Now we can keep on going in loops, we can keep on discussing the same issue and again, but I'm saying the window of addressing that need is now. Because we have seen when you are able to digitize and provide services to this unconnected mass, that's got a huge socio-economic impact. And I think we should use the technology to our advantage rather than to say that this is something which we want to work against. So this is my view as far as I feel on spectrum.
Thank you, thank you, Rahul. For your views. We are almost, coming to the end of the session. I would like to take, a couple of audience questions, very specific to on the investment side, not on the spectrum side. You want to just keep away from that topic. But before that, any closing comments from Dr. Jain or Ma'am Revati from your side? Anything? Okay. Okay. Could we, any question? Yeah.
I'm Bimal Baklu. Actually, the question is about the policy with respect to the end of use service, like we talked about space debris. Is it a part of the service condition that that will be the responsibility of the entity which launches that? That's my question about it.
Yeah, so to reply to that, yes, as we mentioned in the criteria, one of the criteria for before giving the authorization is to see whether all the space debris mitigation guidelines by United Nations as well as some of the guidelines which would be brought in by Department of Space are adhered to. We have also in our NGP brought out some of the guidelines and some of the best practices along with the recommendation towards the space debris mitigation and the responsible behavior which is expected from the Indian satellite operators in terms of not creating the debris and then do the certain mitigation measures even after the end of operational life of the satellite.
I think space debris is a very important topic for any satellite system which is now coming up. And mostly now the new systems which are coming up actually are coming up with that consciousness as to how will we address that. In fact, for example, the OneWeb satellite system itself has a deorbiting feature that satellites will deorbit at a particular time, right? So that consciousness and that awareness is terrifically increased, and I think the InSpace is very cognizant even in their guidelines which have been issued on the entire subject.
Thank you, sir.
Are you going?
Okay. Can I, Pankaj? Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Devashish Bhattacharya from Broadband India Forum. My question is to Dr. Jain. It is my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that in the NGP guidelines for non-Indian satellites who are required to take registration under the for operating in India under form InSpace, they are required to transfer their non-ITU, non-Indian filings, ITU filings, to Indian ITU, Indian filing within a specified time period. And they have to give a declaration to that effect if they want to take registration for serving the Indian customer. Is that correct? And if it is, sir, how does this, is there a laid down procedure? I didn't see it in the NGP guidelines. Thank you.
So the answer is no. It is not a mandatory condition that the non-government Indian satellite capacity, which is under authorization, has to come or operate satellite under Indian ITU filing. However, if some satellite operator is willing to operate their satellite under Indian ITU filing, that would be, those applications would be prioritized. And as an incentive, which is the part of the Indian space policy itself, and as a part of incentive, we have also brought out that such satellite we can consider giving the authorization till the end of operational life of the satellite, and the prioritization in the processing of the application. With regard to the process of operating satellite, that is also defined in the NGP. Probably you should see more closely. It is there under the chapter 4, I think section 3.
Thank you, sir. Yes. There was also somebody was raising hand on the back side. So
Pankaj, I'm also waiting here.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Hello, sir. I have a general question. My question is, what is common and uncommon in India's domestic space policies and regulations compared to NASA, USA?
So, see, as far as policy is concerned, first of all, there is no NASA policy and all. You can talk about the US, there are different authorization bodies. For the launch services, there is a different body, FAA, and for the spectrum and the other thing, it is the FCC. See, any policy at the government is again prerogative of the individual government based on what is the ecosystem is there and what is their next course of action. US, you know that it's already a spacefaring nation and one of the leading spacefaring nation. They have their ecosystem already in place. As far as India is concerned, we certainly come one among the 6 spacefaring nation. But as you might have noticed also, that so far were confined ourselves, the all Indian space activity, to the government use by the government agency. And that is the reason we find that a lot of potential is there to tap the global space economy, which that's what we have told that in our vision, that we have the target of taking it from 2% to the 8% of the global space economy. Towards that, the policies are designed. So there has to be some differences. We are coming now more liberal with an aim to promote the private entities and the Indian space sector. So there is a difference, and there would be difference.
Thank you,
Sir, and then we can have one more gentleman at the back, but sir, please.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, my name is Rakesh.
After this.
It was my turn. No?
Okay, go ahead.
Let him.
Yeah, good afternoon. I am Dr. Lal Singh. I retired as an advisor from DOT in 2017. And my question is actually relating to the, the harmonization of satellite and terrestrial communication. That is very important point. And to make the services affordable for the people who are sitting in remote areas, as we were talking about. So a lot of it has to be a lot of innovation and R&D which has to take place.
Sir, please.
Just many thanks. Really, in space, and you have done the fantastic job of easing out the space sector. My simple, small question is that you said in your presentation that orbital slots and those things will be for Indian filing. This will be given to the others who want to use it. Is it a tradable thing? How do you want to do that? Is there any charges for that? How you want to work it on that? That's one. Second thing is, if there's any orbital slot outside which is not there, if I register it as the Indian slot, will that organization, will that country administration allow it? If it happens, then how we negotiate that thing?
Yeah. So first thing is that orbital slot or orbital resources are not tradable. I think all of us understand very well. We are all veteran here. When I said that we have the scheme and the initiative to make the available Indian ITU filing, Indian orbital resource available or access to the Indian entities. It does not mean that that particular orbit spectrum resource is being transferred or traded to a particular Indian entity. Government of India, WPC is the custodian of spectrum. Indian ITU filings, and everyone does that, which are probably, we don't envisage that those could be used immediately, and or those could be useful for the other private Indian entities to bring up their satellite quickly, because all of us understand the ITU filing and getting the orbit spectrum resources through a coordination process, a long drawn process, takes 6 to 7 years sometime. And this is one way wherein unutilized Indian ITU filing can be used by the Indian entities. So this is what is the idea. There is no trading involved here. It's announcement of opportunity, transparent process. If you go through our NGP, we are told also what process would be followed. So we are very transparent in that. And so that is the first question. With regard to second question, also again same thing. It is not that someone is trying to transfer the orbit resource to the Indian orbital under Indian ITU filing. It's not so. It's a perfectly like it's a making a new Indian ITU filing, operating the satellite through the ITU process under the same ITU filing with the proper frequency coordination with all the other neighboring satellite operators. There is no question of any trading. There is no question of violating any Indian ITU filing. So probably someone reads the NGP very carefully, and I think here most of the Indian non-Indian satellite operators, they understand the things very well. They are in touch with us wherever, as and when the clarity is required. We are having one-to-one discussions also with them.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are out of time, already 5 minutes over time. So with a big round of applause to all the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you, ma'am. It indeed was an interesting and a power-packed session. I extend my sincere gratitude to our esteemed panelists for enriching us with their invaluable viewpoints and excellent presentations. I thank Dr. Laura for taking out time and joining us virtually. Thank you, ma'am. I request Srimati Manepalli, ma'am, to kindly present a memento as a token of love and appreciation to our panel members. Firstly, to Shri Arun Agarwal ji. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. I thank Shri Agarwal ji for joining us. To Mr. Peng Jhao, sir. Thank you, sir. To Shri A.K. Tiwari ji. Thank you, Mr. Tiwari, for joining us today. Thank you, Revati ma'am, for doing the honors. I request our Dr. P.K. Jain, our session chair, to please present a memento to Shri Kandagale Dhammapal Anil sir. Thank you, sir, for joining us. To Shri Rahul Vatsa. Thank you very much. I would like to request Bharat sir to please present a memento to Dr. P.K. Jain. Thank you, Dr. Jain, for joining us and chairing the session. And to Shri Pankaj Sharma sir for moderating the session. Thank you, Shri Sharma ji. I request our panel members to kindly pose for a group photograph. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we here break for lunch. I'd like to request you all to kindly join us back in 45 minutes time, that is 2 p.m. We'll see you right after the break because we have a lot many sessions which are fiery and power packed. See you on the other side of the break. Thank you very much.
Recording in progress.
May I request all our guests to kindly be seated for us to begin? I request all our guests to kindly settle down for us to begin. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after the lunch break. I know post-lunch sessions are always very, very heavy to the heads, but I promise you all that this one is going to be very, very fiery. With immense gratitude and applauses, I welcome our panelists of this session on spectrum sharing between satellite and terrestrial services. I welcome the session chair, Shri Gulab Chandji, Joint Wireless Advisor, WPC DOT, to kindly grace the stage. Welcome, sir. He has over 33 years of experience in telecommunications sector. He has played key roles in policy formulation, regulation, licensing, and planning, representing Indian administration at various ITUR meetings. He has also been instrumental in multiple spectrum auctions since 2015. His tireless efforts to safeguard the country's interests during the WRC 23 meeting in Dubai are highly commendable. Welcome, sir. Moderating the session, we have with us Shri S.T. Abbas ji, Principal Advisor, Broadcasting and Cable Services, TRI. Welcome, sir. He's responsible for regulatory and licensing matters concerning broadcasting and cable services, spectrum and networks. Throughout his career, he has held various positions in the telecommunications sector encompassing telecom projects, telecom operations, regulation and policy formulation. His exceptional dedication to the field and extensive experience in DOT and TRI makes him a valuable asset to the telecommunications sector. Joining them on stage are panelists, Shri Vikram Tewatia ji, DDG, COAI. Welcome, Mr. Tewatia. He has over 25 years of experience in the telecommunications industry with a focus on public policy, regulatory affairs, and industry advocacy. He's a member of Joint Working Group on Cybersecurity, chaired by Deputy National Security Advisor. He's passionate about the role of telecommunications in enabling economic growth and social development and committed to working with government and industry stakeholders to create a supportive policy environment for the deployment of new technologies such as 5G and broadband. Joining us next on the stage, retired Brigadier Anil Tandonji, DGBIF. Welcome, sir. He's recognized as India's telecom technology leader. He worked as Chief Technology Officer at Idea Cellular, India's third largest telecom operator since 2003. Mr. Tandon took on the role of Group CTO at Leica Mobile, UK from December 2020 till June 2023. He received Outstanding Leadership Award from Aditya Birla Group, stand as testament to his exceptional leadership and vision. Welcome, sir. Joining him on stage, Shri Paramjit Singh Puri ji, Director Memberships Wi-Fi Alliance. Welcome, sir. Mr. Puri is a distinguished leader in the ICT industry with a rich career spanning senior positions at renowned organizations like AT&T, Cisco, Siemens, Compaq, and Epson. His passion for and dedication to Wi-Fi and unlicensed spectrum have been evident over past 15 years. His vast experience and tireless advocacy for Wi-Fi and unlicensed spectrum have undoubtedly made him a driving force in the advancement of these technologies. Next, we have Dr. Sendil Kumar Devar, Director, Standards and Spectrum Ericsson. Welcome, sir. He is currently responsible for leading standardization and spectrum engagements in India. He works closely with the national, regional, and global working groups related to standards and spectrum matters. He actively contributed in IMT 2020-2030 process. He was awarded PhD in Electrical Engineering with specialization in wireless communication from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. He also has a career stint as a mentor in a patent service organization dealing with patents for 4G standards and high-tech industries. Last but not the least, please welcome with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, Shri Tarun Chitkara, Vice President, Regulatory Affairs, Bharti Airtel. With more than 20 years of invaluable experience in Airtel regulatory function, he has successfully handled various issues, assignments, ranging from operational to more strategic and sensitive issues. He's having a deep understanding of Indian regulatory environment and development since privatization of telecom sector. His expertise lies in telecom, broadcasting regulations, and corporate affairs, making him an indispensable asset to the company. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, please welcome all our panelists on this stage. And I'll hand over the dais to our moderator, Shri S.T. Abbas ji.
I'll request the session chair for keynote address, Shri Gulab Chand ji.
I thought I'm the moderator and the chair as well, so thank you. So I welcome you all, the dignitaries sitting on dais and off the dais. And I think we already had two sessions, and by this session, I think every topic, every session might start appearing same as the previous one. But as I am accompanied by, I think, very good panel of speakers ranging from the regulator. He has, of course, become moderator. I thought he will also speak. So I'm accompanied by the regulator, the service provider, and the manufacturer. So I think this is going to be an interesting session, and hopefully we'll be having the Q&A, which will be kind of most interesting. So as keynote address, I must tell you that the sharing, basically, ITUR is basically dealing with the sharing of spectrum by different radio communication services. So broadly, there are two kinds of services, terrestrial and satellite. And again, they are further classified into various services, totaling to 41 services. So this time around, we see that almost more than 50% of the agenda items at ITUR are pertaining to satellite. So by this, we can raise the importance of spectrum for the satellite sector. And to my mind, the most important agenda item in this cycle would be the possibility of sharing the sub 2.5 gigahertz spectrum for direct-to-device applications in the ITUR. And to me, personally, that appears most challenging as to how the same frequency, that too in the lower frequency ranges, can be used for with mobile for terrestrial base station as well as the base station in the sky. So that is really going to be very, very interesting and a breakthrough technology to be available to the mankind. And I'm eagerly awaiting the outcomes of WRC, at which I think most of the things will get clarified and would be able to understand the things in totality. So I don't want to waste my time, and now I hand over the responsibility of conducting this program to the moderator, Principal Advisor Trai. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Shri Gulab Chand ji. So I have got 5 panelists here, so I'll give 5 minutes each to each of them for their opening remarks, and then there will be some questions from my side, and then after that questions from the audience. So before that, just for setting the tone, basically now the coexistence and collaboration is the new mantra, particularly for the telecom sector, where the spectrum is the scarce resources, and now the terrestrial services are moving to the higher bands and the satellites are moving to the further higher bands. So each services is chasing the other one. And the requirement of the user or the requirement of the industry is the ubiquitous coverage. So that is the main challenge, that how to have the ubiquitous coverage, because the terrestrial network has a limit to provide the coverage. So those areas where the terrestrial network is commercially not viable to provide the services, so those areas can be covered by satellite communication. And not only ubiquitous coverage, but the seamless ubiquitous coverage is the main requirement, meaning thereby that if a mobile subscriber is moving from one area to another area, and if he moves out of the terrestrial cellular coverage, he should be latched on to the satellite coverage, and the same handset should starts receiving the signal from satellite, and he is still connected. So that is the propositions which has already been included in the vision document of the 6G, that there has to be a ubiquitous coverage, and the concept of non-terrestrial network, NTN, that has been come up with the release 17 of the 3GPP. So they have already provided the specifications and details about some of the MSS bands which have been identified by 3GPP, and consisting of S-band frequencies in which the NTN can be deployed currently, and which can be direct to device. And the another aspect is the supplemental coverage from the space, in which the already identified IMT spectrum can be used in the satellites, and G node B can be placed in the satellite so that the devices can directly communicate with the satellite through the same UU interface. So the need of spectrum managers and regulators is to basically permit the use of IMT spectrum in the satellite and satellite spectrum for the terrestrial connectivity. So that interlinking between the two is the need of the hour. And so handset also needs to support both kind of a spectrum. Currently IMT spectrums is already supported by the handsets. The handset is now, the chips are being improved to support the MSS spectrum also. So these are the solutions which are being made by the equipment manufacturers and chip makers to facilitate and enable the ubiquitous connectivity and ubiquitous coverage of the combined terrestrial and non-terrestrial network. So with this background, I will now start the opening remarks by our panelists. So let us begin with Mr. Vikram Tiwatia. So 5 minutes to you for the opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Gulab Chand ji and Abbas ji. And of course, to the organizers for setting this up. So, you know, based on what we picked up in the pre-lunch session and now, one of the good things to begin with is, let's begin with the good news story. So in the G20, one of the very interesting and very focused attention that India paid to was digital public infrastructure. right? So let's just take a mind as to how was India able to, have a conversation within the G20 as well as now the rest of the world about the services and the benefits that accrue due to a build-up of a digital public infrastructure, and predominantly in this case, it's wireless. It's terrestrial wireless. And that is the good part, and compliments to the Indian telecom sector that has enabled this. Now, obviously, it is this digital infrastructure that we are trying to build further by using various technology options, whether they are IMT based or terrestrial or non-terrestrial based. So obviously, developments have happened globally. There is new effort, there's new research happening. And the question now, obviously, is, as it's quite evident what Abbasji mentioned, is how do we have a harmonious relationship in building this infrastructure, and what resources do we put together as a country, and increasingly, because all these networks are also connected globally. If you're talking of these satellites, there are 4 satellite systems out there today, which are the dominant ones, right? In the end, what is being delivered, courtesy both terrestrial, non-terrestrial, it is a broadband service or a service in this, is what is the usefulness of all this effort to the common person. So that is the end point that comes to mind. And obviously, once you can identify what there is, and that is what, while we were not able to draw out as much, is where the investments will get attracted to build that network, either terrestrial or non-terrestrial. So obviously, interference studies and coexistence studies, the WRC 19 has done a very, very good job of identifying various agenda items over which focused effort can be put both nationally and by coordinating internationally, both in the Region 3 as well as various ITU working groups, to arrive at a solution or a proposal which can then get discussed as we go along in the study cycle, and finally an outcome of WRC 27. What Gulab Chandji alluded to, because as spectrum regulators and spectrum managers, I think this is going to be a very interesting phase where terrestrial networks have done a lot of great work, and the satellite people are actually getting together, and there's a lot of discussion that's going to come about. So with that, I'll hand it back to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Vikramji. So you're well taken the point that it has to be usefulness to the end consumer, that he should get the broadband either through terrestrial or non-terrestrial network. So good to hear that. Now I move on to the next speaker, Mr. Dr. Sendil Kumar. Okay, yes. So he will give the presentation.
This is an attempt to keep us awake after the lunch. I thought visuals will keep us our eyes open. So this is a short presentation on, basically the subject was about sharing studies, and I wanted to give an idea about how we have been doing the sharing of spectrum between terrestrial and satellite. And this is a scenario which sees that even we are in a scarce remote areas, we have people using phones, and there are also satellite-based broadband being used. And at some point, we are also seeing a merging of both the system on the same devices, like MSS and IMT bands. I think we are moving towards where this is getting closer. Firstly, before I get onto the subject, I want to thank Bhatia ji, IAFI, and all my colleagues on the dais. I think it has been a privilege to share the dais talking about topics. And the first thing today I heard from one of the guests here was, what are you doing in a satellite conference? That's what is happening in WRC also, right? So we are doing satellite and IMT together in few of the agendas. Can you go to the next slide, please? So what I thought is we'll have a quick look at what we have. How are we sharing the spectrum below 7 gigahertz today between satellite and IMT, and then we see how we are going to study in the next cycle. Can you go to the next cycle? Yeah. So today we have a large deployment of IMT, that is 5G in the mid-band, 3.5. It's an FSS downlink system, especially we have NAVIC system, which Madam Revati had mentioned. And it's a little bit non-typical deployment because the earth station that we have, talking to the receiving from the NAVIC, it's not focused or fixed towards one particular location. It keeps moving across different orientation. So for a given time, what we do is over a 24-hour cycle, we know in a given azimuth direction, this is the elevation at which it has to focus towards a particular NAVIC satellite. And then at some point of time, the azimuth and the elevation angle changes. So what we have been doing as a coordination is a coexistence mechanism where in all the 6 sites, ISRO and the TSPs, they have actually found out a zone that in this particular direction, this is how much of exclusion you are supposed to stay out so that the IMT station which is transmitting does not interfere with the FSS receiver station. So this is a national level decision to coexist between a satellite service and a terrestrial service. This is how we are doing in the mid-band, 3.5. Now if you go to the next slide, the next mid-band where we are trying to share the spectrum with satellite is the upper 6 gigahertz band that has come out from this WRC. So you see there are small 2 portions of this FSS region. One portion which is the AP30B, which is paired with the 4.5 gigahertz band, which is also an agenda item in next to WRC. So there we have an FSS downlink, and here we have an FSS uplink. Again, in this WRC, we came up with a fancy, or I would say an advanced way of sharing the spectrum with the satellite service. Can you go to the next slide, please? So this is a screenshot from one of the interesting discussion happening. UK is the speaker at this point. So what we see is, instead of having an exclusion zone or a power limit, what we have is a different kind of a compliance that has to be put on a product, so that when there are deployments, they have a specific mask in which the radiation has to happen in a IMT base stations. This is in 6 gigahertz. Now if you go to the next slide, so when we move ahead to WRC 27, we are talking about 7 to 8.4, which is immediately after 6, where, if you go to the next slide, please. So this is the paired spectrum, which is paired with AP30B. This is a downlink. So possibly we could expect this is again spaced over. There could be some kind of an exclusion zone, but it has to depend on how we are using it nationally. And possible way of sharing would be using some exclusion zone kind of approach. Next slide. Now this is the band 1.7 agenda, where we have 7125 to 8.4. Again, there are multiple types of satellite services which are operating. There are MSS, there is fixed satellite services. Again, when we talk about MSS, we also have non-GSO satellites operating, so it is important that the earth station which is talking to the satellite may not be exactly fixed in one particular direction. So potentially we may expect even more advanced new ways of sharing the spectrum with satellite service. This will come when we go through the sharing study cycle. Next slide, please. And this is the spectrum 14.8 to 15.35. Even though there is no in-band FSS satellite service, there is an adjacent band, but at least in India, we have a lot of fixed links here. So I don't see we might be able to even do IMT even if the sharing was feasible. We have a very large, dense deployment of fixed services. So this is a situation of the satellite and the terrestrial service all the way till 15 gigahertz now and till WRC. I think I'm setting the stage for further discussions when you're in the panel. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Sendil Kumar, for giving this insight into the future bands which are being studied for WRC 27 for IMT or satellite decisions. So now moving to the third panelist, I will request Shri Paramjeet Singh Puri to give the opening remarks.
Yeah, I also have a
Presentation. Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Bharatji and IAFI, to inviting maybe somebody
who's not maybe a main player in this discussion, but Wi-Fi, which is the digital workhouse of the digital economy, has always been considered an outsider. When we talk about the most sexier technologies like 5G, 6G, satellite. So Wi-Fi is not a sexy technology. Wi-Fi is the workhorse of the digital economy. So I'm representing the Wi-Fi Alliance, which is the international industry organization, and we own the trade name of Wi-Fi. So we have close to 1,000 members across the globe, and we are the people who have developed the various aspects of Wi-Fi 4, Wi-Fi 5, Wi-Fi 6, and we launched Wi-Fi 7 in January this year, and including all the security protocols related to Wi-Fi, WPA2, WPA3, Wi-Fi Halo for IoT. These are all, the development work which is happening within the Wi-Fi Alliance. Next slide, please. I'll leave this. The next slide, please. Okay, yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so my discussion and some of my talking points are going to be related to the 6 gigahertz spectrum per se. And the reason we are saying that is because, to the august audience over here, and to the Indian government, the government of India representatives over here, and the industry representatives over here, Wi-Fi, unfortunately, has not taken off in India. And I say this in every forum which I speak in India, that today, in terms of unlicensed and Wi-Fi, we, as a country, are the least behind if we compare to what we have done in the region of the space technology or in the region of the IMT technology, cellular technology. We have achieved fair amount of heights in that. But in Wi-Fi, we are nowhere. And one of the main reasons is because of our telecom operators have not taken any interest in taking Wi-Fi as a complementary technology and working hand-to-hand with that. For some reason, they have taken it as a competitive technology, which we do not understand, because worldwide, Wi-Fi and 5G, they coexist and they work in the same spectrum very beautifully. And that's the case also with the satellite technology, that it works, there is a least amount of spectrum interference between Wi-Fi and the satellite FSS technology as compared to IMT and the FSS technology, and I'm confining myself only to the 6 gigahertz. Yeah. Next slide, please. Just a quick glance, Wi-Fi 7 was launched in January this year. 6 gigahertz momentum is going through the roof across the globe. Already 800 million, 6 gigahertz devices have been coming to the market, out of which 233 are in Wi-Fi 7 and 580 million in the 6E category of Wi-Fi. And these 6 gigahertz devices are slated to touch 1.2 billion in 2025 and 2.5 billion, the next slide please, in 2028. So that is the kind of momentum which is building up, in the 6 gigahertz unlicensed and Wi-Fi devices ecosystem, with everything in place here. But in our country, we are not even allowed to sell or buy, the 6E, Wi-Fi 6E, which is Wi-Fi 6 in the 6 gigahertz. In fact, recently I read a news that, the COI, we're sorry to that, Vikram, the COI has told DOT, why is Wi-Fi 6E AP is being allowed to be sold in India. So, that is a situation which is prevailing in our country today. So, I think we need to take a corrective stand to that, because Wi-Fi, not only Wi-Fi, look at the broadband penetration in our country. Only 14% broadband penetration in our country compared to China, 97%. We hate to love China. America, 92%. Japan, Australia, South Korea, more than 80%. We hate to love our neighbor, Pakistan. Pakistan has opened up the 6 gigahertz spectrum for Wi-Fi. And we in India, the Department of Telecom has not yet taken any decision on that here. So Pakistan has opened up 6425 to 7.125 gigahertz, the 600 megahertz channel for Wi-Fi and unlicensed in the country which we love to hate. Yeah.
So I just a couple of two more slides I'd like to read out over here because I'm not very familiar with that. These are some, yeah, I'll take the mic. These are some key takeaways from the WRC 2023, and again, they're related to the 6 gigahertz. The 6 gigahertz frequency band is extensively used by the fixed satellite service uplinks in India, many other countries. All administrations are obligated by the international treaty to protect on-orbit FCC satellite receivers from interference that may be caused by IMT networks. Resolution 220, which Dr. Sendel mentioned just now, prescribes a very complex regulatory regime to control EIRP spectral density emitted by IMT base stations for the protection of the FCC link here. Allowing IMT deployments in the 6425 to 7125 megahertz band will burden India's agencies with perpetual obligation to manage the IMT network's compliance with this obligation and engage in multilateral interference resolution processes. Point number 2, in just a few months after the WRC decision on IMT identification of the 6 gigahertz band, the goalposts were already shifting. Specifically, the IMT community is now saying that the power studied for IMT was insufficient, that wider deployment of base stations that was contemplated is needed, and that, most important, equipment will not be ready for a long time. In Hong Kong, for example, mobile operators have advised the region's regulator that its plans to auction parts of the upper 6 gigahertz band in the first quarter of 2025 for IMT usage are premature due to the lack of an ecosystem and available equipment in this band. Last slide, next one, please. Yeah, I just want to point out, that signal path loss, which is the reduction in signal strength as the waves propagate, increases with frequency. So higher frequency signals have more difficulty in penetrating buildings and other structures, which is very highly advantageous for low power indoor-only Wi-Fi networks from a coexistence perspective. The Wi-Fi signal energy is contained indoors and is not visible to the satellite receivers. Problematic for 6 gigahertz IMT networks deployments because pushing signals between indoor-outdoor can result in poor indoor coverage. That is why 6425 to 7125 megahertz is less suitable for IMT deployments than lower frequency bands like 3.5 gigahertz. Additional expenditures required to overcome 6425 to 7125 megahertz band characteristics, that is, for example, network densification will impact the 6 gigahertz IMT network's commercial viability, possibly rendering them unfeasible. And with that, I close my opening remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sri Paramjit Singh Puri ji. So you have nicely explained the various aspects of the Wi-Fi and importance of the unlicensed band to be used for Wi-Fi, particularly in 6 gigahertz. So now moving further, I'll request the next panelist, Mr. Tarun Chitkara, Vice President Regulatory Affairs, Bharti Airtel, to say his opening remarks.
Thank you, sir. First of all, thank you very much to Bharatji for arranging this wonderful conference. I'm sure the discussion which would take place today or tomorrow will go a long way to frame the policy with regard to the space sector. I think thanks to Sendil also, he has given a very wonderful presentation, so I really don't know after that what exactly we have left with. Like Gulabji said, that the problem is that when you come late, the previous speaker have spoken already what you thought that you would do that. So I think the theme of the today's session is that how to share the spectrum between the mobile and the satellite. It means as a layman, there is one band, one spectrum, and there are two users basically. So when I was talking about, when I'm thinking about that, I really thought that let me just figure out that how we started the journey as a mobile operator. So as a telcos, we launched the services in 1994 with 4.4. I think nowhere in the world the mobile operator had 4.4 and launched the services. Then we got 1.8, then we went from 6.2 to 8 megahertz, then 10 megahertz. So as an Airtel, I recall it that out of 22 service area, there were 3 or 4 circles where we used to have 10 megahertz. So then in 2010, the 3G and BWA spectrum auction happened. We thought as a mobile operator, wow, This is an opportunity for us to double our spectrum, which we have acquired over the last 18 years. So once we get this spectrum, I don't think so we need for next few years. But we were wrong, to be very honest. Then 2012 auction took place, 2014, 16, 2021, 22, and now there is another auction which is going to happen probably next week. So as a telco, we sometimes believe that today we are one of the largest holding of spectrum in all bands, whether it is a higher band, mid band, sub-gigahertz band, and when we compare ourselves with the global players actually, our spectrum holding are more or less the same. So as a telco, do we need more spectrum? The answer is yes. If you see our data usage today, I think it is around 24 GB basically per customer. And you pick up any study, whether it is a national or international study, it clearly shows that, that our data usage is going to increase manifold. So how we will do that? Unless we have an access to more spectrum, licensed spectrums, we cannot achieve what is the government objectives. The government is already discussing the next broadband plan, where they intend to have the high visions for the country, for the telecom sectors. And if the telcos have to achieve it, I'm sure they need to access more spectrum. Another part which is very, very critical, and my previous speaker spoken about the 6 gigahertz. I think a lot of debate has happened. There is a clear-cut case for mobiles to get an access of 6 gigahertz. Because to be very honest, that is the only mid-band after 3.3 basically, which is left out. And if we have, as a telco, we have to grow, we need the access to the 6 gigahertz. Now let's come to the satellite side. Now, definitely, if you see the developments of the last 1 year, I think the Indian government vision is very much clear that yes, as in a space, we need to grow. The private investments have to come. So if we have to grow as in a technology, and another view which is very, very also very clear that the satellite is going to complement the terrestrial networks. So we need to take care about it. I think one of the wonderful decisions which the government of India has taken is that they have come out with the Telecommunication Act, where now it is very, very much clear about it, that how the spectrum for the satellite operators would be assigned it. So I'm sure that these sessions now enable all the stakeholders to realize that how both can exist, how both can grow together without undermining the same. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tarun, for your remarks. And now I move on to the next panelist, Brigadier Anil Tandon, DG BIF, for opening remarks. You have got slides, okay.
Firstly, thank you very much, Mr. Bharat Bhatia, for organizing this lovely satellite policy on the satellite workshop, and to my esteemed panelists on the dais. The subject for this was basically the interference or the coexistence of the satellite and the terrestrial using the same spectrum. It was very interesting to note in the first part of the the first half of the session that as we get to WRC 27, is going to be predominantly the satellite spectrum that is going to come up in the WRC 27. So I suppose that was very heartening for me to note. I hadn't realized it, although I was there for some time at the WRC 23. So I would be covering two parts. Some part has been covered by Param, but first is the sharing part of it. And then when I looked at Dr. Sendel's presentation of the various bands that are available, when he talked of the 6 gigahertz, he talked of 6 gigahertz in his flight only as a satellite and mobile. So there was no talk of there is another claimant or, so there's two parts to it. One is the sharing part of it, and then the second part that I want to talk of is the use of this particular 6 gigahertz band. I know some of my colleagues on the dais were sort of making may not be happy with what it is. Or can we move to the next slide, please? So I just want to say, okay, that is what it is. Let's go to the next slide. So on the 6 gigahertz sharing part of it, I want to say that the BIF had commissioned a study sometime in 2021 to be able to do the coexistence in the 6 gigahertz between the FSS as well as the FS services. This was basically both for the point-to-point microwave as well as the fixed satellite services. And the conclusion of this study at that time was that the Wi-Fi or the radio LAN, as it is called, can coexist with the incumbent services, the satellite services, across the entire 6 gigahertz without causing any harmful interference. Subsequently, when the report was tabled before the DOT and the Department of Space, or ISRO, they had some observations, comments, and sought that the simulation studies be carried out again using revised satellite parameters. That exercise has also now been carried out involving the Department of Space and in consultation with them, and the results are positive to say that there is no interference between the radio wireless LAN or the radio LAN, or that is the Wi-Fi, and the satellite services across the entire band, and it can be used with low power and very low power output of the Wi-Fi services. So this is one part of the study that has been done, and I suppose the final study would be out very shortly. Can we move to the next slide, please? Another thing is that it seems that in 2015, it had been some studies were carried out with IMT and FSS in the lower 6 gigahertz band, and these studies had conclusively proved that the IMT and FSS cannot coexist with each other in the lower 6 gigahertz band. Then I think under the aegis of the DOT and the DOT-led National Committee on 6 gigahertz, some other studies between IMT and FSS in the upper 6 gigahertz band was carried out. I think it was said that they may not be feasible, the coexistence, but I think the final report is yet to come out. So basically what I want to say here is that the interference between there are two aspects to be looked at in the interference of 6 gigahertz. It is the 6 gigahertz interference between the IMT and the satellite, and it is also between the Wi-Fi or the RLAN and the satellite. So there is no interference between the RLAN and the satellite as far as it is for the 6 gigahertz band. Can you move to the next slide? So just a issue on the global positioning on the delicensed 6 gigahertz. So I'm moving from the spectrum sharing part to now the use of the 6 gigahertz part, because the two claimants to it are the two use cases that are being considered. Basically, the total license spectrum for in the 2.4 and 5.5 gigahertz is very limited. It is only less than 700 megahertz that is available. And if you will see in the country, globally, what is there, 65 countries have already delicensed the lower part of the 6 gigahertz spectrum across. And there are some countries like USA, Korea, Brazil, and Saudi Arabia, which have delicensed the entire 6 gigahertz band. The colors here indicate, the colors in violet, I think, are the ones which are all for the 6 gigahertz totally. So, by and large, globally, the trend is to make the use of 6 gigahertz for Wi-Fi. At least the lower band has been totally if 65 countries are done, which include the EU, etc., so that by and large indicates that it is important that that this is the trend that is there. And okay, next slide, please. Now, why the need for a delicensed spectrum? I can't read it from here. So basically, the 80% of the data usage is indoors, and a large amount of this data, 90% of this, is used on Wi-Fi. And the reason for that is that the higher spectrum, as we move towards 5G and beyond, gets more attenuated as it goes inside as we use it in the buildings. And as we all know today, that anecdotally, or what is the joke that goes around is that when somebody comes to your house, when you ask him tea or coffee, the person says, give me the password for the Wi-Fi. So that is the basic way it is, that anybody is indoors. It's primarily the use of it, and with the voice over Wi-Fi, people today even prefer to make the voice calls. I suffer from it. My phone is an old phone which doesn't have that. And sometimes when I go somewhere, the people say, no, why don't you use the voice over Wi-Fi? So I'm saying Wi-Fi is omnipresent and is a need for everybody. And hence the need for delicensing the spectrum for Wi-Fi is what is there. And then when we come to the 6 gigahertz, one is the delicensing, and we recommend that the delicensing should be for the entire 1200 megahertz that is there, because these are required for the new applications that are coming up as AR, VR, metaverse, etc., which need higher bandwidth. And many new applications for healthcare, education, etc., would also be required. Next slide, please. I don't want to take too much time, so I'll rush through it. What I want to make a point here is that license exempt 6 gigahertz would complement the mobile broadband 5G or tomorrow the 6G, and it is not in competition with each other. It is to complement the IMT usage of the 5G, which will continue to remain one of the main uses for the outdoor part of the telecom, because India is a very mobile-centric country where maximum use is by the mobile users. The two more points which I want to bring out on the benefits of delicensed 6 gigahertz is, one is on the sustainability. This was a study that was carried out for the European Union, and they had said that was to argue between the lower band and the full band. So if you were to delicense the full band also, then it would lead to 16% more energy savings as far as use of 6 gigahertz for Wi-Fi is concerned. And then there is an economic value of it, that the recurrent economic gain of this would be approximately 5 lakh crores per year. So which is much more than what, as some of the finance people would say, to auction it, you would lose, if you give it as a delicense, then we lose the money that we get on an auction. But an auction will give you a one-time this thing, while giving it for Wi-Fi would give you much more as an annual recurring revenue. I think that's all that I need to say at this moment of time. I'll leave it for the next round of questions when it comes up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brigadier Anil Tandon, for giving the perspective of Wi-Fi in the 6 gigahertz and explaining the advantages and requirement of Wi-Fi. So now we have got only 15 minutes, so quick questions round from each of the panelists. So the first question goes to Mr. Vikram Tiwatia. So just I will ask about this millimeter wave band, because this 24.25 to 27.5 is already available with the IMT operators. So, and still the ecosystem we are waiting and the services are yet to roll out. So what is your view that whether there could be some coexistence with satellite in this IMT spectrum band? Because usually now the IMT spectrum bands are being placed in the satellite to directly communicate with the G node B in the satellite. So whether it is possible?
So interesting question. The point is that the millimeter wave bands specifically, what I would say is at this stage, it's a little early days for the 5G network deployments, particularly in India, for example. I mean, it's just about 2 years, and it's been a very eventful and a very fast-paced journey. So the good news is we've got about 4.5 lakh 5G base stations deployed just in a span of 2 years. And if you divide it by 22 months, 24 months, that's one really rapid clip, right? The challenge, of course, which many of you would have heard, is monetizing the 5G networks, right? So in either way, if you want to put the G node B either on a tower, on a terrestrial, or on a satellite, because in the end you have to look at, okay, how you intend to monetize it. And what I'd said in the beginning, what is the service that you're going to deliver? If the service is going to be the same, it's a broadband service, or in the famous 5G triangle, whether it is The G Node B is helping you get some massive IoT or EMBB or URL, whichever of the three. So there is still work to be done. I think there will be a considerable challenge to deliver, from a G Node B hosted on a satellite to deliver the kind of throughputs, and particularly in FR1. Right? So in FR1, I'm told only that is some possibility of getting some reasonable throughputs. But on a G Node B, I think from what I am aware, is that this has been discussed in 3GPP, but it's not picked up any steam yet. So it's open season. It's too early to say, and maybe some more work can be done around this. Is the current situation that I see.
Thank you very much. So this FWA can be one of the use cases where the terrestrial is not there. I think FWA can be used through.
No, see, of course, FWA is the hot buzz, it's the service that is being talked of, both terrestrial or satellite-wise. So let it take up more, let it get rolled out more on terrestrial networks, because, see, the common, what you call, perception is that satellite would be a supplemental service. Means where you're not, if ultimately, where is the FWA getting consumed? It's here, right? And there are two parts of the FWA. So one FWA which connects to the tower or to the satellite, and then backwards is on Wi-Fi, right? That's the way the service or broadband would get delivered.
Yeah, that is why they are asking for Wi-Fi also.
No, Wi-Fi, they've got enough Wi-Fi. I think, one of the points which we need to figure out in India is 255 megahertz. Out of the 680 that you mentioned is not configured on devices in India. So almost
that we will take up later.
Separately,
so,
I guess that's a separate
answer
discussion.
to that, but I don't know whether
Later
time
on, later
permits
on.
me for that.
No, maybe
but
separate.
I have a good answer for that, Vikram, because remember you asked me that
So
question
I will come to you. I will
last
come
time
to
also.
you. Yeah. So my next question to Dr. Senthil Kumar, that you have given in your presentation. So in your opinion, what bands should be suitable for India, particularly as per agenda item number 1.7? Because the mid band is going to be the most desirous band for, particularly for IMT, because it gives capacity and coverage both. So from 3 gigahertz to say 15 gigahertz, what should be the appropriate band which can be used in India for IMT purpose, and which can be carved out from other services or can coexist with other services?
Thank you, Abbaji, for the question. Yeah, so maybe I may not be the right person to say which band can be given, but for an IMT, it has to be a more harmonized band, which the decision has to come from WRC, right? So at national level, if you pick any portion of the spectrum between 3 to 6, it may not fly up unless we have a good regulation around it, and it ensures that the other services are protected. As of now, from an India perspective, officially, whatever we have recognized for IMT, and what we have seen that the band's regulatory conditions are clear. What we clearly see is up to 3670, which we have extended beyond 3600, we have done the national level implementation to protect the broadcast services. The next immediate spectrum where we see there is an IMT identification and a stable regulatory is the upper 6 gigahertz band. In between, where you have this PAD AP30B band, I think we had 4800 to 4900, but we have certain usages in the country where we will not be able to implement, because the regulatory conditions expects that the power of the base station has to be too low, because it is to be across the coastal line, which limits the actual use in a public network. So 4.8 to 4.9 has a very limited usage. The immediate band that we see next is 4.5 to 4.8, which is a commercial N79 band. Already there are networks in some countries, and there are also device ecosystems. But then if we identify for IMT, it's possible to do it. We need to participate in the studies and get IMT identification. But we know there is adjacent altimeter just below 4000 to 4200. So we need to see it can coexist. 6 gigahertz, upper 6 gigahertz is part where the regulatory conditions are clear, which clearly says each product that has to be deployed should have a specific mask. And the resolution also says that if a country wants to do an IMT identification, add its name, they can do it in WRC 27 without doing further study. That means the conditions are well enough to be applied by country even in region 3. So that is one opportunity where we see in the upper 6 gigahertz where India can take a decision to do IMT. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sendil. So now moving to the third panelist, I will ask one question from Shri Paramjit Singh Puriji, that what are the future home-based use cases which requires more spectrum for Wi-Fi and which cannot be served through IMT network? For that, Wi-Fi network is required.
Thank you very much for that question, and in a way that question also answers Vikram's comment which he made earlier, and a very valid question. I agree from the perspective from which you are asking that, is that, I mean, let me talk about the latest Wi-Fi technology which has been launched, which is Wi-Fi 7, which has been now almost 5 months. Actually, it got launched last year, unofficially, but officially it got launched in January. That is the Wi-Fi 7. It gives you speeds of 40 gigahertz per spectrum with the minimal latency, and with working, in the 320 megahertz channels in the 6 gigahertz spectrum. And that is why we require 6 gigahertz spectrum, because there are certain applications. The Wi-Fi 7 will also work in the 2.4 and 5.8 gigahertz spectrum. It's not that it will not work, and it will work probably better than Wi-Fi 5 would work or Wi-Fi 6 would work. But the real strength and the real application of Wi-Fi 7 comes in cases like immersive 3D training, gaming and esports, industrial IoT, home sensing networks, ultra high definition video, multi-user AR, VR, XR, metaverse, healthcare, national security and emergency preparedness services. There are such a huge number of applications which are there, both for the home cases, as well as for the government, as well as for the industry, which come into use when Wi-Fi 7 is applied working with the 6 gigahertz, or Wi-Fi 6E works in the 6 gigahertz. Yeah. But if 6 gigahertz is not available, then many of these applications are not available. Then you again have to fall back to 2.4 and 5.8, which gives you the normal kind of working of data, which also, I don't know, by the way, if you know that 70% of the worldwide data is carried over Wi-Fi. 70% of the world's data consumption is over Wi-Fi. Reason for that is very simple, because most of the data consumed is indoors. It's low power indoor usage. When we go outside, we need IMT, we need the cellular world. We need to rely upon them, and hence both technologies need to coexist here. So that is an answer to both the questions. So there are many, many use cases, and these use cases will increase. But in India right now, we cannot do anything.
Thank you so much for giving so clear perspective of the use cases and all. Thank you. So now moving to
telepresence. I forgot to mention that.
Yeah, that is there.
Telepresence and hybrid work.
Correct. So now moving to next panelist, Mr. Tarun Chitkara. So you are having as a OneWeb partner also satellite use cases as well as you are in terrestrial also. So what best spectrum sharing or coexistence can be done in KU band or Ka band, particularly for satellite and IMT both?
Thank you, sir. I think as a OneWeb, we are quite lucky in that sense because our gateway is operating in K-band. So DOT has already formulated a policy, and it is very easy to manage the spectrum interference or sharing between a gateway as well as the IMT. So in that sense, there are various rules which has been defined by DOT. There is a ITU framework. So I think whatever is happening around the world can easily be replicated here. As far as the UT part is concerned, we are operating in KU band, so luckily which is a non-IMT band. So I don't foresee any challenge in that as far as the terrestrial network is concerned. So in that sense, I would say that it's very easy life as far as the OneWeb is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now the last question with Brigadier Anil Tandon. So how you will interpret the WRC 23 decision on this 6 gigahertz band, and what steps are next needed for the coexistence of various services in 6 gigahertz band?
Thank you for the question. So let me try and first articulate as what I understand are the decisions of the WRC 23 as regards the 6 gigahertz. I think what they said is that the IMT identification of 6 gigahertz for 6425 to 7125 was agreed throughout region 1, only region 1 at the WRC, with an expected some sort of an EIRP mask to be put down on it. So that was one decision of that was there. The second decision was that the 7025 to 7125, the 100 megahertz was identified for IMT in region 3, which is our region. But the footnote also includes recognition that the frequency bands are also used for RLANs. There was no proposal nor any position that was taken up by any country, including India, for identifying the lower part of the 6 gigahertz band for the IMT. So this is my understanding of the decisions of the WRC 23. Then India's position was that India opposed any move to identify upper 6 gigahertz for IMT in region 3 and agreed for further studies to be carried out in this part of the band. Maybe Mr. Gulabchand would be able to support me or tell me whether I'm right or wrong. So what is the way forward, as you said? I think that India should join the global studies being done by ITU, including studies by other region 3 countries, for possibility of sharing of the upper 6 gigahertz band between the IMT and FSS. In addition to India carrying out its own studies. So that is what I would say would be the thing. Further studies should also be carried out for sharing the upper 6 gigahertz between IMT and FSS, that is the point-to-point, the microwave links. But there's been an interesting revelation or something that has come out very recently from Ofcom, which they are thinking in terms of doing some study of coexistence between IMT and Wi-Fi. To me, prima facie, as a technical guy, seems unlikely that how is it that if I have a Wi-Fi in my house and a tower on top of an IMT, how it will not interfere. But this is something that the Ofcom has recently put it as a vision document, as their desire to be able to do a co-working of the two. So I think that's another area in which we should work forward. And maybe, but the other thing is these studies need to be carried out in a time-bound manner, and we need to take a decision fast on the 6 gigahertz. The only last point, of course, maybe is flogging the horse, but what I want to say is that as far as India should not go away from what the global convention is. We all know in the when the mobile industry came in, there were the two sects, the CDMA and the GSM. CDMA, despite being a better technology, which was implemented in 3G, failed basically because they did not have a standardization. Country to country, the standardization was different. But GSM, because it was accepted by the whole world, or a large amount of the countries, it prospered. Similar thing happened China. China did the TDS CDMA. They wanted to have their own technology for 3G. They failed and they had to quickly revert to 4G. So keeping all these things in mind, I think India should follow, as far as 6 gigahertz is concerned, with whatever the global conventions is. Otherwise, we be the odd man out, and it is difficult to be able to succeed in terms of economies of scale, in terms of equipment and everything when it comes to that.
Thank you so much. So India should go with global harmonized spectrum bands. So I think before giving the audience a chance for question, Dr. Sendil wants to submit something.
Thank you. I don't want to make this panel a debate of Wi-Fi versus IMT, but just wanted to make a comment on, because it's about studies between satellite and terrestrial. The outcome of 1.2 is very clear, which says studies was done with respect to all the IMT stations within the region 3 footnote as well as region 1 footprints. If there is a regulatory condition put on the IMT stations, it will protect the aggregated interference will be below the threshold. I think that is very clear, and there is no further study needed. That was also very clearly written when we go to WRC 27. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Quick 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Yes.
Sir, why a large
number of TV channel broadcasters oppose spectrum sharing for satellite services?
You can identify to whom you are asking, or anyone can tell. What is the question again?
I repeat the question. Why a large number of TV channel broadcasters oppose spectrum sharing for satellite services?
The approach for spectrum sharing.
Oppose.
Oppose.
Why a large number of TV channel broadcasters
Because-
oppose spectrum sharing for satellite services? More than 100 TV channels.
Yeah, yes, because they are using it. That is why they are opposing it. Simple answer. Currently, they are using it for uplinking. Teleports, all teleports, the TV channels are being uplinked through teleport operators, and they are using 6 gigahertz band only for uplinking.
Sharing means what? Parting away or sharing with each other? What is
Sharing, spectrum sharing of satellite
Yeah.
services.
Sharing.
Why they oppose? Means yesterday there was a internet debate. I'm scientist from ISRO, a professor and ex-scientist from ISRO. So just I could not understand.
So, frankly speaking, I don't understand your question very well, but I'd like to answer. Like, we were thinking of kind of carving more spectrum for IMT. When we talk of IMT, IMT is a very niche kind of service, which requires a 99.49 availability of the spectrum. So, it's very, very difficult to conceive of sharing the same spectrum of IMT with other services. So when you try to take away any part of the spectrum from any other incumbent, there is a lot of hue and cry. So that is what happens. So I think that is the answer to your question. Thank you.
I am Professor P.C. Jain. Question is for Pramjit Singh. So you are talking about 6 gigahertz for unlicensing, and then you also talked about Wi-Fi Halo, which is working on sub 1 gigahertz, right? So it's around 900 megahertz. Is it? So my question is that the status of the 900 megahertz, whether it is licensed or unlicensed today.
I think if I'm not mistaken, I mean probably Gulab Chandji would be in a better position to answer this, that as far as to my best knowledge, Wi-Fi and unlicensed spectrum allocation in India is only in the 2.4 gigahertz spectrum and some in the 5.8 gigahertz spectrum, not in any other spectrum. So totally some 689 megahertz of spectrum is only available for Wi-Fi in India, that's all.
See, Wi-Fi Halo.
Wi-Fi Halo is something different. Wi-Fi Halo is the IoT thing which is coming up now.
Exactly.
And it talks about some new, that it operates in a very low, frequency band, and, it has different applications for home sensing and home IoT and basically for IoT applications. I don't know whether we've opened anything in the band which he's talking about. Sir, if you would like to elaborate.
Gulab Chandji can tell.
Every band has a characteristic, and when we are talking about 2.4 and 5, so that is a very limited range, and where the penetration capability is also not there. When you talk of Halo or LoRaN, so they are conceived in the lower frequency band, which has a larger coverage, like larger cell radius and all that. So if you talk specifically about 900 megahertz band, I think very meager spectrum is there, which could be kind of thought of like putting as delicensed. In the past, I think government made efforts based upon TRI recommendation and all that. But because of the incumbents, we have not been able to take decision. And moreover, Wi-Fi is not the only delicensed use actually. There are multiple types of usages actually for the delicense. Generally, they are referred to as SRD, short range devices, and microphone being one of them. So there is a huge demand from the microphone industry to at least identify a part of 900 megahertz band for license exempt use. But as I said, because of the incumbents, we have not been able to take a call on this. I think
in future, anytime?
There is no time frame. Still, it's an ongoing process. It may take time. So it's very difficult to kind of pinpoint the time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I am Vimal Vaklu. The question is for Paramjit Singh ji. Maybe I heard it wrong. You said in India broadband penetration is just 14% as compared to 94% in China. Did I hear it right?
Yes, you're right. Yeah. I mean, these are not my...
No, but the broadband penetration in India is about 911 million.
No, I'm talking about home broadband, sir. I'm not talking about mobile broadband. I'm talking about home broadband, the fiber into your home, the home broadband which is available.
Fixed line broadband.
Fixed line broadband. I'm not talking about mobile broadband.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about that.
Yeah, that's right. But we have a concept also called the air fiber. You're aware
air
of
fiber
it.
has been recently launched by Jio.
So now, I mean, that takes care of, again, the home.
I hope so, and hope
Yeah.
that, it increases. In fact, there was a study that India wants to have another 24 crores household it wants to add for the home broadband. So I hope it happens, but I'm just telling you the current situation. The current situation is only 14 to 15% penetration in the home broadband front, not mobile broadband. Mobile broadband, we have done a phenomenal job. With all full kudos to the IMT industry.
Thank you.
Thank you. So there are no more questions from the audience. So thank you very much for all the inputs from the panelists. And since the spectrum manager is already available here, so for the final comments and the closing remarks to Shri Gulabchand.
So it's a very critical time, like election time, and so last time I made some remarks about auction and it was splashed in the media. So I became very nervous, frankly speaking. So whatever I speak here, that is purely in private capacity, and it should not be made out as if it's a government view. So I just, it was interesting discussion, but I think there was some kind of confusion in the topic. Initially, it was supposed to be 6 gigahertz discussion, then later on it was kind of converted into a generic kind of discussion, like sharing between satellite and terrestrial services. So ultimately, it came out that it happened to be a 6 gigahertz discussion, and the two lobbies fighting each other out and all that. So as I say always, actually, both are justified in their demands, actually, and there are no doubts over this. And basically, every industry, every technology has a right to prosper. So as Wi-Fi progresses, advances, it needs more spectrum. IMT progresses, advances, it needs more spectrum. So a balance has to be brought by the regulator and the government. And we are really conscious of the requirements of all the segments of the technology. And accordingly, government will formulate its policies. And I was hoping that I'll get some insight from the panelists from the point of view of sharing the same spectrum, like through a cognitive technology or some other advanced technologies which will be kind of able to allow the sharing between satellite G node B and the terrestrial G node B. But maybe better luck next time. So anyway, thanks my co-panelist, and I think audience must have benefited from the discussion. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for taking us deep into the discussion and taking us through the session with the great enthusiasm, and thank you for your valuable knowledge. I now would request Shri Gulabchand ji to kindly present a memento to all our panelists, please, as a token of love and gratitude. Firstly, to Shri Paramjit Singh Puri ji. Thank you, Shri Puri ji, for joining us today. To Shri Vikram Tewatia ji. Thank you, sir, for joining us. To retired Brigadier Anil Tandon ji. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. To Dr. Sendil Kumar Devar. Thank you, Dr. Devar, for joining us. And last but not the least, to Shri Tarun Chitkara ji. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Shri Gulabchand ji, for doing the honors. I request Shri Bharat Bhatia ji to please join us on the stage and present a memento to our session chair. To Shri S.T. Abbas ji. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. I once again thank all our esteemed panelists for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for tea, coffee break. We look forward to catching up with all of you in the other half of the day. I request you all to kindly be back in 15 minutes' time so that we can have the last session of the day, which is the role of satellite networks for providing ubiquitous connectivity, including satellite direct-to-device connectivity. Thank you very much. I'm extremely delighted to welcome on stage our next set of esteemed panelists who are going to talk about role of satellite networks for providing ubiquitous connectivity, including satellite, direct-to-device connectivity on a molecular level. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome once again with a huge round of applause, Dr. P.K. Jain, Director in Space DOS India. He'll be chairing the session. Welcome, sir. The moderator of the session, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. A. Robert J. Ravi, DDG, SRI, DOT. Welcome, sir. He has developed TAFCOP portal, RF coverage portal, and NBM portal for the DOT. Dr. Ravi worked as Chief Engineer in Telecommunications Consultants India Limited, Kuwait, and was engaged in the design and implementation of various projects in broadband communication systems. Dr. Ravi studied electronics engineering, first rank holder from Pondicherry University, and also possessed a degree in MBA International Business from same university. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panelists on stage, starting with Mr. Udrewolf Pika, Senior Manager, Spectrum and Regulatory Affairs, SpaceX. Welcome, sir. He spent his early career in Earth observation and remote sensing, doing research in systems engineering and eventually supporting the European Commission on their Earth observation program, Copernicus. At SpaceX, he is responsible for managing ITU affairs. His mission is to support updating ITU rules to maximize efficient use of spectrum resources so that Starlink as well as other NGSO systems can connect the largest possible numbers of users around the world with the best possible service. Please welcome Shri Ravi Gandhiji, President Chief of Public Policy and Regulatory, Reliance Jio. Welcome, sir. Having more than 30 years of experience in the telecom industry, including 14 years as an ITS officer in DOT. Prior to joining Reliance, Mr. Gandhi was Chief Regulatory Officer at Bharti Airtel Limited. Mr. Gandhi is an expert in public policy and regulatory affairs with a demonstrated career history in the telecommunications industry. Skilled in business management, strategic planning, cross-functional team leadership and management. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Peng Jia one more time, Vice President, Policy and Regulatory, GSOA. Welcome, sir. Please welcome retired Wing Commander Satyam Kushwaha, Director, ISPA. Welcome, sir. He was a decorated fighter pilot who served with distinction in the Indian Air Force for 21 years, earning 2 awards for his pioneering contributions. He served as a defense specialist at the National Security Council and represented India 4 times at United Nations Global Geospatial Information Management. He played instrumental role in various facets of mission defense space launched by Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji. Welcome, sir. Next, we have with us Shri Jitendra Singh ji, Senior Director, Government Affairs, India and South Asia, Qualcomm. Welcome, sir. Has more than 30 years of experience in the field of communications. His responsibilities include interfacing with regulatory and policy-making agencies in the region on behalf of Qualcomm. Mr. Singh is a valuable asset for Indian telecommunication industry, being an active contributor, especially in ITUR sector, by introducing a number of papers on behalf of India. Next, we have with us Professor Rajiv Shore, Professor IIT Delhi. Welcome, sir. He has over 25 years of experience in the field of telecommunications engineering with a focus on research and development. Dr. Rajiv has published over 75 papers in top academic journals and conferences and holds several US patents, all in the area of wireless and wired networks. Professor Shore is a highly respected expert in the field of telecommunications engineering. He is passionate about research and innovation and is committed to developing cutting-edge technologies that can have a positive impact on society. We'll be joined virtually by Dr. Vinod Kumar, Secretary, WWRF. During his 35 plus years experience in mobile and wireless communication R&D, he contributed to multiple research projects in PHY and MAC layer design for 2G and 5G systems. He contributed to standardization and patent management activities related to the above and was a technical auditor of Celtic, H2020 and ANR France projects. He has 80 plus technical publications and 30 plus patents in wireless communications and radar signal processing. Mr. Kumar's remarkable career is a testament to his dedication and expertise in the field of wireless communications. We welcome him. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I hand over the dais to our moderator, Dr. A. Robert J. Ravi.
Thank you. I think welcome once again to this session. Actually, this session is very, very interesting session. Actually, if you can see, this ubiquitous connectivity is one of the key things which the government is thinking about along. I'll come back later on how this is going to have a close relevance to our new technology of phages, especially the 6G coming in. The session today is going to be on what is the role of the satellite networks in providing such connectivity, including what we have the direct device-to-device connectivity on a satellite. It's another very interesting aspect that is being talked about. So I think we have an eminent set of panelists here who are going to enlighten us on this better topic. Just to get a steady flow rolling, I would like to say that we have three clear critical areas of working the government is thinking on, which could go on the national level. One is your ubiquitous connectivity. When you talk about ubiquitous connectivity, not only on, it is from the satellite down to submarine, the entire range of all ubiquitous connectivity across all non-terrestrial networks. That's one of the key things which we are looking at, how we can spearhead it, especially in the 6G front. The next one, we are talking more on spectrum sensing and how we can improve the efficiency of this spectrum more efficiently, because we will not be able to get more and more spectrum. The available spectrum, how efficiently we can use. Can I use different sensing techniques that can increase it? The third critical area is on AI/ML. Probably we can think of coming into this native AI native transmitters, etc. With this clear focus, I am sure we'll hear more from the different panelists around here. First, I would request the key chair's keynote, Dr. P.K. Jain sir. Can you just give an introductory session, chair?
Thank you, Dr. Robert, and good afternoon to all of you once again. Excuse me. Going to be last session, and when we talk about the connectivity through satellite to the ubiquitous connectivity, it's not a new subject. We have been discussing since the day the satellites have started providing the communication services. So nothing new in that, except that the dynamics change, market dynamics change, the technology changes. So probably we'll see that how do we, today's discussion, we focus on those lines. But a very new, exciting topic which has been introduced as a part of this subject is satellite D2D. So Bhatia Sahab is that way very shrewd and intelligent to keep the audience interest in focus, and that's what this particular, it's a very, very interesting subject, has a lot of exciting opportunities. So certainly we will focus the discussion on satellite D2D also. But let us see first, do we really need to discuss that is there any need for ubiquitous connectivity through satellite? I don't think that we should really spend time on that. It's well known, especially in India. India always provides a good market to any of the commodity, if you say, and then satellite capacity is not an exception to it. Recently, we have seen the BharatNet project, where already around 6 to 7,000 sites have been connected through satellite. But there again, we were connecting through 10 Mbps, 20 Mbps sort of link. We also have seen recent the RFP for BSNL, which has created a lot of excitement among the satellite operators, around 4.7 gigahertz connectivity. Again, that is 4 Mbps by 4 Mbps, but it's quite a good number in terms of the connectivity. I have seen couple of recent report where the survey or the projected demand is, one report says 700 Gbps sort of capacity demand in next 5 to 7 years. Other report says about 3 terabytes of the capacity. So that various numbers are floating. It's very clear there is no dearth of the demand as far as India is concerned for the satellite capacity. So similarly, if you talk about the satellite D2D, it is in its infancy. In fact, actually, it is in the demonstration phase only. Recently, I think we have seen in last November, there was, I think, Spark, right? In the New Zealand, that they have done the experiment, a short message through the link satellite. A couple of more satellite operators are trying to work on providing this D2D. One is that I think AST, Space Mobile. There is a Starlink D2D, and then maybe some more operators. Again, that is new concept. Of course, we have been seeing the mobile connectivity through our MSS services, a pure space spectrum being used for the connectivity. This is again a new emerging technology, a concept, wherein now we will be seeing the use of the terrestrial spectrum from the space, and maybe some more emerging technology or maybe new spectrums also probably we may have to explore. So that has a lot of things to be discussed there. Now, having said all that, now what I thought that let us, again with due apology to our moderator, Dr. Robert, I did not discuss with him, but today suppose we structure our entire discussion in say 5 categories. And of course, I'm sure that you would have covered all those aspects. One is say technology. The other one would be the spectrum. And the third could be the business model and the service model, which is being envisaged, or what could be the business model. Fourth one could be the regulatory and policy aspect. And the fifth one, what is the way forward? Probably that will cover all the facets of this particular topic. Now, when I come to the technology, there is no end to the technology, and the technologies to meet the challenges which are thrown upon us by way of the satellites are today being used. And the way the demand or the capacity generation, the limitations or challenges which we are facing. Now take the case of, and for the time being, let us separate out the broadcast, because anyway broadcast is a separate different subject, and right now today when we talk about the ubiquitous connectivity, let us confine it to the telecommunication or the interactive communication, say broadband, which is the major thing and all. Of course, we'll be keep discussing about the D2D also, which is again for the broadband. Now, what are the different types of satellite is the first question comes. And we know that there is a HTS, which is again become more or less old now, I say. So we are talking about now VHTS and UHTS, capacity in the terms of terabytes or more than 100 Gbps or 500 Gbps now only we are talking about. Let us take one, this is what is the emerging technology in terms of the software defined the satellite, software defined ground networks, and the providing the very high throughput capacity through the dynamic beams and other configuration. The other thing which is again coming up and which will have or will see a lot of excitement is the use of NGSO constellation for the satellite communication services. We have seen almost 3 to 4 constellations have already started providing services worldwide. In India, we have seen, and already some of the panelists are sitting here. Morning also we have seen there is a OneWeb, there is the O3B Empower, O3B Classical constellations. There is a Starlink constellation where they have already started providing these services. But again, there we have to see what are the challenges coming up and how the technology will overcome those challenges. Again, I don't want to go to the advantages or benefits of the NGSO constellation, well known. We are keep on talking about the low latency and all. That's there, it is understood. And there is no doubt about it that they provide the very high capacity also over a particular area. But so is the case with the VSTS or the USTS. But the other challenges come along with it, and that is true even for the VSTS, USTS is the ground segment. And that is the major challenge, the number of gateways across the service area. And that is especially with respect to the terrestrial, keeping them out from the terrestrial interference and more number of gateways. Of course, there is a technology now, we are talking about the space-to-space channel, so that somehow we can reduce the number of gateways. But still, the challenge remains, the ground terminals, user terminals, the cost of the user terminal or ground terminal because of handing over, taking over type of thing. But again, we have the technology development, flat antennas and other things are coming. There is the technologies which are emerging, which are reducing the cost of the ground terminal. But nevertheless, it still remains a challenge. Again, when I compare it with the other terrestrial technology. Now, when we come to the D2D, the technology itself is a new. So first thing is that it has to be validated properly. It has to be proven. The reliability has to be increased. Consistency has to be increased. Capacity has to be increased. Today we are talking about only the emergency services, short messages, and some IoT application. But frankly speaking, we will be able to tap the actual benefit of this particular technology when we started putting the data and voice on that. And that becomes a major challenge. How do we increase the capacity? Because we are talking about the use of the terrestrial spectrum. And the terrestrial spectrum, the technology challenges comes is that the creating the narrow spot beams from a height of say 500 kilometer using a very large antenna itself is a challenge. And then confining the coverage in order to make a frequency reuse. What we do is very naturally in the terrestrial spectrum, the cells. But here probably that may not be very easy because moment you go up, the coverage area increases. So such type of challenges, we have to have a proper the roll-off and then the other ways to mitigate those interference and able to reuse the frequencies. Another thing is that whether you use the proprietary spectrum or you go for the proprietary solutions or you go for the open standards. So again, there are certain measures. We have recently seen release 17 of 3GPP, which has at least provided a solution to fuse the satellite technology with the terrestrial technology. Though it is recent, it is only for the short messages and the IoT type of small bandwidth application, and hopefully the release 18 will address the higher capacity and then the data and voice also. So these are some of the technical challenges probably I would expect and request if the panelists can throw some light on that. Second point comes the spectrum and interference. So it's a very, very interesting and pleasing topic for the gathering here. And the moment we talk about the spectrum and the excitement comes automatically and all that thing. So the spectrum is a big challenge. The first question, when we come to the satellite D2D, is whether do you want to use the terrestrial spectrum from space or you want to use the MSS? Are we ready to surrender the terrestrial spectrum usage in order to provide the services D2D. And that will give the sufficient dose and the talks, topics of the talk in the WRC as well as in the ITU and then even in the national level also. And probably that is one of the biggest challenge which we have to overcome. When it comes to the even VHTS or UHTS, again, moving to the higher frequency band, use of E band, Q band, V band is already happening. But we are seeing already some of the satellites are coming. But we have to really see the ecosystem, the standards, and the availability of the components, electronic devices in those bands are whether really available in the affordable and reasonable cost, so that it makes the economically viable the things. But again, when we talk about the capacity of the more than 500 Gbps or 1 terabyte, the beams become narrow, and moment the beam become narrow again, that as I was telling, the technological challenge of requiring more number of hubs are the gateways. So again, the spectrum wise also, now that spectrum has to be again reused for the gateway spectrum also, and then more number of user beam, more number of gateway spectrum also is required. So spectrum is a major challenge in providing the ubiquitous connectivity through satellite, which has to be overcome with through again discussion, consultation, and hopefully all of us and across the world we will be able to keep getting the solutions. Interference, again, everyone has been discussing the coexistence between GSO and NGSO, coexistence between NGSO and NGSO, and those challenges will continue to be there, and we are yet to see how really the things operate when they come to the actual providing the services in the country like India, and over the period the things would evolve, and then we will learn from the experience. When it comes to the third topic is the commercial or business model or the service model. This is very important factor, especially country like India, when you have to be successful. And if you have to be successful in India, first thing is whether are you planning your satellite capacity or targeting the urban or the tier 1 and tier 2 cities, or you are planning to go to the villages. But again, even if you go to the villages or where the terrestrial connectivity is not there, the broadband is not there, do we think that the people living there could afford the cost of the internet or broadband, which probably the satellite would be providing, which is certainly way more or high than the current today terrestrial, cost of the terrestrial fiber. If you targeting even the target 1 or target 2 city, now what value addition you give in a package, as a package, other than the broadband? You have to think on that. So of course now we have in the panel already some of the NGSO operators, and it would be very interesting if they can throw some insight on that, if it is not the commercial confidential information from them yet, that what type of business model they are providing or thinking through their constellation. There is another thing is whether they are trying to target the B2B or they are trying to target B2C. And again, when you are going for B2C, you need the huge capacity. Do we have the huge capacity to satisfy really all the customers when you go direct consumer broadband? So those type of models has to emerge. What would be the tentative cost, which could be affordable by the Indian general public? When it comes to D2D, again, what type of model? Are you want to confine only to the short messages, emergency, and industry IoT, or the consumer, or going to our voice and data? Certainly, it may not be economically viable if you confine yourself only to the emergency messages or even the industrial IoT. Somewhere I read recently in the report that the D2D has the potential of fetching around 50 billion US dollar market by 2032. It could be a guess, and let's say the total overall aggregate revenue of around $117 billion over this from today to 2032. But that is again only for the short messages and IoT and industry IoT. So this is another interesting thing which we need to work out and see how. And second thing again, whether are you going for the proprietary solution or going for the open standards. And open standards is very important until unless you are really globally harmonized. We have seen the models which have not very successful in the past. I don't want to name the models, but there were the models where they use the MSS to provide the services, but again because of this standards, probably the models were not very successful. So this is another important point which we need to see. Now the fourth point comes the regulatory and policy. And this is the topic where generally people don't like here, at least the gathering and all that thing. It doesn't create excitement at all. But nevertheless, it is a challenge to the regulators, and we are seeing a lot of government departments sitting here as a regulator. It is a challenge, and especially the D2D, the NGSO, and again, NGSO, when we talk about the coexistence among the NGSO, protection of the GSO, it remains a challenge for the regulator also. D2D, there would be lot of many things which probably today we are not able to envisage also. Could be the new spectrum, could be the new challenges, as I was mentioning, because of the frequency reuse, the way it is happening in the today terrestrial cell may not be possible from the space, and that will throw up a lot of challenges. Again, the harmonization. Some of the operators may be willing to go for the or surrender the spectrum and terrestrial spectrum to use provide the service D2D. Some may not. So that will have its own regulatory challenges which we have to overcome. And then the last topic is the way forward. Now, after having considering all those things, now what should be our way forward? That probably we should try to come out with our recommendation. And I would request Bhatia Saab, if we can bring out a white paper, especially on this session, it's going to be very exciting. And that would be good rather than sending simple recommendation to DOT, probably a white paper which can come in the public domain, throwing up what all the challenges are there and what are the solutions which emerge and what are the different models which people suggested. So that is one thing. Second thing, even for the regulators, maybe this is the time if we have to really support the new technology and application. Regulators should have the brainstorming session, one-to-one, involving all the stakeholders, especially the service provider, satellite operator, industry, academia. Academia has to play a very major role here, and I'm seeing the IIT professor sitting here, because the technology development especially has to come from the academia on the TDP projects and through the incubated new startups who can take up the smallest or a smaller micro level technology development and then integrate it into to provide a full solution. More so, the thrust should be on the indigenous development when we try to see the ubiquitous connectivity through satellite. And India has still scope. Of course, the service sector in India is very good. You get the really good skilled manpower in the space domain, and the industry is quite mature. India is one of the 6 among spacefaring nations since a very long period. We have got very good vendor base for the satellite systems as well as the ground systems. User terminals, which would be now in ubiquitous, which could be in the numbers of millions, can be manufactured here. And certainly the regulator, government, industry, and the associations should pitch for the indigenization of the most of the systems or elements And that should be the takeaway from this particular conference. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Jain. That was a real setting the tone for the panel. I think now what I think among the panel is we can, each one of us can have some 7 to 8 minutes, either presentation or a talk on what is your thought process for this ubiquitous connectivity, and then we can have some question session. To talk more on this ubiquitous connectivity, even the government also did a lot of steps. One of the key things that come to our mind is we did a tethered balloon type in some of the remote area in Andhra Pradesh, where a balloon was flown and a tethered cable was drawn, and we were able to cover 10 kilometers up to speeds of 1 m. So a lot of interesting opportunities are there in this ubiquitous connectivity. I think first request Mr. Pika from SpaceX to come and say what is the plan of the firm. How do you think this ubiquitous connectivity is really going to help the country?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. And first and foremost, this is my first time in your beautiful country. Thanks, Bharat, my friend, for inviting me over, although we have 46 degrees outside, so I'd rather stay in the hotel, but I promised you that I will be back. And there is another problem. After this good lunch, now my body is requesting me to sleep instead of being on the panel. But anyway, no, happy to be here. I met a lot of you already this morning, and this is always good. I have a lot of business cards in my pocket. And looking at how many good people are now in this panel, this is a clear sign that the topic is really important. Anyway, I have prepared some slides for you, if can be shown. Thank you very much. So, just a few introductory words about Starlink, but I'm sure that the majority of you is familiar with the service. Next slide, please. Yeah, so internet from space for human on Earth. Next slide. So, in brief, Starlink is about providing high-speed broadband connectivity from space to areas where the internet has been either expensive, unreliable, or not available. So, in a way, already the core business of Starlink is about providing ubiquitous connectivity. But of course, you need to have a terminal. But the focus of this session will be to direct to unmodified devices. Next slide, please. So with these slides, I always have problems because I need to update it every 2 or 3 days. As you may be aware, now we have, as SpaceX, a launch cadence of about 2.5 days. So this is why these numbers, they may be changing today, for example. But if we focus on this weekend, let's say, we have 168 launches. We are live in 99 markets. I was hoping to come here with the 100 market, but maybe we need to wait 1 or 2 more days. Maybe I will announce it to you tomorrow. We have launched, as of today, more than 6,500 satellites. And last week, we surpassed the 3 million customer worldwide, which is a great achievement. And in general, in terms of performances, we have a stable now more than 150 megabit per second speed, although in reality you will get more for the majority of places on Earth, and less than 50 millisecond latency. As you may have heard, because this was publicly announced at the beginning of the year, there is an effort ongoing this year, this was directly mandated by Elon, to reduce the latency to below 20 milliseconds. Already progress has been done, has been actually published. There is a white paper that you can look at, but we really want to reach the best fiber performances, so sub 20 milliseconds. So yeah, all of this is very exciting. Actually, I was thinking, listening to the discussion this morning about the Indian nascent startup ecosystem, especially when our new bigger launcher, Starship, will become operational at the end of the year, and the launch cost will drop dramatically, this will have also a beneficial impact on the potential startup missions from India, for example, and the access to space. So very exciting years ahead. Next slide, please. Yeah, so of course that was, as I said, the core business, and you need to buy a terminal that you need to carry with you. But now, since a few months, we started testing one of the hottest applications of the moment, which is direct-to-device. Just to be clear, this is a service, some say that supplements or complements, but the principle is the same. We are offering something that is in partnership with the terrestrial operators, so offering supplemental coverage from space, okay? We're not aiming to replace the terrestrial operator, and actually the model today is that you establish partnerships. We have announced publicly that the first partnerships are already in place with several terrestrial operators in several countries, USA, T-Mobile, Canada, Rogers, Japan, KDDI, Australia, Optus, One New Zealand in New Zealand, and Salt in Switzerland. And we started testing at the very beginning of this year in the United States with T-Mobile. A lot of tests already ongoing, and probably you have seen that in the media. I think 2 weeks ago, the first, oh no, actually less than 2 weeks ago, the first video call on X using direct-to-device. So that was pretty exciting. We have 38 D2C satellites currently flying, and we plan to start commercial service already at the end of this year. But the main point here is that at the ITU, we are working on an agenda item exactly on this, which is agenda item 113, which is basically looking at allocating MSS spectrum for this application, okay? So there is a clear indication that the studies should be focused on this type of application. And next slide, please. Yeah, so the agenda item just started, and we only had one more meeting of Working Party 4C, which is the responsible working party at the ITU for this agenda item 2 months ago. And it was already, to be honest, a fruitful meeting, but as I said, we are just at the beginning. So what I can discuss with you today are just some basic principles that we believe should guide the agenda item. First and foremost, we should be open to study all the frequency bands in the range that was identified, so 694 to 2.7 gigs. The reason is very simple. The world is going very fast now, including these new applications. So the ITU should be, as much as possible, an enabler instead of limiting or constraining. So we need to make sure, of course, this will imply hard work, but I mean, we go to Geneva for that. We need to make sure that we do studies in all possible bands so that we somehow help the membership achieve harmonized provisions in all bands. And this will enable the highest possible level of flexibility for operators like Starlink. As I said, we go around and try to establish partnerships with the terrestrial operators, but these terrestrial operators, since we will have to use their spectrum, they have, first of all, different spectrum that they use in their countries, different conditions, etc., etc. So this is why, as a satellite operator helping to complement the coverage of these terrestrial operators, we need to have the highest possible level of flexibility. And this is granted by provisions at the ITU that embrace the widest possible ranges of frequencies. Then the second point, which is as important as the first one, is conducting studies at the ITU which are as realistic as possible. This may seem like an obvious principle, but in reality it is not. And nowadays it is much more important than in the past. As was explained by several speakers, by the way, during the sessions this morning, now, much more than in the past, we are obliged to make efficient use of spectrum because there are so many services using and sharing the same spectrum. So we cannot adopt, let's say, an old school approach that was often used at the ITU in the past, which is, okay, just to be safe at the end of the day, let's take some extra margin to protect the services. This is something that may be detrimental for the work and may be detrimental eventually for the people, because we could limit or even deny access to that spectrum or to the application. We live in a world in which we are obliged to push the sharing of spectrum to the limits for the benefit of the people. And anyway, that is the purpose of the ITU at the end of the day. It's the subtitle of the Working Party 4A, for example, is efficient use of spectrum resources. So this is what we should do. So we will, on our side, we will try to bring to the table real-world operational parameters to simulate our system. We will try to model the operations and the interference in the most realistic possible way so that we protect all the incumbent services that need to be protected, but at the same time, we use the spectrum efficiently. And I guess that's basically it, because again, we're just starting. There will be so many studies that will have to be done, but we're ready. We're already working on that, and this for sure will be among the most important agenda items of this study cycle. And this is very exciting because, as I said at the beginning, we are already testing the service, and there is a big demand. It's an important service, so we will contribute as proactively as possible to the success of this agenda item in order to have internationally harmonized provisions at the end of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, because that is what's interesting to set the tone, at least the direct-to-devices, that's going to really play a real great role in connecting the unconnected. Hope it makes a big way. Next, I think once from the industry, let us hear from our Professor Rajiv Shori from IIT Delhi, to see what he has on the ubiquitous connectivity side.
Thank you so much. At the outset, let me thank the ITU APT Foundation of India, IAFI, for their very kind invitation. It's a pleasure and privilege to be here. Sri Bharat Bhatia ji is a good friend, and we come here fairly frequently and meet some of the best minds from all over the globe. So my special thanks to Bharat ji, and special thanks to the chair of the session, Robert ji. It's a great pleasure to be with very eminent panelists over here. I'm going to change the gear a little bit and talk about some technology today, because I think all of us are, engineers, practitioners. Either we are practitioners or we are theoreticians. But I think at the end of the day, it's very important to see what are the enabling technologies in space, in SATCOM. So I'm going to use the word SATCOM and satellite networks interchangeably because it's really one and the same thing. There's subtle differences, but it's by and large the same thing. So let me just take you through the challenges some of the challenges we are working on, but I will, wherever possible, share with you some of our own results over and above what we see in the developments happening around us. So let's move on to the slides. So here's my very quick agenda of the talk. I'm aware that I have only about 8 to maximum 10 minutes. So I'm going to very quickly talk about the select use cases. But I think interestingly, we'll go straight to the top 10 satellite technology trends. So what is happening in the world of SATCOM today? what are the technologies that are dominating SATCOM? So let's take a peek at that. And then what we'll do is, we'll go deep into one of the couple of areas that, in fact, Robert, you mentioned that very nicely, and Mr. Jain mentioned that, earlier, that there are some technologies that are really making a huge difference. And clearly, anybody's guess, not surprising, it's going to be a couple of them. One is AI, machine learning, and deep learning. And I think I'm going to try to share with you some examples of where and how these technologies are making a huge impact in the space of SATCOM. And finally, of course, I'll end with the challenges and open research problems and conclude my talk. Let's start with, I like this figure, so I give talks all over, the world, United States, India, all IITs, ISC, everywhere. And I like this slide because I like to start with this slide. Just look at this slide carefully. That's a fact. Go back a few years ago, and we thought this is like, just a comic book, right? Maybe an Archie's comic or some other magazine that he picked up. But it's interesting. This is a reality now, right? So the world has become so ad hoc. There are there are plethora of networks sitting on top of each other. So they're multi-layered networks, all kinds of. So look at the key takeaway here is there's so much of heterogeneity, there's diversity, right, from the terrestrial networks that are evolving thanks to our 5G and, of course, 6G that we're talking about here. You have IoT and industrial IoT that has been mentioned by my colleagues earlier. And then, of course, you have the whole drones and UAVs that are expanding exponentially, right? I mean, go back 5 years ago, and then now you're seeing startups in India all over working on just drones, including what we have in IIT Delhi. So when you go to the Republic Day Parade, when you see all the array of drones that's done by a startup sitting in IIT Delhi. So it's just unbelievable what's happening. And then you see the whole satellite world, which we knew earlier, but that sat world is converging with the terrestrial world, right? So the two worlds are really, there's a good convergence going on, and we'll see what we mean by that. In summary, and then throw in the whole buzzwords of edge computing and cloud, because you have to store your data somewhere, you have to process it, you have to have more intelligence. It's kind of really strange what's happening. And in fact, every time I show this, my favorite question is, so what's the biggest challenge over here? And our answer clearly is cybersecurity. So if we are not securing these networks, we are in deep, deep trouble, including the satellite network. But that's another story. I'll come to that. Let's quickly move on. Now, we know the use cases, right? So I think all of us here in the eminent audience and the panelists over here, I'm really not going to read all these use cases over here, but it's kind of clear that some of the use cases are really dominating now. For example, if you look at the Indian context, the remote and the rural area connectivity is becoming very critical, and for reasons which we know very well, because the telecom, the operators really they want a return on investment, and if you just can't have that huge infrastructure in remotest regions, whether it's deserts or the Himalayan regions, because there is really no ROI there. The density is extremely small. So you really have no choice but to heavily leverage the satellite networks to really come to your rescue, not only in the normal context, but even in the context when you have natural disasters, such as what we are seeing now happening in Bengal and other areas, right? So there are plethora of use cases that we all know. Good news is that the use cases are increasing with each passing year or quarter, and we are seeing more and more more and more importance in the criticality of satellite networks. Now, there's a very interesting slide. Thanks to StartUs, which is as recent as August 2023, and I really love this slide. They're talking about the top 10 satellite technology trends. Very quickly, the trends are that satellites are getting small. In fact, as was pointed out by my colleagues over here, they're really getting miniaturized. And we see that even in small, even our startups now or universities that are active in the area, that the whole form factor is really becoming more and more compact because you want affordability, right? You really want to work with minimum cost. You want to minimize the cost. The satellite IoT, as I mentioned earlier, that's becoming a very important segment, right? In-orbit services, advanced ground systems, artificial intelligence, which I'm going to talk about now in the next few minutes, advanced payload systems, spacecraft propulsion, very high throughput satellites, and we saw, in fact, when Pika was talking about, before me, that's one of the objectives, right? So when you are minimizing your latency from 50 to 20 milliseconds or even lower than that, you're also trying to, your endeavor is to increase the throughput to ensure that you can pump in more and more bits per unit time. How you do that, of course, is something that many of us are looking at across the globe in both academia and R&D labs. And of course, new launch services, and finally, thanks to additive manufacturing, which is seeing the advent of new components within the satellite. So very, very interesting slide. I highly recommend you go through this homepage and get more details. There are many startups listed over there that are actually coming out with solutions in each of this space. The space that really excites me is the space which I've circled over there, and that space is a space of AI and machine learning. Very quickly look at the technology enablers. Now, all of us have probably seen this slide, right? So there's nothing new in this slide. But what's interesting in this slide is that the whole world of machine learning is now really evolving. So the machine learning world includes a very new paradigms like, relative new paradigm like federated learning and reinforcement learning. Deep learning has been there for a long time, but we're seeing an advent of new paradigms. I will give you some examples of where we are trying to apply these concepts in SATCOM and in satellite networks. And we're getting some very good results over there, by the way. So strongly encourage you to look at that. And I'll explain you in just a minute of what the benefits of these paradigms and how to use them and what are the characteristics of these paradigms. So very interesting slide, but let me go in through some two of these paradigms in some detail. What this slide tells you is that if you look at the architecture of the satellite networks, right, the overall end-to-end architecture, right, from terrestrial all the way to the LEOs, the MEOs, and the GEOs, it's becoming very, very complicated, right? So what are the trends of this slide? I think all of you know this slide, so there's nothing new over here. But what is the trend happening now? The trends are that we are seeing more and more density happening at the NGS level, right? There's more and more, the sats are getting more and more compact. There's very high density in the space. In fact, that also leads to concern about the debris in the space and also in the potential collisions going forward. But that's another issue. The networks there are getting much more dense. We are seeing more and more convergence of the terrestrial and the satellite networks. And we'll see what we mean by that, right? Number two. Number three, we are seeing the role of the edge. So, just when we thought cloud and edge are terrestrial elements, there are friends in terrestrial world. No, that's not true. You are now seeing that maybe a bigger satellite will serve as an edge because there's a whole constellation over there. It's a mesh network out there in space. So a larger satellite will serve the role of a cloud or an edge, trying to serve the neighboring satellites for reasons that are obvious. You want to minimize the latency. You want to improve the efficiency in terms of handovers when there is mobility. So there are very interesting trends happening in terms of the architecture, the end-to-end architecture. And therefore, one of the observations, one of the takeaways of this slide is that the edges and the gateways, right, is where a lot of intelligence is being built. So we're seeing a lot of intelligent networks evolving, including the satellite networks. What an unbelievable, this slide is very interesting. If you look at this carefully, you'll find that machine learning, AI, and deep learning is now playing a huge role in every segment of SATCOM. Be it the lower layers, as we call the physical layer, the MAC layer, the network layer, be it the higher layer, the transport or the application layer, which includes security, right? I'm not going to read all this, but whether it's spectrum sensing, whether it's finding the optimal path between one node to the other node at the end, right? Because these are really the constellations over there, right? We are finding that machine learning is playing a big role over there because you really want to make this autonomous. Manually, you will miserably fail doing this, right? All these operations. So you want to automate all this, and what best way than to throw in some intelligence and cognition. So this is a very interesting set of areas where we are leveraging AI and ML in SATCOM. Let me come to this slide. So what specifically, if you look at the network, if you look at the figure on the top, right, the satellite network, let's focus on the LEO satellites, right? And let's ask some questions. For example, you want the optimal path. You want an optimal path from node A to node Z. By optimality, I mean you want the path with least latency, with maximum throughput. It's going to be a nightmare. You can just not do that manually, right? You have to automate that. So the concepts, so thanks to our machine learning paradigm that will help you, specifically reinforcement learning. So the whole reinforcement learning tells you that I'm going to be learning on the fly, right? There's no model sitting over there a priori. I'll be learning on the fly because the networks are evolving, they're changing, they're moving, there's mobility, right? And there are more and more networks that are being added, I mean the satellite nodes being added. So the reinforcement learning is giving us some very interesting results these days. We've already got some real optimal paths thanks to reinforcement learning. If you want privacy, now, I don't think many of us spoke about privacy, but a lot of data that the satellites generate, right, particularly the defense data, the data pertaining to a country, is a very private data. You really want to be very careful about it, right? Just like the data that we have in the terrestrial networks, particularly the healthcare, defense, and so on and so forth. And there, if you want to preserve the privacy, you will leverage federated learning. So now we are seeing that people are, and federated learning is a very simple idea. I'm not going to send the data anywhere. I'm never going to share my data with you. But instead, I will send you the machine learning model wherever you are. You will train the model with your data and send me back the trained model, right? So I will never share the data with anybody. That's the whole idea. And that's what federated learning does to you. So what we are seeing is that the kind of questions you ask, whether it's path planning or optimality, or whether it's privacy, or whether it's deep learning. By the way, today you are seeing machine learning at the satellite nodes. May not be every node, but certainly the edge nodes. Certainly the gateways, terrestrial gateways that are the endpoints, right, and connect with satellite networks. You are now seeing that whether it's online, offline, on-board or off-board, there are already examples in startups which are trying to leverage machine learning at the nodes. Right, so it's very interesting. So it depends upon the kind of questions you want to answer, you will leverage that machine learning model to get some answers. So, and finally, there are many challenges and open research problems. I spoke about some technological advances, but there are all kinds of, in fact, the other big challenge is security and privacy. Privacy, of course, we know to some extent how do we handle it thanks to federated learning, which is making great strides in progress. But we still need to understand how are we going to secure these very complicated, heterogeneous satellite networks, right, who are already talking to each other. And I think that's going to be a very important area going forward. My colleagues have already spoken about the integration with terrestrial networks that's already happening, and the list goes on and on. And I think through very advanced technologies, algorithms, enabled by machine learning, AI, I think we will be able to achieve a lot going forward. And finally, of course, we have the drones and the UAVs world, and I'm not going to talk about that because that world augments satellite world. You'll find similar challenges over there, except that this is a world which is much more resource constrained, right? So this world also is a world which will help in a big way because you can't really leverage satellites for every possible application. You will have to use drones in areas such as agriculture or smart farming and so on and so forth. So I think this world is going to very closely work, not work, but it's going to be very closely, it's intertwined with the satellite world, and you'll find a lot of applications as well as technologies that are enabling the drones and UAVs, all right? So, so finally, my last slide, I think in going ahead, as even the chair pointed out very correctly, so that we need to figure out what's the future. What is the future for us in the world of satellite communication? My 2 cents, I must say my 2 cents, because I have very eminent colleagues over here who work in the area, are that we're going to see more and more systems we're going to see systems which are much more flexible, much more adaptive, much more autonomous, and much more dynamic. That's going to be more and more, and therefore ML will play a bigger role. Now, listen, there's a catch over there. The caveat is machine learning doesn't come without cybersecurity issues. So you have to ensure that it's completely secure, even the models are secure, but that's another discussion and dialogue, right? The other thing we see is that the architectures and protocols are evolving. You need more newer novel protocols between diverse satellites, right? These are getting miniaturized. So you need to see more lightweight protocols and architectures which are much more amenable for new services. You're already seeing multi-constellation networks. You're already seeing inter-satellite communication. That's why I said that protocol will evolve with time. Already you are seeing, thanks to 5G, 6G, it's already mentioned there, that SDN and ML will play a big role. Edge is already playing a huge role in enabling newer services and satellite networks. Finally, I think going forward, which we're already seeing, SATCOM is going to be a service, right? You can enable a nice use case and leverage the great constellations over there. And you'll find a new range of edge and cloud computing capabilities. So edge and cloud, just when we thought are in terrestrial networks, no, they will also be sitting over there. And I can go on and on and on. But I think the future is very exciting. But my one last word of advice is I go back to my first slide, that if this is what we are going to see in course of time, we better keep our fingers crossed, because one vulnerability in the end-to-end network can lead to an absolute disaster. And so, again, I emphasize that the cybersecurity and privacy is going to be paramount going forward. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Professor. That was quite impressive about the complete paradigm, what is happening in the sector to add. To say we are no longer thinking of software-defined networks. We may even go about self-sustaining networks. So that automatically, irrespective of the distance, it automatically gets corrected. Yeah, the future is really promising, especially this work. We have already started a lot of work doing in at least the IoT sector. We have the SAT-based IoT also growing up, connectivity in different areas. A lot more to come. I think may I now request Mr. Peng Zhang from GSO 8 to share your thoughts.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Really pleased to be back on the stage. I have some slides to share, if you can bring that up. First of all, I think, let's just go to the next slide, please. First of all, I just want to clarify something. I had some question during the lunch. So GSOA is not GSO Operator Association. It's like a Global Satellite Operator Association. We do include GEOs, but also MEO and the LEO operators. You can see some of the, all the members displayed on these slides. Next, please. So I think at the GSOA, we are representing the whole satellite SATCOM industry. And there are, in the world, still 2.7 billion people still unconnected. And that's like due to several reasons. Sometimes it's access to, sometimes coverage, and sometimes it's like the usability challenge or cost. So that's challenge, especially in the underserved areas. And this kind of a stark divide really driving our vision for the future of connectivity. So what's we, satellite industry, really bring to the landscape of connectivity is that we can achieve the kind of ubiquitous connectivity, and we believe in the convergence of the both terrestrial and non-terrestrial technologies, like satellites. And for example, 6G in the future really aims at tightly integrate those technology into kind of a unified multi-access architecture. So satellites themselves, of course, they have advantage of coverage. If you look at today, maybe 95% of the population is already covered, but those 95% are concentrated in the maybe 25% of the landmass. And in there, terrestrial networks is doing a really good job to bring the broadband, mobile broadband, or fixed broadband to all of them. However, the rest of the 5% is dispersed over the rest of the 75% of the landmass, and also in the sea and air where there's no terrestrial connectivity available. So it's really become a kind of a problem of economics for terrestrial network to cover it by themselves. But as I said, we believe in the convergence, and we believe that technology can work together. For example, satellite operators can provide backhaul services to 4G and 5G mobile operators for them to connect to those areas. And of course, in area where even that doesn't really work economically, then D2D is a new application, a new way to connect that. But of course, satellites also has the advantage of the resilience. So typically, during the natural disaster, when there's earthquake or flooding, where the terrestrial network is not available anymore, then satellite operators can easily supplement the coverage of there. And of course, the security and reliability, that is, by default, how the satellite always-on kind of application and capabilities is able to guarantee the services, connectivity service. Next slide, please. So we see back then in 4G era, and especially and also in 5G, the kind of the satellites has been able to extend coverage, but in terms of kind of standard, it's kind of afterthoughts about the connectivity. But 6G envision such kind of devices natively kind of accessing the satellite networks alongside terrestrial networks. So we are witnessing kind of unprecedented cross-industry collaboration already between satellites and mobile operators and technology players to realize this kind of convergence. Major milestone like 3GPP release 17, as mentioned by Dr. Jain earlier, enables this kind of non-terrestrial integration into 5G and paving the way for 6G. Next slide, please. So when I speak about collaboration, I think it's really key. Our organization, GSOA, is leading in to try to foster those kind of innovation and the convergence. We have, for example, earlier this year, GSOA have signed kind of a partnership agreement with the GSMA, which is the Mobile Association, but also with ESA, the European Space Agency, to work on the kind of advancements and integration of the terrestrial and non-terrestrial technology. So we committed together to work on the standardization, but also on the kind of technology and the policy. And we believe that these kind of collaboration are kind of testaments of the industry commitment to bridge the digital divide. Next slide, please. But however, there's still one of the biggest enabler I think that needs to be addressed is all the policy and the spectrum needs. We believe that the policymakers and the industry has to work together as well and to bring the full benefit of the next generation communication to all. And for example, access to sufficient spectrum is crucial for realizing this 6G, integrated 6G satellites and terrestrial integrated capabilities. And I think my colleague Audrey already mentioned WRC 27 will be critical for this to realize this vision. WRC 27 has 80% of the agenda items impacting satellites, but 3 of them really impacting the D2D side. So 1.13 mentioned by Audrey is definitely one of the key ones, where we look at integrating the satellites into the using the IMT spectrum below 3 gigahertz. But there's also 1.12 and 1.14, which is expanding the capabilities of existing MSS satellites. So as I think mentioned by Dr. Jain, right now the MSS is capable to do some narrowband application, but we want to grow that kind of capabilities and bandwidth so that they can do broadband application and typically D2D things. So I think with that, I will conclude my presentation. But really, the key takeaway is really through the kind of collaboration, cross-industry, and also policy collaboration, that we can align, spectrum, standards, and strategies to unleash this kind of the full potential of the integrated 6G for both terrestrial and non-terrestrial networks. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Peng. That was really interesting. That's a very important point which you mentioned on complete space, full space integration, especially in 6G and beyond. That's a reality is happening, and I think a lot of work, research works going on in this space in the country also. I'm sure we will also be on par to meet that particular challenge. I think may I now request Sri Jitendra Singh from Qualcomm to share his thoughts.
Good evening. Thank you, IAFI, for inviting me here. So there were a few points, 5 points which were mentioned by Dr. Jain about what should be the discussion here. So one of them was spectrum, and I am not going to speak on that today. So I'll be discussing that tomorrow when we speak on IT-related activities. So, but still, one point on 1.13 was made on identifying all spectrum bands for studies. I don't share the same view, but yeah, tomorrow we'll discuss that. So I'll be focusing more on technology, and I think that will help us understand that what is going on right now, because we are also speaking of convergence here. So as Qualcomm, we have a long history of working on innovations on satellite communication. We had our first stint on satellite technologies when we started working with Omnitracs on providing them connectivity and for US defense on using two satellite-based solution for, this is pre-GPS era. So this was something which we did long time back with them. Later on, we worked with Global Star, and I had a joint venture with them on having mobile satellite-based communication, and first satellite call was made in 1988. Later on, we started working with OneWeb, and we had end-to-end system optimization work with OneWeb, and now we are working on 5G IoT NTN. This is we actually demonstrated this last year in MWC. So we'll just show you that also. But this helps us in, especially on 5G IoT NTN. We have our solutions available, having a Qualcomm Aware platform, which can have good device management and accurate tracking of IoT devices. So since I come from IMT background, so I prefer to speak about IMT and satellite converging. And in this, for satellite also, because some discussion was happening that where is the business? Business is here for even for satellite community. So it is important that we come together as GSOA. Dr. Peng also mentioned that we need to come together, especially in 6G, we should all merge together. So 3GPP is already working on it. And if we go back to the timelines and the work which happened in 3GPP, release 15 was focused on EMBP. Then release 16 also focused on NB-IoT related work. Then when release 17 came, work continued with other activities, but also NTN work also started. Now NTN is not only limited to satellite. There are other items also in NTN like UAVs and HAPS. So this is the work which started in 3GPP, and in release 17 we already have something done on NTN, IoT NTN, and in release 18 we are focused on IoT NTN and NR NTN, 5G NR NTN. So this is the work which is already going on. So when we speak of release 17 and what happened in release 17, yeah, so what is this 5G NTN? So it actually supports broad range of use cases with 5G NTN, and also 5G Advanced which will further take care of more number of use cases of NTN as a base foundation. So there are two categories here. One is 5G NR NTN, and another one is 5G IoT NTN. 5G NR NTN deals and complements terrestrial network in underserved areas, which will take care of mobile broadband, automotive, mobile compute, satellite backhaul, and fixed wireless access. Whereas 5G IoT NTN is taking care of massive IoT in case of personal safety and messaging, sensors, POS, utility meters, tracking. So all these are actually taken care of under 5G IoT NTN. So totally, if we talk of 5G NTN, we have two categories, NR and IoT. So both would have different requirements, and the work which I mentioned earlier is being taken care of in 3GPP. So this takes care of all, as I mentioned, all different levels and different categories of platforms, whether it is UAV or it is a geosatellite, depending on what is the use case. So we have to, when we are talking of these standards or the work which is going on 3GPP, all these platforms are to be taken care of, because geo is at 36,000 kilometers, whereas UV would be at few hundred meters. So all these things need to be managed in the framework, or when we design the frame, or when you are designing various other components of a activity or in 3GPP with respect to IMT 2020 satellite component. So 5G NTN actually brings new efficiencies for a broad range of use cases. So if you see this chart, I will start on the left corner, where we had some initial proprietary solutions for small data messaging with mobile phones and satellites. Then as we move in the time on the x-axis, and y-axis actually shows the capabilities of the systems. So as the work on 5G IoT NTN started, 3GPP standard solution actually was made available for this. But as we further moved up, there were some proprietary solutions which actually used the legacy mobile phones connecting to satellites for voice and data. But these mobile phones were tricked to believe that they are connected to a terrestrial base station by manipulating or by adjusting and bringing additional compensation applied to frame structure and network signals to manage the Doppler effect of the system. So typically what happened was that if you see the typical beam footprint is about 50 kilometers. So the center of that 50 kilometers was tuned with this kind of compensation. So that was still okay for the device to read and provide some low data rates solution. But when you move away from that center, the Doppler effect actually then has its own play, and then you further have a deteriorated service available to you. So this was then further studied and is being now worked in 5G NR NTN, and this will actually take care of a situation where phone will know exactly where it is connected. It will not sense a base station as a or a satellite as a base station. It will actually then, so it is not basically tricked to be seen as connected to a terrestrial base station. So all those compensations are taken care of in the frame of the signal itself. On the device side, if you see what is the device upgrade cycles which can actually promote 5G solutions to have this convergence, we have new smartphones. So in case one which we spoke about, we had smartphones which have dedicated satellite spectrum. In case of IoT also, we have dedicated satellite spectrum for that, but pipeline is thick, it's very thin, and we have a limited bandwidth, like 200 kilohertz. Whereas if we go with dedicated or the proprietary solutions of 5G devices which are getting connected to a satellite system, again there is a dedicated spectrum for satellite which is being used here. So with existing 4G, 5G devices. But when we talk of 5G NR NTN, then these are new 5G devices which will take care of existing spectrum as well as satellite spectrum, depending on what is available to the operators. So how is 3GPP Release 17 solved the key challenges in 5G satellite connectivity? So there was long propagation delay which was taken care of by Release 17. There were moving cells, and then a large Doppler shift which was taken care of Release 17, in which RAN 1, which is working on physical layer, that took care of timing relationships, especially uplink frequency pre-compensation, whereas RAN 2, which works on MAC layer, worked on connected mode enhancements and timer extensions, and SA2 working group is taking care of architecture, which was also looking into regulatory issues and quality of service. So typically, there's when the network is formed, as can be seen on the right-hand side, from 5G core through GNB, through satellite to a UE, then it is a transparent NTN payload using bent pipe satellites. So it is transparent to the system that how that communication is happening, and that is what should be the final goal when we are talking of convergence. So a spectrum point of view, we have L-band, S-band in case of IoT, NTN, and as we also move forward for other higher frequency bands, there is also, that work is also under progress, that is spectrum over 10 gigahertz. So in release 18, 5G NTN was further enhanced, and NTN coverage is now taken care of, NTN capacity is taken care of, and the mobility of between NTN and terrestrial network is also taken care of. So now we can focus on spectrum over 10 gigahertz for NR, NTN. Then we have coverage enhancement, we have mobility enhancement, we have network verified UE location, because you require to know what is the regulatory provision in a particular country or a region where you, whether as a satellite you can connect to that or not, what kind of data or bandwidth which is allowed there, what particular spectrum portion or the bandwidth is allowed there. So this is already part of this release 18. And similarly, if you are working on IoT devices, especially, you would like to manage the battery life of that. So GNSS operations are also very important for those IoT devices. So therefore, it is important to have this also taken care of in terms of dependency on GNSS for IoT devices. Coming to managing the global NTN ecosystem, there are frequency bands which are focused here. One of them is L-band, which is band N255, and then S-band, which is band N256. Then if you are talking of spectrum above 10 gigahertz, we have three different bands, which is in 27 gigahertz, 28 gigahertz, and again 27 gigahertz for Europe and CPT. So these are different band nomenclatures from 3GPP and 510 and 511, and for CPT it is N512. So these are already there in release 18. So work is already going on towards convergence, and of course it is right now it is not. So we don't have, if we go back when we were working on 5G or IMT 2020, we did not have satellite component in IMT 2020. Now we are working on that IMT component, and this is what is already part of work in 3GPP. I think we should focus on these activities, because 3GPP actually brings global coverage to the IoT with 5G IoT NTN, connecting all utility, grid monitoring, industrial handset and POS devices, mining, fire detection, reporting, shipping, logistics. So all these IoT activities are something which is already there and is being already envisaged with respect to IoT NTN. And this is actually a very good big business for satellite community as well. So this also helps in unlocking new revenues in underserved areas with 5G and NTN. So typically, if you see there is a separate terrestrial network and then there is an underserved area, you need to connect through satellite, and it has to be transparent system, as I mentioned earlier. So with the help of 5G slicing, which is possible with NR NTN also, you can actually provide that connectivity to the user in a purely transparent manner, and end-to-end solution, which the user will not know how it is connected, because it is a proper slice which is made available to them through satellite service if required. So on this work, we have a large number of satellite communication industry support already working on this in 3GPP. So others who are not part of it, please join and try to move it forward. So this is a demo which we did in an MWC last year. Qualcomm did a demo on this. Same entire activity, how it can actually be achieved, and more details can be shared separately. And we have technology products already available here, especially with respect to ubiquitous IoT connectivity. So with this, thanks.
Thank you, Jitendra, for it was a overall idea about your 5G was land space. I'm sure with actually release 19 also coming in, I think you'll have a definite structure in place before it actually rolls up into your 6G era. May I now request Commander Kushpa to share his thoughts.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What a cerebral flow of ideas and thoughts and engineering thoughts which will drive our future. I definitely am inspired listening to all of you. As a fighter pilot, technology was always dear to us, and now with being a part of the industry, it inspires me more because we are unlocking new possibilities for a shared future, and that is most important. Great to see a very involved audience here too, awake in the middle of the afternoon. So with that, I will indulge you all in some more thoughts. The Honorable Prime Minister, when he inaugurated the Indian Space Association, these are four important pillars that he laid down. And this was on the 11th of October 2021. And the most important, that is, what he wanted to bring out was that how are we going to serve the common man? The vision that was laid out for Indian Space Association was to create an enabling environment for strengthening the private industry to propel India to the forefront of the global space ecosystem. If you look at the entire ecosystem, ISPA plays an important role by engaging with all stakeholders of the space industry. I'll move on and come to the crux of the matter. And that is that why are we all here? We are here to serve India's future, to serve mankind. And when we look at that, we need to understand what is the purpose we have, which has been laid down by a Prime Minister. And that is to have a developed and a prosperous nation by 2047. So if we were to look at 2047, what are we looking at? Are we looking at moving our economy at a certain rate? Let's look at in a near future, the target is 5 trillion, maybe moving to $10 trillion economy. So for that, what are the things that we need to be doing? Very important that our population is becoming aspirational, whether it is in rural areas or is it in urban areas. All want connectivity, everybody wants a secure connection, everybody wants a high-speed connection, and he or she wants a seamless connection. Whether it is for private lives, personal lives, or for business, or for offering services which could be life-saving, the requirement is the same. And for that, it's very important to see that how the space industry, especially the SATCOM industry, can complement what is already available, as well as fill the gaps where we have the unserved or the underserved populations, as well as businesses. And that's very important when we look at mission-critical applications, areas which are claimed to be served, but are the people having the right experience? You may be sitting in many parts of the Delhi, but you don't have that connectivity. You can't do that high-speed activity, which probably should have been coming to you. Could it be local interference, or maybe somebody digging up the line without your information across the road, and then the connection's not working? Irrespective of what it is, finally what matters is whether that connectivity is coming to me at the endpoint and whether I am able to use it for effective operations, whatever govern my life. Important to see that how the rural engagement can be increased. In urban environment, everybody is well enabled, everybody knows what to do. But how are we taking that rural land mass or the population mass and integrating it with the urban ecosystem, and then moving towards the aspirations that have been laid down by the Prime Minister? How is that journey going to be by taking everybody along? Further, when we look at what is happening around the globe, how can India take leadership on the global south? Serve it, support it, engage our economy with theirs. We have a huge population. We need entrepreneurships to propel, go to these areas across the globe
and see how India's influence can be increased there. So when we look at solutions, we should be looking with a global vision and not be restricted to just one classroom here. We also need to look at it from a strategic ecosystem, because with the aspirational India, the responsibilities of India to act at a global level also have increased. What we need to look at is how we can make our communications reliable, resilient, seamless, and as has been spoken by many of my panelists before. Can I do disaster response across the globe using the equipments that Make in India is going to make to serve the world? Can I reach anywhere in the world and extract my diaspora or serve my diaspora in the times of need? Because communication plays a very, very important role. There could be times when geopolitical risks ensure that I cannot reach my risk if I use local communication systems. So how will a space-based communication systems which will Make in India in future serve my national requirements? How am I going to ensure maritime space awareness, space domain awareness? How am I going to ensure that our whole of nation approach can be applied to any place, any time, any location of a choosing? For managing crisis, it could be military, it could be some terror infected, it could be any damn thing. How do we ensure that equipments which are manufactured in India are able to meet our national requirements? And why I talk about this is well, we are going to discuss about spectrum tomorrow. I mean, that's most of the speakers are talking, but I need to highlight one important thing. Unless you have the right sentiment available in this country to make investors invest, you will never have equipment getting manufactured. We all import most of our communication requirements. They may have backdoors. So in case we have to have a developed nations, we have to protect and ensure that that economy that we create, that ecosystem that we create is protected. For that, you need to have domestic manufacturing, which means the right investor sentiment, which means spectrum-related policies have to be forward-looking, and ensuring the growth of the space sector. I'm glad that the Parliament has taken a very considered decision in this regard. And above all, if we are talking of armed forces, whether I can bring space-based ISR, PNT, and other outcomes going to the soldier in real time, that's very important. And then, do I have redundancy? Ukraine has shown us that how terrorist local networks can be sorted out, and how Starlink played a fantastic role. Do I have redundancy? Tomorrow my ground equipments can be knocked off. 10, 15 exchanges knocked off. What do you do now? So do I have an alternative? Like we have dual SIMs in our mobiles with different networks. Airtel nahi chala to Jio, Jio nahi chala to Airtel. In a simple language. Similarly, when we look at the nation's scale, we need to have alternatives so that the power of this economy which is being created does not get halted because of one single point of failure. And that is how we should be structuring our minds and thoughts when we move into our next leap that we are going to take in times to come. This is a slightly old-dated map, but it reflects how the connectivity is available at different places. Different colors indicate different levels. Now, this is what is stated in terms of what is being installed, but is it really meeting the user requirement? We all understand the implications of this map, so I don't need to explain that. So, today I'm going to give you some insights of a report that was prepared by the joint efforts of NASSCOM, Deloitte, and ISPA, which focused on logistics, transportation, precision agriculture, strategic security, defense-related issues. The connectivity imperative. We are all aware that how connectivity is directly proportional to giving you GDP growth. The data speaks for itself. I'm not going to read out the data. Needless to say that in case we have to empower these 1.4 billion people that live on this landmass, what are we going to do to ensure that they are provided adequate opportunities? And when we talk of adequate opportunities, it means transportation, it means communication, and the ability to operate from anywhere. India has got a huge it's considered as a best test, but in the world, in terms of climate, in terms of terrain, in terms of languages, I mean, the diversity is known. So can a person can he operate a very high-tech ecosystem in the best of the weathers in Northeast India, which is yet to be explored, as a tourist destination and still make people work with best of efficiency? That is how you are going to unlock the geographical strengths in terms of, say, tourism. It is a sector which, say, employs the unemployable player today, what we call, because if you look at the employment trends, not many people are employable, even if they are passing out with degrees. Where do we consume them? So you have to consume them in sectors where that much of education and skilling may not be required. So when we have to look at taking India to the next level, we have to look at it from a holistic perspective and then see how space-based communications will help. Himalayas is a very difficult terrain. Even if you have fiber optic cables, I have personal experiences of sitting in Joshimath with an hope that the broadband will work. 3 days it worked, 20 days it didn't work because of landslides. Because the cable which is traveling through the road. So while on the map I'm putting that yes, broadband is available, but actually is it available? Can I do my business from there? So will it support tourism out there? So we have to ask those fundamental questions about the actual user experience. And I'm here talking as a user also, because as an association, my job is also to ensure that how do I leverage technology to serve this nation and fulfill the dream of the Prime Minister. Some figures, important. The rural aspect, I have given you a hint, but these are some data sets that I'm just moving in, which are very, very self-explanatory. Now, coming to the advantages of satellite networks. Most of you are well aware, the best capability that SATCOM kind of brings to you is it is not limited by geography. In terms of terrain, in terms of climate, it is always available. That means the unserved, the underserved, or areas where we do not have that much of business value coming out through fiber, or there is difficult to maintain that fiber itself, especially the young Himalayas. That's a challenge. So how, and that is where I think the space technology matters a lot. Thereafter, if you look at the new emerging areas of, say, aviation, maritime, very, very important, very unexplored. And here I would like to say that often we say that, oh, it is, many people don't kind of understand the value of how new solutions, when options are available, new solutions can be developed. And this is where the power of innovative India will come into being. That once you have something available as a communication in space, in aviation, in maritime, across the seas, new applications will develop because people are going to venture into those domains. So how we create that canvas where people can apply their minds to create new business value is where we need to also focus on, because as the Prime Minister has post-COVID turned the face of the economy into a startup-driven, enabled ecosystem. Because you have to create jobs. If you have to create jobs, you have to have sustainable, high-tech jobs, high-tech applications which can engage people who may or may not be employable. So we have to think in different dimensions and see how we get that, we fulfill that responsibility as the industry also. In terms of statistics, important to note that there is still a lot to be done in terms of reaching the Gram Panchayats. And this is where, again, satellite-based connectivity can play a major role. In terms of reaching out to the rural market, we still have a potential of about $260 billion over the next few years. And in this, let's move to the next one. In terms of hospitals, mobile medical units, ambulances, huge potential again. And I have a personal experience of handling emergency response during COVID time. And let me assure you, gentlemen, that even the times when the ambulance was moving into the congested streets of Delhi, it was difficult to get connectivity. We had to actually position a man on the colony gate to ensure that the ambulance reached the right place. So if this is the state in the capital, and I'm sure there's much more to be done in areas which are stated to be covered but are not effectively covered that way. So can we provide easy options for a or for a population to select the best networks? I think we deserve a reason to give people a chance for that. You have to mainstream satellite-based communications as a complementary capability in addition to the existing terrestrial networks. In terms of BFSI, again, we have a huge initiative taken on Digital India in terms of fintech, but are the full benefits reaching the common man in the rural areas? There is a lot to be done. Initiatives have been taken, which are welcome. The existing networks are doing a great job, but can we complement it? Yes, and there is a potential which is there. And this is, ladies and gentlemen, the start point of our exercise in terms of getting data, in terms of getting some kind of a figures. Once the penetration starts increasing, once the amount of surveys start increasing, the research quality starts improving, I'm sure more avenues will come out. Coming in terms of characteristics, important to note that is that the C and the KU band is something which is generating a lot of revenue in the SATCOM market. In terms of DTH2, there is a huge market that we have worked out. So what are the value drivers? The value drivers are that by 2025, 56% of new internet users will be from rural India. And I think there were some reports which had, by other research agencies also, which had come. And what is driving this? And this is being driven by the mobile availability, technology available in the hands of the users. That capability has to be leveraged in order to drive, say, more fintech-based applications, so that people are more digitally connected into the broadband ecosystem using the satellite-based communications, especially in the underserved areas. They also deserve a chance to be, they have aspirations, to be doing the same things which somebody maybe sitting in Delhi or a well-connected area is doing. So I think this is something which we need to be focusing on. Important. Grateful to the Government of India and the Parliament of India for having taken a considered decision to come out with a new telecom bill, which has put in a lot of hope for the SATCOM industry. Important is to have this regulatory certainty and stability for this industry to grow. Next, we need faster deployment in the need of streamlining the processes of licensing, testing, and launch approvals, and expedite our timings. Next, collaboration between satellite operators, service providers, and terrestrial network operators can help facilitate efficient rollout strategies, and this is where we need to focus on, because once the mandate has now been given by the Parliament, now we need to move at an express speed to convert that mandate into an actionable impact on our population. It requires encouraging government initiatives and subsidies to promote satellite connectivity in rural and remote regions, bridging the digital divide. I think, I'm sure all of you will agree with this aspect. And in the end, integration with terrestrial networks and seamless service delivery is something that we should work together as a team to see that how best we can provide high-speed connectivity to our users. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shaji. This was very comprehensive and nicely articulated. And now may I request Mr. Ravi Gandhi to just share his thoughts.
Thank you, everyone. The good news is I don't have any presentation, so you will not have to stress your eyes to read from the presentation. So, being the last speaker of the day, I have the advantage and disadvantage both. A lot of speaker has already spoken, so even if I had the presentation, probably you would have seen all those things before even I could have presented. And the best part of this is that I don't have to prepare. I can now speak extempore. Bharat Bhatia ji, India Space Policy Conference. But all the topics are not space policy. These are space communication policy. So I think probably the heading of the conference need to be changed, because all 100% of the topics are related to communication. Most of the speaker previous to me has spoken about convergence. So whether it is GSOA or Qualcomm or even Starlink, we spoke about convergence, how the networks are getting converged. So I think this also should get converged. Instead of India Space Policy Conference, it should have been India Communication Policy Conference. So it should have included terrestrial communication also, because we know the things are getting merged. Last year when we had debate or discussion around this topic, especially when TRI held the open house session, all this convergence was looking like some fancy idea. So some sort of fantasy that we'll have converged network, we'll have direct-to-device network, etc., etc. But probably I think large number of speakers, even prior the speakers in the previous session also would have spoken about convergence. So convergence is going to happen. It's taken care in standards, it's taken care by manufacturers. It's being talked about now. It was not being earlier talked about, at least. Second thing which I wanted to raise was the issue which is raised by many people, Indian context. This I am speaking from the context of one of the item which is there in our agenda, ubiquitous coverage. One of the speakers spoke about 60% of the population in the world is unconnected. In India, I think 0% of the population is unconnected. So I think that's the difference between the world and India. We probably has almost 100% connectivity, almost 100% penetration. Second point which I wanted to bring to the notice is, we have, when we talk about this satellite as complementary service or supplementary service, I don't know what is holding back while saying it is an integrated service with terrestrial. So probably I think we can understand that the reason is that to keep this or this place this service separate from terrestrial, so it is different. So that's why it is complementary. Otherwise it is competing. So we say it is important for remote and rural areas, unconnected areas. So rural areas, if we talk about, India has around 6.5 lakh villages. Out of that, more than 6.3 lakh villages are covered by terrestrial coverage, 4G coverage. Majority of, more than half of the villages are covered by 5G also. Around 20,000 villages remaining are being covered under the saturation project. So as far as the population is concerned, the people living in villages will have 4G connectivity or 5G connectivity, or have that. So what is unconnected? There is unconnected within connected. In Delhi, we were not able to make a call during COVID on the gate of the RWA, while it is a connected network. And in the unconnected network, say, if you go to Ladakh, you will find the villages are fully connected. You can actually use 200, 300 Mbps of the speed. Yeah. So the connected, and there is no digital divide like connected or unconnected. There is an unconnected area within connected and a connected area within unconnected. We have to understand how the networks works and how the networks are designed. When we started 2G networks, these used to be primarily macro cell based networks. So the cell which typically covers 4 to 5 kilometer of radius, that's how the networks were designed. Then when started moving towards higher capacity network, we realized that no, now we have to move towards the smaller sites, microsite, macrosite, femtosite, picosites, small site. Okay. So we started moving towards the consumer, towards the customer, closer to the consumer, so that we can reuse the frequency and create higher and higher capacity. The same way, the satellites historically had been completely different networks. GSO-based network, limited spectrum, very big terminal, user terminal, fixed location on both the sides, typically used for some specific applications, which we call VSAT, etc., which were non-commercial communication services. So they were not the one who were providing the communication services to the general public, but the providing services for the special requirement. The other were the mobile communication services, we also called MSS. Like you have a specialized handset. Typically we see those in movies, the terrorists using those satellites or the security agencies using those kind of sat phone, which we call. Which is a completely different kind of a phone, different form factor, different frequency, etc., would be used. So basically we had a mobile satellite network, a fixed satellite network, a terrestrial mobile network, and a fixed line network. So we had 4 networks. So those are getting converged now. So the mobile satellite network, fixed satellite network, mobile terrestrial network, and fixed network. How these are converging? So you move to your home, your phone latches to Wi-Fi, and all your voice call, etc., starts moving on the Wi-Fi. So your fixed and mobile gets converged. Sorry, I'm not speaking too technical the way my previous speaker spoke. I'm trying to actually generalize and explain where the technology is going, where the business is going. So the fixed line convergence and mobile convergence has already happened. It will keep on evolving, that's a different thing, but it has happened. Mobile, on the satellite side, how this conversion will happen. This topic of this particular session, the direct to device, is the topic we're debating. What do we mean by device? What is device? So is the mobile handset with the same form factor without changes? That means the mobile which is used for terrestrial network, which is programmed or designed to connect with the terrestrial network, is the one which will speak to the satellite, then we'll call direct to device. Or a device which is specially designed for satellite, like the old mobile handset, communicating with satellite, we'll call direct to device. I think that's the question I'm just leaving. So in my view, when I utilize the device in an unmodified way between terrestrial and satellite, that's my understanding may be wrong, that's what the direct to device is. If that's not so, FWA, is it direct to device? Because FWA is also a device which is directly communicating with satellite. Or the bigger antenna receiver then communicating with a radio BTS or a fixed line DSLAM kind of a network is a backhaul, and rest everything is the device. So I think we all need to converge on what do we mean by direct to device. So there is no common definition, everyone will have the different definition. But the general definition, in my view, would always be that the users in India, especially 1.2 billion mobile users, have the mobile handset, which is working on the spectrum, which is the IMT spectrum. So they are communicating with IMT networks. So if all those 1.2 billion devices can immediately start communicating with satellite without any modification, would be direct to device. So if that happens, then how the two networks would work, how the spectrum would be distributed between them, how the handover would happen. Will this convergence happen at the core level? Two separate radio network, one through satellite, one through terrestrial, and then the handover happens at the core network? Or the handover happens at the radio network? So whether the convergence happens at the radio level. So those are the questions which probably I think Qualcomm would be able to answer, or the one who is designing the technology would be able to answer. So these are the questions which probably the policymakers has to keep that in mind, that probably next year we may have the solution on ground, and Qualcomm may be giving this presentation that this is the chipset which actually allows roaming between a terrestrial and a satellite network at the radio level, convergence at the radio level, not at the core level. So this is with the caveat that I don't know where the technology is going to be. So these are basic questions which I think need to be answered. So what happens is, as the providers in the satellite industry, because majority of the faces here may be from the satellite industry. I belong to both the industries, satellite as well as terrestrial. So majority of the providers are very, very conservative while saying where the satellite industry will go and how it will grow and how much it has the potential to grow. There they want to downplay it, just to say it is a complementary service so that the spectrum can be available, given free of cost or administratively. But the moment it comes to the business, then it is not complementary. It is actually competing. It will cover all the holes, coverage holes, whether those coverage holes are in the covered area or those coverage holes are in the uncovered areas. Okay, so it would be actually competing service on those, by providing the communication services on the gates of those RWAs which Mr. Kushwaha spoke about. But at the same time, we say this is complementary and this is not competing service. So I think we need to be conscious of the fact. Policymakers really need to be conscious of the fact. Then there are other regulatory challenges like licensing. Whether it is, we have 2-3 type of licenses, GMPCS license, VSAT license, etc., so many type of. So satellite communication is not a service. Satellite communication, satellite-based network communication is a network. The service is the broadband service which is provided to the consumers, or the backhaul services which is used within the network for building the lease line, etc. So when we talk about service, the licenses are service-based, not network-based. So the terms and conditions of the license, be it license fee, be it spectrum fee, be it other terms and conditions, security condition, has to be service-specific, not technology-specific, not network-specific. There cannot be a special condition for a VSAT, but who is trying to provide B2C FWA service, but it is under VSAT license. Okay, so VSAT license, as I said initially, was given for the particular specific use. Those licenses were not for providing B2C commercial services to the ordinary consumers. Like USL license. It's a license which is, or UL access authorization, what we say. It's a license which can provide services to ordinary mobile or fixed line customer through terrestrial network, all type of services, irrespective of the kind of network you have, whether you have a fixed line network or a mobile network or some cable network, fiber network or copper network. So that's what the license is. And then you have a stripped down version of that license. What is that? Okay, the universal license minus voice, PSTN voice, that becomes the internet service provider license, ISP license on the terrestrial network. So that's how the licenses are defined. Similarly, on the satellite, if you see, there is a GMPCS license, which is equivalent to unified access license, where you can provide all kind of services. And there is a stripped down version, which is basically to provide only VPN kind of a service or individual lease line kind of a service specific to, say, remote areas, etc., strategic locations. So that becomes the VSET service. So there is a lot of licensing clarity as far as license is concerned. But the clarity which is not there probably is what is backhaul and what is access. The clarity which is not there is what do we mean by direct to device. The clarity which is not there is what is B2B and what is B2C. The clarity which is not there is how the spectrum should be given for B2B and not for B2C, or should be given for B2C and not for B2B. Or should be given administratively for backhaul or point-to-point and given through auction for point to multipoint or FWA kind of a service. So those are the kind of clarities probably which are required, and I'm sure that government is in the process of consultation with TRA, and TRA will give its recommendation. So those are the challenges would be required. But the most important thing is this all convergence which we discussed has gone up to 6G, but the convergence actually has happened at the 5G level. So those convergence has to be kept in mind while framing the policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Gandhi. That was very interesting. I think the government is undertaking a lot of consultations. Yes, will come up. But I think on the other part, the industry also should seriously start thinking on these terms. Probably joint working groups, discussions should all happen on what all areas Ravi touched upon, which is very, very critical to have a very harmonious connectivity, because I see 6G as it comes, maybe 6-7 years down the line, ubiquitous connectivity is going to play a very, very major role, and especially non-terrestrial networks. And I think that's what 3GPP also talks about in the release 19. Plus specific standards have been evolved. So I think the world everywhere is in the same word. I'm sure, I think right time, harmonious relations should start in the industry. Of course, stakeholders consultation will be taken up. I think I'll add one more to what Ravi says. We not only talk about devices, maybe we will have some sort of a relay technology also, where we can have some sort of an intermediary system. Anything can happen. Yeah, with this few words, I would request the last speaker, I think Dr. Vinod Kumar, Secretary, who's around. I think he's joining on VC.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And first of all, thank you to the organizers, Mr. Bharat Bhatia and Arush and other folks for having invited me. I'm very much impressed with the lots of knowledge that has been circulating around since in the beginning of the afternoon when I joined. I'm representing here WWRF, which is a forum which is managed by its members, and everybody is welcome to join that, and you can find more on the WWRF website. So next slide, please. Yes, so the title of my talk is NGSO for Ubiquitous Coverage, Standardized Solutions in 6G. And I'm representing WRF, but I'm ex-Director of Wireless Research in Alcatel-Lucent Bell Labs, France. So the views I'm going to express are my own views, since I'm retired and I'm not bound to any particular vendor or operator. Next slide, please. Yes. As shown by my friend and ex-colleague Dr. Shore, the NTN system scenario we have to live with now is very, very versatile. So this is a similar diagram which Rajiv had shown, which is taken out of one of the deliverables of an European project which is called 6G NTN, and that project is acknowledged for their work. Okay, the important feature of this type of NTN scenario is that this is a 3D multi-layer constellation using many platforms, many different platforms. The hardware on the platform is programmable because it can be transparent and it can be regenerative, and the regenerative hardware has to be flexible because we can reconfigure it with the CU-DU split, and the different platforms use free space optical inter-satellite links. The direct and indirect service to terrestrial, that is pedestrian, road and rail, aviation and maritime user terminals, has to be made available. There is need for full terrestrial network, TN and NTN integration, and the UE mobility has to be kept seamless for seamless connectivity or to the end use. Now, there is a requirement in 6G for having spectrum sharing. We are not talking about a particular band, but the fact of spectrum sharing is agreed to by everybody, and there is the need for compatibility, backward compatibility with whatever is done in 6G for TN and NTN convergence. Now we have to also know that connectivity for that has to be made available to the users, whatever may be those users, has to cater for enhanced mobile broadband, has to cater for voice communications, has to cater for IoT applications, and for command and control operations in railways and in aviation. And there is a requirement very clearly expressed, and it was, I think, repeated by the Qualcomm representative, that there is a need for GNSS-free operation to keep the node hardware as simple as possible. And there is more and more talk of integrated sensing and communication using all different type of nodes, which can be the terrestrial base stations, or which can be the satellite node, or which can be drones, and so on. So there is a whole lot of things we need to do with these terrestrial and non-terrestrial networks. And next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So now coming to the ubiquitous connectivity, we have to know that we have to satisfy the connectivity need for many different type of usage scenarios. When we are talking about giving broadband to users and every type of vehicle, we are talking about giving broadband access to pedestrians and people who are in light indoors, that means not in deep indoors. And of course, we have to use broadband high-speed connections for observation satellites, which could be non-geostationary satellites. And then there is a need to provide, as I think was expressed by some previous speakers, a very high-speed connection which give like fiber-like access to homes through wireless. And then there are these two signs of interrogation which show us that we have to make sure that we leave some space eventually for future needs, because there will be people always innovating new services and new applications. When we want to provide all that, we have to make sure that the operation of the network is resilient. There is enough resilience in the operation of the network and of the availability of connectivity, and all the services have to be sustainable. That means they have to be energy efficient, and when we are talking about the carbon emissions, and there are other considerations of life cycle management of equipment in the availability of these new services and applications. Okay. Now, once again, what is important is that when we provide connectivity, it can be broadband connectivity for various different applications and in different scenarios. And in any case, the mobility has to be managed so that the service is seamless in any scenario. Next slide, please. Now, in a typical TN, terrestrial network, and NTN integration scenario, for seamless connectivity, what will happen is one satellite cell will cover multiple cells of a terrestrial network and even cover multiple networks eventually in different countries. It depends on the type of satellite we are talking about, and it depends, of course, on the footprint of the satellite which is making, that means the type of beam which we are using. But a typical scenario is that one satellite cell would be covering multiple terrestrial cells and even multiple networks. So for that, there is a need for standardization to make sure that the user equipment mobility is really well managed so that we can have seamless coverage. And for that, we have to have a standardization, clear standardization on MAC and C layer measurement mechanism and threshold for handover during the active call. And we have to have UE authentication and admission control mechanism because when a UE wants to get directly to the terrestrial network, cell of a terrestrial network, then we know how to manage the roaming of users between different terrestrial networks. But when the user wants to get connected to the satellite cell, and that satellite cell is covering many countries, the rules and regulations for roaming have to be defined clearly so that we can have seamless service. The other issue, which is definitely very important, which has been discussed at length during the talks today, is that we have to make sure that the spectrum sharing mechanisms are well defined, once again, for various types of services and in different scenarios, and to keep sure that we get seamless service everywhere. Now, the spectrum sharing mechanisms need to be standardized to make sure that we identify correct frequency bands for NTN coverage, which are spanning, once again, various zones of terrestrial networks. This means that we have to make sure that there is no interference between the different systems at the radio level. When one satellite cell, which is covering different countries, where there might be different frequency bands deployed for different networks. So the mutual interference mechanisms have to be studied, and it was discussed, I think, by the Starlink representative, but in a slightly different perspective. But we need to have clear standardization of what are the mechanisms of which could create interference and how we create enough guard bands to use different frequency bands for NTN coverage. Then there is another important point related to spectrum sharing standardization, which is that the bandwidth is highly dependent on the use case. And also it is bandwidth we provide in a cell or in a terrestrial or a satellite cell is highly dependent on the use case and on the user traffic density and the type of coverage zone. To illustrate better what I want to say is that the NTN coverage area would be area in developed world would be only a small percentage area of the total coverage zone in the developed market. I'm sorry, there are one or two typos here, and the main message here is that, for example, in Europe, the terrestrial coverage is so dense that there is a very small amount of what we can coverage holes, which we need to cover by the satellite cells, by satellite networks. So we might not need same type of spectrum bandwidth in Europe as we might need in some other areas where the need for satellite coverage is much higher. But at the same time, we have to make sure that we allow enough spectrum which is required for the use cases and the user UE traffic density. Then another point which we need to definitely consider for standardization is the standardization of queue-accelerated mechanism. That means the resource allocation mechanism to satisfy latency and bandwidth requirements of a wide range of use cases. And the two extremes of what we can think of is satellite IoT, which needs rather low bandwidth transmission and which has other restrictions of the resources, that means battery and all that. And the other extreme is when we want to do media broadcasting via the satellite, and we want to do broadband provision even for the aviation application. Because the aviation industry, they are very much part of the standardization efforts which are going on in 3GPP and in ITU, and they definitely need to provide broadband coverage to the users who are in flight, and the users who are in flight go from one area, one country to the other, and the users and the aviation company needs an equipment which they don't have to change when they go to different areas. And for having a universal ubiquitous coverage with seamless mobility for aviation applications, the aviation industry is definitely interested in having a fully standardized system so that they don't have to change their equipment in different aircraft all the time, because that is very, very expensive. And actually I have put in these dotted lines here because there is a whole list of things on which we can discuss in detail, and some of those things have been covered during the previous talks, that it is definitely useful to have clear standardization for the introduction of the NTN or the integration of NTN with the terrestrial network. And of course, we have to satisfy all the other, I would say, conditions which I mentioned on the very first slide. The next slide, please, the final.
Dr. Vinod, can you please just wind it up in the next few minutes?
It is my last slide. Okay? So now we have to make sure that we want to do ubiquitous coverage. One of the key enablers is that the user equipment has to be kept as simple as possible, and it is affordable, has to be kept affordable, and it has to be adapted to the form factor of, for example, if we are talking of user equipment which is a drone, or we are talking about IoT sensors and so on. Now, global coordination for standardization is useful for generating economy of scale, and as we have discussed, it is helpful in spectrum identification process. And both the 3GPP and ITUR are engaged in the standardization efforts, and the details and the timeline of those efforts are given in this slide here. And I'm not going to go into detail because it has been stress enough that even IMT, the ITU for IMT 2030 and the 3GPP for their release 20 and 21 are doing a lot of work on standardization of different aspects of what we are discussing for the introduction of NTN in 6G. And that is my final comment, that the takeaway is that the fully standardization system would help introduce NTN in 6G in much more spectrally efficient way, in much more cost-efficient way, and will be useful to make the whole system resilient and sustainable. And of course, it is the end user who is going to benefit the most from here, because the end user in remote places will also get an affordable user equipment. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Vinod. I think, we can just open the floor for a couple of quick questions, 2 questions.
Sir, this is a general question. What is the success rate of satellite 2.0 D2D connectivity to close the coverage gap for unconnected population and business?
Would like to take this question? Can you just?
So basically it is very difficult to quantify. As we discussed, the D2D is still under the experimental demonstration phase. And let us wait for another year. Next time Bhatia Sahab will have the more discussion on the D2D, and then we will review the performance of D2D.
Because still 60% worldwide population is not connected. So I think this...
No, I think that was actually the worldwide figures. I think Mr. Ravi Gandhi countered it by telling, which is also true. Today we have 99% of the country already having 4G footprint. So we have enough coverage. Yes, there are still a few gaps, but as Dr. Jain says, yes, let's wait and see. But a lot of research is going on in this particular area. Any other questions?
Yes, my question is to Professor Rajiv. Like he was talking of the cyber security in case of, data communication through space communication or maybe terrestrial one. I just want to ask Professor Rajiv, like, is there any work going on to leverage the blockchain technology, take care of the data security part? That was my small query. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Am I audible? Okay. Thanks. So great question. See, blockchain, we've seen it's not as of now in the satellite networks. Blockchain primarily provides you tamper resistance. So one of the things that I keep emphasizing is blockchain is not security. It is tamper resistance. So whatever data you have, you want to ensure that even if one bit changes, it's detectable, right? So that's point number one, right? It's tamper resistance. In satellite networks, see, blockchain is a distributed ledger, and it takes a lot of processing power, huge processing power. As of now, we've not seen the application of blockchain in satellite networks, primarily because it's not that dense, and there is really no killer use case for blockchain as of now in satellite networks.
Like in industry now, we are using this for supply chain also.
Yes.
For health, records extra, and even land records also. So that quality of blockchain for traceability, trackability, and immutability. So all these can be probably, we can exploit it for the use of data security. That was my point.
Yeah, you're right, sir. But one last comment: blockchain is used in networks on the ground. The edge nodes, the node distributed nodes. The other challenge with satellites, it's a multi-hop wireless network. Right? Blockchain technology with multi-hop wireless, I mean, the packet losses and the latencies will just not make it work. So as of now, we've not seen it in satellites. Ground, of course, yes, blockchain in e-governance setting, as my eminent colleague will know, of course, we are using it in we've started using it now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just to add, I think blockchain, I think the 6G you will see more of happening in the core and the RAN. But of course, for the security point of view, there's a lot of other research going on in the quantum area. It's a quantum assisted technology. We are talking about QKD enabled satellites to be the first phase, of course, at the ground level. In the long term, we are having communication and quantum also. Yeah, thank you. I think, is there any other questions? I thank the audience, thank the eminent panelists here to really share your thoughts. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. What an amazing and informative session this was. I express my deepest appreciation to all the eminent panelists, and thank you all for your valuable time today. I now request Dr. P.K. Jain, sir, to please present a memento to all our panelists, starting with Mr. Udriwolf Pika. Thank you very much, sir. To Shri Ravi Gandhi ji. Thank you, sir. I request sir to please present a memento to retired Wing Commander Satyam Kushwaha, sir. Thank you, sir, for your presentation. To Shri Jitendra Singh ji. Thank you, Mr. Singh. And to Professor Rajiv Shore, sir. Thank you, Professor Shore. And I'd request Bharat Bhatia, sir, to please join us on the stage and present a memento to our chair, to our moderator, Dr. A. Robert J. Ravi. Thank you once again, and request the panelists to please pose for a group photograph. Thank you, gentlemen. This concludes day one of India's Space Policy Conference, #ISPC 24. On behalf of IAFI, I thank all our esteemed speakers and distinguished gathering for taking out time and joining us today and making day one, yes, sir. Making this day a grand success for all of us. I'd request everybody, all the guests, to please join us for a group photograph. Requesting all our delegates, all our speakers, all our guests present here to please join us on the stage for a group photograph. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for making this day one of India's Space Policy Conference a success. We look forward to see you all tomorrow on day 2 of #ISPC 24. We have an excellent lineup of speakers with some informative keynotes, stimulating conversations and engaging panel discussions tomorrow. I thank you all once again. Have a wonderful evening, ladies and gentlemen, and we see you all tomorrow at day 2 of ISPC 24.